You here bright and early on this Friday, December 15th, the last day of our first week of budget hearings. It is a bright and sunny day, which is the first time I think it's been for us all this week. So that certainly is good news for those of you who may be driving home later today. As a reminder to the committee and those in the public watching, we are going to do an expedited schedule today, meaning that we're going to work through lunch. So we will not be taking that lunch break. We already heard from ETS last night and modified the agenda accordingly. So just as a reminder to the committee, and that affords our committee members to go home for the weekend. As we all know, the roads have been a little dicey as of late, and so allows plenty of time for those safe travels back home. So with that, we will start with our first agency up. We'll start with roll call.
Senator Anderson. This is the roll call for December 5th.
This is roll call. Senator Anderson, are you here?
I'm here.
Wonderful.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Kinski. Senator Salazar. Representative Henderson.
Sure.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Sherwood. Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters. Representative Zwanitzer.
Here.
Co-Chairman Nethercott.
Here.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
He'll be here in a minute.
Ma'am, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. We're prepared with our first agency up for this morning. That would be agency number 55. Committee members in your budget books. This will be the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Welcome, Supervisor Kropatch. Good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Tom Kropatch. I'm the State Oil and Gas Supervisor for the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission. Hopefully I can get the committee off on the right foot and be brief with our budget this morning. It's fairly simple. Very few exception requests and fairly simple budget. Maybe just as a brief opening, just a little bit about the commission for any of those who aren't as familiar with our agency. We are a commission. On the commission sits the governor, the director of the Office of State Lands and Investments, the state geologist, and two members of the public at large, typically a petroleum engineer and a petroleum geologist. They meet every second Tuesday of every month in Casper, where the agency is located. And put simply, we regulate the oil and gas industry. So that includes all the things you would imagine related to oil and gas wells, but also some other things that have been more at the forefront recently: orphan wells and plugging of orphan wells, federal issues, examination and review and commenting on federal issues, and pore space and unitization for Class 6 wells. So a little bit about what the commission does. I do have one person available on Zoom if there's any questions that I can't answer. Nicole Oliver is our business office manager, and she is on Zoom, I believe, this morning, but I think should be able to answer the questions of the commission. And so,
Do we have her on Zoom this morning? Why don't we go ahead and just let her in?
I can go
we'll
ahead
just
and
get that
get
handled
started.
right now.
I think, Madam Chairwoman, I could probably answer most questions, but she's there just in case.
Well, wonderful. We'll let her join us. So whenever we'll let her in here in just a minute. Go ahead and please proceed.
So,
And with that, just as you know, I'm going to hand it over to the House Vice Chair, Representative Larson. I have to step out for a minute. And so Representative Larson will be co-chairing until Representative Nicholas gets here.
Thank you, Director. Please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, we'll just jump right into the budget. Page 3 is our overall department budget, just a summary of the budget. And on that page, you'll see we're asking for a total department exception request of a little over $98,000.
Director, just for the benefit of the committee and those that might be watching, would you just share with us the funding, just to help us understand that your funding source for just about all of that comes from industry, but just explain that. And then as we talk about the budget, that'll make sense to them.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So our funding, as you mentioned, does come from the industry. We have generally two sources of that funding. Fees make up a portion of the funding, and we can charge fees on certain things that are detailed in the statutes. And generally, they're the drilling permits, applications for hearings, and then we have a fee on disposal and injection wells, an annual fee on those. And then we also have what's called the conservation tax, which is a tax on the sales of the oil and gas. And right now we're at 5 mils on that, and the commission can change that through rulemaking process up to 8 mils.
You've done that historically as needed, for example, with the orphan well situation to get those plug and abandon. You adjusted that temporarily and then but you have flexibility to move that up and down on a regular basis as warranted. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, and that is done through a rulemaking process. So there's public comment based on when the commission wants to do that, but the commission has the authority to adjust that up to, like I said, 8 mils that
Please
is
proceed.
authorized by statute. So our exception requests, then, Mr. Chairman, are more detailed on page 13 of our budget. You can see there's 4 exception requests from our agency. And then on page 19, if you'd like to look at more detail, are the descriptions of where those exception requests start. The first exception request that we have is for ETS, data storage and telecommunications. There's a couple parts to that exception request. The data storage relates to our effort to implement electronic permitting and essentially electronic submittal of all of the data that the agency gets from industry. And so we're in that process. Right now, all of the APDs come in electronically. Our production reports do come and are stored electronically. We're ready or in development of a completion report, and our sundry notice will be next. And so those are the most common forms of drilling permits, the sundry notices and the completion report. So we're making good progress on that. And as we get more of that data electronically, then data storage through our ETS process is increasing. And so these are the costs related to have more file space for the data. And then that comes with additional costs for backup and virtual server support and things like that. So that part of the exception request is the data storage is about $16,250. And then the telecommunications side has also a couple parts. There's some increased cost in our cell phone service that we're seeing. And then recently, this biennium, and it was too late to add into this budget, but our agency owns our building and all the equipment in it. Our phone system was installed in the building when it was built about 2004. And we started to see failures in some of that equipment within our building. And so we, at that point in time, switched over to the state phone system through ETS. And those costs are a little higher than when we had owned our own equipment. And so the remainder of that request is related to the switching over to the state ETS voice over internet phone system. And so that's about $21,250. Then, Mr. Chairman, our exception request number 2 is also related to ETS, and that is this. Mr. Chairman, maybe I should mention on the first exception request, that would be an ongoing exception request for the future. Exception request number 2 is the standard request that we would have for computer replacement following the ETS process. In this case, we are requesting to replace 18 laptops. I think it says performance there in our performance notebooks in our description. That price is just for the standard ETS standard laptop build. And then there's some associated monitors and docking stations that go with those. And then we're also requesting some printers in that exception request, and some software for Microsoft Office and Adobe that goes with those. And we replace those as following the ETS replacement process. And so roughly about 9 a year right now are getting replaced. I think those 18 laptops are probably all of the laptops that the agency owns. And then the remainder of our system would be desktops. But those are for people who do some traveling and need to be able to still do work. And then our inspectors that are mostly working out of the office and implementing like our field inspection application online that they have to enter the data in. So that's the request for that. And then, Mr. Chairman, request number 3 is an ongoing, and exception request number 2 is just a one-time following the process of asking for those and justifying those costs at each budget. Exception request number 3, building repairs. This is just an ongoing request as we see higher costs to do building maintenance and repairs, just standard maintenance and repairs. Our building's a little over 15 years old now, and we're starting to see some of those maintenance needs in that aspect. And historically, we had a buildings and grounds person that could do a lot of that work for us. He was a handyman. We haven't been able to find someone that can do that work after he retired. And so now we have more of a custodial staff and we hire outside handyman repair type services to do work, or electricians and plumbers. And so the cost is a little higher for us.
So, thank you, Director. Kevin had a little sidebar conversation with the director at the beginning as we talked about major maintenance yesterday. Just wondering if there's a different way to project or anticipate major maintenance costs for that building that's owned by the commission, and would you just kind of think about that a little bit? So we're putting $6 million or $6,000 a year into their property and maintenance fund, but having a more anticipated. Would you stew on that a little bit and see if we can, if that's warranted, or if we just do it this way? If this is the simpler way, fine, but I just wondering if you have a separate major maintenance unit and avoid any B11s when something goes out, or if they could anticipate costs, or if that makes sense to you.
It does. There's some methodologies that we can do to meet that objective, appropriated process. And if we run into a situation because of special revenue, we can facilitate that along with your guidance on B11.
Okay, thank you. Director, please.
And Mr. Chairman, the final exception request that we have is for rental costs for our land. As you just mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we own the building, but we do rent our land from the Amico Reuse Powers Board, Casper. And so in that lease, which is a 99-year lease, there is a provision for a 10% increase in the rental or the lease costs of the property every 5 years. And so right now, we are in year 22 of that lease, and we are paying $28,300 roughly every year as an annual payment for that. And so we didn't capture it in the last budget when that increased back in 21. And so we're capturing that now. And then our next increase will be in October of 2025. Mr.
Proceed.
Chairman, that is the entirety of our exception requests. So
Would you just continue walking through your budget, though? Let's go on to page 26, get
Mr.
into
Chairman.
your UIC program. Let's just go through there and make sure that if there are any questions, kind of. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Drew, please.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you. Good morning. I just want to go back on your priority 4 request. So the 7775, that number, so that you say that catches you back up from a increase that happened before and get ready for the increase in 25. Did I get that right?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Drew, I think that is correct. If I look at our increase annually in 2020 to 2021 was $1,500 roughly. And then our next increase will be about $1,600, $1,700. So
It's a great
I think that
deal.
should cover all that.
Great deal. I just wanted to check and make sure I had it right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, going through the remainder of the budget, again, on page 14, details are a little more of our budget. We have essentially 2 units. The 0101 is our main budget. 0106 is our UIC program, and we have primacy for the class 2 injection wells and disposal wells, which would be enhanced recovery or waste disposal wells. Let's see, and then I guess it's page 23 that details the 0101 unit. And we just have salaries and then equipment, and we have the statewide cost allocation in there. Mr. Chairman, unit on page 24 is the continuation of that unit. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was looking for the orphan well funding. which starts on Mr. Chairman, page 29 is the UIC program budget. UIC program is actually staffed. We're authorized in that part of the budget for 4 people. It's actually staffed by 2 full-time people. And then out of the 0101 unit, which is the remainder of the agency, we also staff part-time. For example, our petroleum engineer that works in the UIC program also it comes out of the 0101 unit. So in the 0106, we have an inspector, a field inspector, and then an administrative person. And then we staff the rest of that program with the 0101 unit staff. And then on page 31 is our orphan well unit. And Mr. Chairman, our budget there has been fairly standard for the last almost decade of about 7.5 million for the biennium for orphan well plugging. And I will mention, Mr. Chairman, the commission did receive a federal grant that was part of the IIJA program for orphan well plugging this current biennium. It was $25 million. We have been able to contract for the plugging of all remaining orphan wells on our list with that $25 million. This calendar year, we've plugged 650 wells, and about 650 orphan wells remain on the commission's list to plug. We think in calendar year 2024, we'll complete that process, and Wyoming will have at that time 0 orphan wells left on its list.
So correct me or verify, but I think most of the orphan well stuff was done. We've been working on that, but then we've had some legacy orphan wells around the state that's been on federal land. Does that 25 million help cover the cost of those, or is this more of the orphan well program that we've had on from coal bed methane?
Mr. Chairman, the 25 million is specifically for fee or state orphan wells. The BLM or Department of Interior does have funding available for federal orphan wells as part of IIJA as well.
And so the remaining 650 wells is on fee and private land, but what about the orphan wells under the Department of Interior? We have any of those that are we working on those, I guess? Is that give us a progress report on those?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, we did have or do have a partnership with BLM to help assist them in plugging the federal orphan wells. For example, it was probably 3 or 4 years ago now, we've plugged about 80 orphan wells or assisted them in plugging about 80 orphan wells. They did give us a grant to help contract that. They had funding available, but they couldn't get contracts and everything put out in the time frame where it reverted back at the end of the federal fiscal year. So we were able to get the contracts with plugging contractors to do the work, and then the BLM staffed the projects for witnessing and inspecting the work. So at the time that the grant came out, the IIJA grants came out, the BLM officially had no orphan wells in Wyoming at the time. I think there is a different process they go through. They can ask record title owners or previous operating rights holders to go plug those wells before they become or are considered orphan by the BLM. And so there's likely more to be coming on the BLM, but there is funding available, and we would assist them in getting work done if necessary on the federal side.
Well done on that, by the way, on those orphan wells.
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Chairman.
well done. Okay, any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Please,
Mr. Chairman?
Senator
How
Anderson.
many years have we been plugging wells? We got 650 remaining. And we're doing 250 a year. Is that?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Anderson, it varies. Our average has been around 500 a year. So we really had an accelerated program that began in about 2014. And it's varied each year, just depending on weather and contracts that have been set up. But since 2014, we have plugged nearly 6,000 orphan wells in the state. But we've had an orphan well plugging program going back several decades, from the 90s through about 2014. We used to plug essentially every orphan well every year. And then with the coal bed downturn, we had significant numbers in a short number of years that came onto the books. And so we've been working for about the past decade to get those taken care of. And again, about 6,000 of those that we'll have plugged in the last 10 years and 650 to go next year. And we think, barring any issues with plugging procedures, finding a well that's more difficult or something that takes longer time, we should be able to get all the wells plugged, and then there'll be some ongoing reclamation using that grant funding to finish that off.
Okay. Any other questions for the Oil and Gas Commissions? Yes, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just thinking about data storage costs, and you say in your budget that they're increasing. Are there limitations and or has the cloud storage option been explored?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Henderson, essentially for our agency, we essentially are in the cloud. We're on the ETS server system here in Cheyenne. And so I think it has reduced our cost if we were trying to still purchase servers and do that work in Casper as we did, when we first moved into the building, and really up until about 2012 or 2013, when we converted into the ETS system. I think our costs would be higher. We'd have to do, we'd have all the additional costs for security, firewalls, all those kind of things, and then have to replace all those servers on a routine basis. So the costs are going up, but I think they're lower this way than they would be if we were trying to do it on our own. And what we see with the data, I think many industries are this way, but the oil and gas industry is all about data. They want to see logs, they want to see production, they want to see the geology and the engineering, and then that'll help them determine where they're going to drill and how they're going to drill. So I think it makes and keeps Wyoming competitive to have data available to the industry as much as we can, so that they'll be able to have an expectation of production returns in Wyoming with the data they're using.
Thank you. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is your remote work policy, telework policy, and do you have any employees that are living and working out of state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, essentially we're 100% in the office. All of our inspectors, obviously, remote work, but they're out in the field. Some of those work from home because we have them around the state to be closer to where the industry is. But anyone who's our technical staff, our office staff are all 100% in the office. And no one out of state. They're all essentially all in Casper.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator
Mr.
Anderson.
Chairman, I'm understanding that your orphan well program for this year, or this for 2 years, is 7,526,000. I heard somebody say something about 25 million. Is there more money somewhere else?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, the 25 million came from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act from the Department of Interior. So there is money available through various grants in that program to be able to plug fee and state orphan wells. So we did apply for the initial grant of 25 million. That's in the current biennium. So our current budget that we are working from now was originally very similar to the budget you're looking at today. And then through the B11 process, we added the 25 million grant that we received. So our current actual biennium budget that we're in right now is about $43 million, but it doubled because of that grant that we received. So the 7.5 million remains in our budget request for next year. We think that there'll be some work to do following up on plugging of these wells. There'll be some cleanup work, potentially some reclamation work that we can use that funding for. But in future years, we'd be looking at potentially if we still need that same dollar amount based on what the orphan program would look after these wells get plugged.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Director, thanks for making the trip down.
Thank you,
Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the good work.
Thank you,
Thanks to
Mr.
the
Chairman.
industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members.
Okay, we've got Agency 090, the Wyoming Energy Authority Director Krager. We appreciate you being here today and your drive down. You're here though.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Members of the committee, my name is Rob Krieger. I serve as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority. And with me today, I have the Chair of the WEA Board of Directors, Wendy Hutchinson, and our Accounting Manager, Jamie Blasmo, who keeps the trains on the tracks for us here at the Energy Authority. As you all know, we're a little different entity than most that come in front of you. We are considered a instrumentality of the state. I answer to a board of directors appointed by the governor, but do serve in his cabinet. So it's a quasi entity, as you all are aware of. What that really means for today's purposes is we pretty much live in the 900 series. We don't have 100 series. Our salaries are all in 900, our rent, all of those sort of things live there. And so that's really where the ask is today, Mr. Chairman. To paint a little bit of the picture, I started this role back in May, the end of May. I testified in front of the Minerals Committee in July. And really the discussion that had led up to that was, given the maturity of the agency, we're now 3 years in, what is the right size of the Wyoming Energy Authority? So when I started, we had good discussion in Rock Springs about that. There was discussion about one position a year to see if that's the right approach or what it is. So I went back in and looked at what has been added to the statute, what the scope is, what we're supposed to be doing, as well as what other energy entities around the country are staffed at. So both our neighbors as well as other energy producing entities around this country. And Mr. Chairman, looking at that, it definitely varies. You look at a state like New Mexico that produces a little less energy than we do. They have over 50 employees in their energy office. Colorado's over 60. Pennsylvania's over 30. I do not feel the Energy Authority needs to be anywhere near that size. Looking back at our scope and forming this ask, I feel that the 5 positions we asked for really put us in a good spot to be able to cover all the areas that we're asked to cover, but also not reinvent the wheel. We partner, as you know, we coordinate with the School of Energy Resources, the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute, the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Business Council, Governor's Office, and so on. And I think this ask would really give us a good foundation to be able to cover all the different entities and areas that are coming our way. So, Mr. Chairman, if you're okay with this, I'll just jump into page 7, which is our exception request.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first and foremost, when I started, really looked around the table to see who was working on oil and gas. And we didn't have anybody at the time, and we still don't. My predecessor, when we started, COVID happened shortly after we started, and different things came in front of us, including hydrogen and nuclear, and given our capacity on the staff, really shifted some of the efforts towards that, which was badly needed. I think, again, looking back at our statute and some of the other areas, oil and gas is certainly top of mind, given what funds this state, a lot of opportunity that we're seeing in other markets to send our gas to other states. I think this position is crucial for the Energy Authority going forward.
So, Director, so if I may, I'd just like to back up and have you refresh our memory. So you've got 5 staff now. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we have 6, 2 of which are federally funded.
Okay. And so in the last few years, in addition to those traditional exercises that you perform under the Energy Authority, then we added nuclear to you. And then when we decided we wanted to be part of that hydrogen hub application process, that defaulted to you. No extra people on either one of those. Don't you guys also, have you not been tasked with doing the energy matching fund reviews in addition to this as well? And so what others am I missing of these additional tasks? Am I missing anything?
Mr. Chairman, you're spot on. Yes, the energy matching funds, while housed in the governor's office, we are administering that program, which is requiring a decent amount of staff time. I would point to rare earths, critical minerals, and trona that has been added as well. And obviously you all have seen that in the news, a lot of great findings around the state in that area, which is very important to us. So yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct on what's been added.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So next, Mr. Chairman, really falls, frankly, from the scopes of the Pipeline Authority and the Infrastructure Authority. When you look at pipelines, transmission lines, a lot of talk around energy storage and these new systems. That is the reason for this ask, again, laid out through our statute. The next would be the rare earth, precious metals and minerals, and Trona is in there. I didn't want to get too lengthy in the title there. But that's that position, again, added to our statute over the years to be focusing on that as well. You'll notice, Mr. Chairman, that the fourth ask was recommended by the governor, and while it was the fourth in the priority list, when this was made, we had different staffing assets in the state at the time, so I didn't feel that it was as high on the priority list, not as the industry, but understanding what was in the governor's office for staff and in our office for staff. It's my understanding that the contract in the governor's office will expire in March. And so in conversations with that office, we've talked about where is the right place for nuclear to live long-term. And we both felt that that would be the WEA. So that is the reason for the recommendation from the governor, but just wanted to point out the difference in the priority. That was just kind of a timing thing. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, as you all know, I think one of the biggest pieces of our statute is being in charge of the state energy strategy. Our hope is to update that as pursuant to statute early in next year. And we are going to champion and continue down the path of my predecessor and the governor on the all the above approach. We'll probably put some priorities around that. But given that all the above approach, that's the reason for this ask on Renewable Resource Manager to look at our wind assets, what we're doing with solar, as well as hydrogen and geothermal. So, Mr. Chairman, those are the asks for the amounts, and just for structure of the office, these would be manager coordinator levels. So these would answer to our directors. We have a program director, industrial development director, and a carbon management director that we're currently in negotiations with hiring. So that's kind of the org chart that you would see for these positions.
So Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Director Krieger, thank you so much. I think your agency is very exciting, I think, because you're doing some very interesting strategy moves, including your work with micronuclear reactors, and that seems like that could really be transformative potentially for electricity generation. So as a result, it seems like your nuclear energy coordinator position, that makes a lot of sense to have that person. With respect to the oil and gas manager position, I'm just less clear about what that person would be doing. You know, oil and gas, frankly, is just a much more mature industry, right? So for strategy, it's kind of like, well, it's all driven by price and the technology doesn't seem to be changing dramatically. Can you just sort of describe why you need the oil and gas manager and what that person's going to do when they come to work each day? Thank you.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt, that's a great question. I think when you look at the opportunities that we have, obviously the 45Q tax credit has some interesting stipulations around storage of carbon versus utilization. How can we bridge that gap? I think the Energy Authority has been plugged into those conversations is where can we do that? And also looking at our statute, we're required to look at external markets, both within the country and outside of that. I think when you look at specifically like the Jonah Field, what we're doing with responsibly sourced gas and those sort of things, huge proponent there. And I think this person can help develop more of those and really promote to outside states. As you all know, the coal marketing fund was shifted into our office. I can kind of see this position doing the same sort of thing for oil and gas. The coal marketing fund, we're contracted at the Energy Policy Network, and they do a great job of helping get across to states that use Wyoming coal in their plants to keep those around longer. I see this position as helping do that for other states as well, as we see states wanting different emission standards and types of energy. I think this position could do that. And Mr. Chairman, if I could touch on the nuclear one too, because I agree with the micronuclear piece. I think another huge opportunity that we're really focused on and wanting to put effort around is the fuel cycle of nuclear. As you all know, one of the issues with nuclear is the cost right now. It's very expensive. If we can get the mining done here, which we do today, but then do the milling, converting, enriching, the whole process cradle to grave here in Wyoming, it'll just bring down those costs and add jobs to the state. So I see this position as focusing on that as well. It will be expensive. We know that from the outset, but I do think it's worth the state's interest to look at that.
So, Director, you noted in your comments that the governor does recommend approval for, he doesn't specify, but he approves two. You note that one is the nuclear. What is the other that he recommends funding?
Mr. Chairman, that would be the oil and gas manager.
oil and gas. So then my follow-up question to that would be, of the remaining energy, transportation, rare earth, and renewables, would you leave in that priority as energy, transportation being the highest, rare earths following that, and renewable after that, or would you mix that up any?
Mr. Chairman, I would probably keep it that way. Yep.
So would you just touch base a little bit on the energy transportation part of that? Is that kind of along what the pipeline authority had done, or am I misunderstanding transportation?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And also a piece of it, there's been a lot of discussions. We're a part of the Western Interstate Energy Board. Was appointed by the governor to that, and it's really North Dakota down to Texas, everything west of that, talking about utility markets and what's going on there. There's a lot of different opinions and pushes around transmission and Western sort of organization for transmission and whatnot. This position would help focus on that. Those discussions continue to get higher and higher. And again, we're first and foremost focused on Wyoming, but as you all know, energy goes well beyond our borders. So that position would focus on those as well. And storage, that's a piece that we haven't dived into too much yet, but it is gaining some traction.
Okay. Any questions for you, Representative Walters? Oh, Senator Grew, thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Rob. Thanks. Good. This has been enlightening as always. We appreciate your being here. And congratulations on the job. Talking about coal marketing and talking about this position that the energy position you were talking about, transmission and all that. I guess first question on that position. So you're working on developing like a plan over the next 5 years about transmission and how the compact estates can kind of work together to optimize that. Is that how that's going to play out?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, Senator Groot, yeah, that's the intent. I mean, when we talk, again, getting our energy elsewhere, it does take a lot of planning and understanding also what the state wants. I think there's a great social license report the School of Energy Resources did. We're going to factor that into our strategy as to, what our market's asking for, but also what are the people Wyoming wanting to see and their input as well.
And that's follow up. And that's where I was going to go next. And then SER and then the coal marketing folks are working together so we can get that message out and make sure that we're optimizing that to the fullest extent possible. Right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drew, that's exactly right.
Okay, last piece. Back on the energy side, and the pipeline authority working together too about, you guys are all coordinating efforts too about making sure that we're optimizing any opportunity that's available, like moving natural gas, moving whatever product is that we're moving. That's how you see that playing out as well. And you're kind of the hub for that, literally and figuratively. Sorry.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, yeah, as you know, the pipeline authority their statute was melded into ours.
Right.
So that is where we're looking to go with that. We work very closely with the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute as well. Obviously, getting CO2 to these enhanced oil recovery projects is a big piece. So working very closely with them, as you know, they're ex officio on our board as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. And we'll look forward to checking in with you and seeing how that's all works out. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Rob. Really appreciate everything you do. I've watched you from the start, and it's really magic, I think. Not just for you and your staff, but for our state. Thank you for that. So my question goes to the anticipation of developing your strategy, which, by the way, you're one of the few states that had a really cohesive strategy, right? And so looking at the exception request and thinking ahead over the next, not just 2 years, but 4 years or so, would not providing the additional manpower impact your vision of the strategy in terms of, the rollout?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, that's a great question. Something I'm really proud of the Energy Authority for over the years is we definitely punch above our weight. We're a very small team currently, but we represent well, I think. We will continue to do that. I think developing the strategy, if this ask was not funded, I don't think it'd impact developing the strategy. Executing could be a different piece. Whether or not we could execute fully on that strategy is another piece. So again, we'll continue to punch above our weight, but any additional resources are welcome.
Oh, yep. Representative Walters. Oh, time, please.
You can get the button away. I just wanted to comment on
Please-
that.
Please identify yourself.
Sorry, I'm Wendy Hutchinson. I'm the chair of the Energy Authority Board. As you know, the 7 voting members of the board all come from industry. We are coal people. I'm the coal queen. I get my coal queen necklace on. But we have several members of the coal industry, the oil and gas industry, the wind industry, and also electric generation. And from my experience looking at this board, as it has been the 2 authorities melded into one, with the small staff that we have, they've done great work. But I also feel like to a certain extent, we have been forced to chase the shiny object, if you will, and focus, because we have such a small staff, we have to focus on, all right, here's an opportunity, we really got to focus on it, to the expense of other things that we also need to be working on. And from an industry's perspective, as long as we obviously aren't, we are cautious about adding staff, I would say the entirety of the board recognizes that these staff positions that we are asking for are important for us in industry to help our industries and any potential other industries that are energy related to mature and move on to bring further revenue to the state of Wyoming. So I just wanted to make it clear that the industry section of our board really does support the ask that we're making to you.
Thank you. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 unrelated questions. I'll start with the easy one. What is your remote work policy, and do you have any, or telework rather, look at it, and do you have any employees that are living and working out of the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, our telework policy is the same as the state. We currently do not have any employees that, we have 2 that live in Pine Bluffs and make the trek over every morning, but other than that, we're all here in Cheyenne.
Very good. Then on to the more difficult question. It relates back to the question about the matching funds that are in the governor's office, but you're kind of the operator, the one handling all the applications and all of that. Are there any modifications to the way that it's currently structured that the legislature could do to make those funds more accessible, but also more efficient in how they're going out the doors? Any ideas that you might suggest to us that we could change and improve for you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters. That's a great question. You know, when we started, or when I started, I should say, we put some more structure around the program and did a quarterly cadence for industry to apply. They can submit a concept paper at any time. Given our staffing capabilities, we look at those in quarterly batches. So a good example, the next deadline is January 1. If you submit before then, we'll look at that this next quarter. If you submit January 5, that'll go into Q2. So as to any amendments or changes, I think as the fund itself, the footnote is very broad, which is easier for us to implement and is good. Some questions that have arisen are around in-kind contributions for the match. Some of the footnote itself does not require a match. Later on in the footnote, there's an earmark around some lithium and some other things that does require a 1-to-1 match. When the governor delegated the funds to the Energy Authority in his delegation letter, he required that they all be 1-to-1, which we have, I know Chief of Staff Perkins hit on this earlier this week, but we have well exceeded that. So that hasn't been an issue for getting grants out the door, but there has been questions around in-kind. So far, we have not allowed that, and advice of counsel that that's the way it's written currently, that we do not allow in-kind contributions to be part of that match. That's something we could certainly look at. It hasn't hindered projects to this point, but that's probably it. Just to touch on, so you all are aware, you know, the first tranche, say that you all appropriated was $100 million, then an additional 50 with the backstop of 80 as well. So 230 altogether. Where we are is that original pot of 100 million, assuming that if the governor is to approve the projects that are in front of him currently, that would bring that 100 million down to 15.3. And then we'd start moving into that $50 million pot. And I know Director McKay touched on this earlier this week as well. We are seeing a lot of interest in the program, which is great. I think the first round was about 112 million in applications. Second round was 141 million in applications. So there's a lot of demand, but we're also being very frugal with this fund. And as you all know, with some of the legislation that's passed out east, there's a lot of opportunity for energy-specific projects through tax credits and other means. So I do think the fund is operating as it was intended, and I don't have any major changes I would make to the footnote.
Follow up on that, Robin, you know, for the benefit of the committee, there's been some conversation. We have some specifically pinpointed, I think around 10 million for lithium. There's a window of opportunity for lithium and perhaps some other essential metals. We might consider expanding the language in that for that particular pot to allow some other type of metals or that would be available. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that is accurate. Currently that pot of 10 million has not been touched. We recently received an application for a lithium project that would be all in total with what they're asking. We haven't decided the funding yet, but around 800,000. So there's still plenty of money there. But as it's currently written, that pot is restricted to lithium. A welcomed change could be to expand that to DOE's list of critical minerals. That would hit cobalt, nickel, all sorts of other things, just to give us a little more latitude there would be welcome.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Please, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. You made reference to your council's interpretation that in-kind was not allowed. I don't know if you can share the legal opinion, but if you could give me some more detail on that, particularly as it pertains to each of the various tranches, because I'm interested where somebody comes to the table with in-kind, giving you folks at least a chance to look at it. And if it requires legislation, then I need to know that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, that's a good question too. The council, and given that this fund, we have an outside counsel as the Energy Authority. We don't go through the Attorney General's office, but given that this fund is housed in the governor's office, we do go through the Attorney General's office for these funds. So that is where that advice was given. I do think when you look at legislation, some of the discussions that around proposals have been around equipment-based in-kind sort of contributions versus, say, staff or those sort of things. So that could be an area to look at. But again, so far, it hasn't been a huge impediment to the.
Just if you can send me more detail on it, particularly as it relates to each of those, that'd be helpful. And then the fact that it might parse out differently, whether it's equipment or personnel or other, I'd like to have it look at that. I'd like to have a better understanding of that as well. Thank you, Ron.
And Director, if you would just direct that to all the committee, I think that'd be helpful. And then, Mr. Richards, if you could just remind us, did we not do that authorization in a section 300? And so if we was to make extend that into the next biennium or change the language, we would do it there. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And if you just want to carry it over, we would not make any changes and it would appear in section 303 with all of the other carryovers. If you wanted to modify the provisions, we would likely do that in a separate 300.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, I have a micronuclear reactor question. As you know, under current law, if a trona mine, for example, has a micronuclear reactor that it would use to generate electricity for its own operations, it's obligated to be the owner operator of that micronuclear reactor and is not allowed to subcontract out that service to someone who might actually know how to run a micronuclear reactor. Would a change in law allowing an industrial user to subcontract out that service, would that assist in making that program more viable?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I don't have a great answer for you on that yet. The BWXT project that we are doing, the first phase is to really look at that, look at the end users from, Trona mines have already expressed public support and interest in it. Timber mills, sugar beet farms, those sort of areas have looked into as well as actually some oil and gas operators that need quite a bit of energy looking into that. That is where this first phase is to really look at that. Is that an impediment to deploying these reactors at some point? And they have not wrapped up that phase yet, but once they do, I'd be happy to come back in front of the committee and discuss that.
Any other questions for the Energy Authority? Great conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next up, I think we've got the Community College Commission. Director Caldwell, is this our last dance? Dawn, if we get ahead enough, a little bit, maybe rather than continue to bring people in, we could jump to that ETS bill, fill the gap. Either way, but I'll kind of leave that to your discretion, but I think would be however you'd like to do that. Good morning. Dr. Caldwell, we'll turn the time over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. We are with you this morning for a fairly long time, and we have a conversation to have with all of you. I am Sandy Caldwell. I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Community College Commission. And with me, I have Dr. Ben Moritz. He's our Deputy Director. I have with me our Chief Financial Officer. That would be Mr. Michael Swank. You all know him well. And then also with us in this room, we have our Chief Technology Officer as well, Paris Eddie Byrne. And then I do anticipate that our Chairman, Megan Getz, will be with us this morning, either in person or she may be online. And then she's behind me, apparently. Commissioner Getz. And then I have quite a large group of folks that we come and represent for all of you. And I'm going to run through those individuals, and then I have some things to share with you, some news as well. I have with us this morning all of the college presidents except one who had to be out of town today. I'm going to introduce each one of those and share where they're all from. We have Dr. Brad Tendall. He is the president of Central Wyoming College, and he is our president of the presidents. We call him the POP, and that is the liaison with me to the executive council, which is made up of myself as the chair, the college presidents liaison by Dr. Tendall, the president of the presidents, and then ex officio on that is the executive director of the Association for Community College Trustees, the Wyoming Association for Community College Trustees, Dr. Darren Devine, who's the president of Casper College. We have Dr. Jeffrey Hawes. He's the president of Eastern Wyoming College. We have Dr. Janelle Oberlander, and she is going to be speaking with you in just a little bit. She's president of Gillette College. Dr. Joe Schaefer, president of Laramie County Community College. We have President Lisa Watson from Northwest College, and we have Dr. Kim Dale from Western Wyoming Community College. Not with us today because he did have to go out of town unexpectedly is Dr. Walter Tribley from Sheridan College. This is my last meeting, and you heard our good chairman mention that this is really my last. What a way to go out on your last day of work with a joint appropriations budget hearing, but that is the case as I'm retiring, and I'll be taking vacation for the last few weeks. But I am very pleased to share that the commission has appointed the person who will be replacing me, and I have absolute confidence in this person, and that will be Dr. Ben Moritz right here by me. So congratulations to Dr. Moritz. So you will continue to have a face that you know in this position. And just as a point of personal privilege, if I may, I would like to thank members of this committee who have really helped me over the last 6 years. And it's been really appreciated. A lot of how we are presenting today is based on your guidance. Some of it a little rough, but always appreciated. And I do want you to know that it has been quite a journey, and I really appreciate it.
So, Director Caldwell, we likewise would like to reciprocate that and just say thank you for your time here. Thanks for, there's never been any question about your dedication and your passion for community colleges, and know that the hours you put in have far exceeded what you probably had anticipated. We've recognized that, and thank you, and hope that you'll always feel welcome here and that you won't forget. Don't let the trail you leave behind overgrow. Come back and see us. And Dr. Moritz, we're way to go. Congratulations, and we look forward in establishing a relationship with you and working to in our community college system and how we see that evolve and transform over the next decade or so. Thank you. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I will, we do have a lot, and I do expect we'll take all the time. I will mention that at noon or whenever we get out, whenever you are done with us, I understand there's cake downstairs. So
So if we could, Director, what we'd like you to do is not spend time on your exceptions as a whole, but we would like you to go through your budget book by unit and
yes.
address your exception requests as we go through them.
Mr. Chairman, that is how we plan to proceed. And I will start off with just a few things that I wanted to make sure I'll frame the context of it. And then I will, Dr. Moritz is going to share a few points around the state of the agency, and then we will have Mr. Swank start right into those exception requests. Okay. So one thing I did want to mention to all of you is our appreciation in the governor's budget for the compensation for the community colleges and Wyoming Public TV. It's very important to us, very important for the colleges. And also in his budget, the recommendation for the Wyoming Innovation Partnership funding, that's been very beneficial for the colleges. Just as a reminder, the commission budget is a public budget. It is developed in a open and transparent process, starts in April, and all of the components of it that happen in hours happens in a very public way. We have actually shared this budget at the request of Joint Education Committee in their, what meeting was that? August meeting, just as the commission was about to adopt the budget. And then I did want to do a quick clarification that happened yesterday in the state construction on the Gillette projects. I want to thank the good Representative Walters for doing such a fine job on that transition of property. Those were anticipated, and there will be one more coming for Gillette. I just want to prepare everybody for that. And that was in the needs assessment study that was provided, I think, in 2020 as we were going through that process. So those were known
Director,
projects.
if I may,
Yes, sir.
while that's fresh on our memory, and you said there will be one more coming. When?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding, we will have Dr. Oberlander come up and talk a little bit about their status, but that is expected after they achieve their accreditation. Yes, after they achieve their accreditation, which they are deep in the process.
Okay, the reason for the question is if that was something that we needed to amend and do this year, that would be fine. But from what I'm understanding, that would maybe be in the supplemental budget or in future.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct.
Okay.
That was the option they chose to go forward with, and in that multiple ownership of those properties.
Okay.
Okay. So as we begin, I just want to, because we do have newer members, and thank you for those of you who had a chance to visit with us in advance. Keep in mind that the commission addresses and is responsible for a number of technology items and programs for the colleges as a function of the agency. And many of these, while most include the community colleges, many of our components also include the University of Wyoming. As the state agency, we have the ability to promulgate those rules, and that's why you were going to hear several of our technology requests include the university, and actually some include multiple entities and agencies as well that are housed in the commission. So you're going to hear that. And when we do get through with our commission component of our budget exception requests, I would request that we allow our president of the presidents, Dr. Brad Tyndall, come up. He has combined information across the college presidents. This is one of your strong suggestions to us. And maybe a couple of them too, you might want to ask some questions of. And then I would request that we turn it over to Ms. Joanna Kale. She is the new CEO of Wyoming Public TV, and she is here with us today to talk about her budget.
So structure-wise, we want to go completely through the budget. We'll hear Mrs. Kill on her budget before we, and if, depending on the time, then we'll consider. hearing
Mr.
from-
Chairman, absolutely.
Okay.
At your pleasure. Okay, so I do want to share that we have a lot of documents provided for you today. 19, I believe. We are not going to go through all 19. These were different documents that were requested by the chairman, and we wanted to make sure that they were available for you. We have the reason why there are so many is they are separated by topic, so that you don't have to try to figure out in one large document where the piece of information that you want. So they are separated out by topic to allow you very quick preview and to select whichever document you would like to see. We are going to reference a few of those more directly than others, and we have been asked on particular one of those when we get into the actual exception request to have a quick overview, as much as one can be done, of the biennial budget, how the state aid works, and the funding allocation model. So we were requested to do that, and we will take the time. And I think everyone knows when I say we, I mean Mr. Swank is going to do that. And he has done that many, many times. So, and just a quick overview, very quickly, I wanted to highlight the at-a-glance document that we do have. And it is the document that looks like this one, looks very similar to this one. It says at a glance. That is one that we put together after my very first joint appropriations budget hearing, when members requested I put together a quick hot sheet or give us some highlights and information about the colleges in a very, very quick way. So we wanted to provide that for you. As we go into these, I wanted to highlight that the request that we have was brought forward. And we have quite a lot of requests here that are really partitioned out for you. These are based on the requirements that you have for us. They are legislative. We're statutorily required to make requests. They are aligned with the statewide college system strategic plan, the commission priorities, and your legislative state interests. I wanted to quickly mention those because, Mr. Chairman, would you like for me to? Okay. Mention those because some years ago, I believe this was in 2009-10, the legislature put in place its state interests for the community colleges. The mission is established, by the way, for the college system by the legislature in the state's interests, and those interests are an educated citizenry, diversified economy, workforce development, efficient and effective systems, and accountability and improvement. And that's what you tasked us with. So that is what we do. And our budget request has to be aligned with the statewide college system strategic plan, which is we do have a summary, an executive summary of that strategic plan available for you. It is one of the attachments. And that is why you will see the budget follows very closely. The commission takes it very, very seriously what you have tasked them to do. So you will see things that are called out in that strategic plan that are then in the budget. So I'm going to do some quick highlights on some of the challenges that we have, and I think you all know that. And then I'm going to let Ben talk about some of the successes, because we've had a lot. And we're really, really proud of the things that you tasked the commission with that really came to fruition in this year. And we want to, instead of saying things are woe is me, we actually have a lot to celebrate. And we got to do that in the Joint Education Committee in November and wrap up their meeting with really exciting news that we were able to share. This is not a surprise to you. The sustainable funding continues to be a hot topic across. It's a priority. It is something that we're always focused on. This committee had us do a sustainable funding work group and submit recommendations to you, and we provided that. So you're going to see that in our budget request, in the biennial summary document that we provided at the request of the chairman. And Michael will go through that, Mr. Swank will go through that, does really highlight the unrestricted funding where it was and where it is now, so that you have a very clear picture of that for the colleges. At technology costs, we are the hub for a lot of technology, and we're happy to do that. It is a large part of our budget that we have, in fact, in our administrative budget. And then, of course, we're a small agency. You just heard that from another one of the you heard from Executive Director Krieger. But I say we're small and mighty. There's 12 of us, including me, but we have a large footprint, right? 8 community colleges, and then our good partner with the University of Wyoming, who I hear interesting things, but we work fabulously with the university, and I'm very pleased with that. I'm going to have Dr. Moritz go over some really quick successes, because I think you need to hear the good news sometimes too, right? Some things that actually really happened when you tasked them to us. So if I may, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Moritz.
Please, shortly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. And the messaging on brevity is clear. Thank you, Dr. Caldwell, for those kind words, and I look forward to working with everybody here in the future. Also, I appreciate that I get to get off on the right foot by giving you good news.
Mr. Chairman.
The bad news.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that better? I hope you can hear me a little bit
There we
better
go.
now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll bust out the teacher voice. So very quickly, some of the successes we wanted to talk about from this last year. Again, we've been ranked as one of the top 10 community college systems in the state, in the country. We are the #1 community college system in the state and one of the top 10 in the country. And of course, as a creation of the legislature, we thank you for that, and you deserve some of the credit there. The colleges do a great job, and it's wonderful to see them recognized for all the work that they do and the service that they do for our students. Another great thing that we've been able to do is move forward with the BAS programs, the baccalaureate degrees. 5 of the 8 colleges are now approved to offer those degrees, and since it has begun, we've already graduated or conferred 88 degrees so far. And those students who have received those degrees through surveys or through interviews, every single one of them that has been reached out to has confirmed that they would not have attended or pursued a bachelor's degree if they didn't have that opportunity at their local community college. So it's really serving a need in the state, and the community colleges are doing a great job of connecting their program offerings to the needs of their communities. We also are moving forward with the attainment efforts. The Educational Attainment Executive Council sunsetted, but it is the duty of the commission to follow through on their 5-year and 10-year strategic plan. And so a lot of the projects that we work on that are statewide, that involve not only the commission, but the colleges and many times the university, do serve the goals of that educational attainment plan. including the Common Course Numbering System, WIO transfer, and SLEDs. And we'll go into a little bit more on each of those later. WIP has been a wonderful experience. I believe, I thought I saw Executive Director Shanefield back there at some point, but maybe not. I think she's been coming and going. But it's a great opportunity to work not only with the colleges and the university, but also Department of Workforce Services, Department of Education, and really industry across the state. A lot of great strides have been made there. Of course, Dr. Caldwell referenced our statewide college strategic plan. You do have that handout there. We're really excited about that because we have identified metrics to track the progress of each and every goal in there, broken down by objectives. And we track that meticulously. And by we, I mean our wonderful policy analyst, Christy Clausen. There is that executive summary. We have spreadsheets and spreadsheets and spreadsheets. If you would like to get into the weeds on that, we'll be happy to give that to you. And of course, we go on to the SLEDs. We're very excited about that. That's the statewide longitudinal educational data system. You have 3 handouts on that. One is a translation of what statewide longitudinal educational data system means. A quick overview for those of you who may be new to working with that. Another one is a confirmation that we have met the federal requirements for creating a P20W, which is pre-K through grade 20, including the workforce data set. And we're very excited that we, and again by we, I mean our CTO, Paris Eddyburn, who heads up the executive board, which has representatives from all the participating entities, that really moves that forward. But we have our first dashboard out where you can now go online and identify and utilize this dashboard to find out how students who graduate with certain degrees, whether they stay in the state, how much they make 1 year after graduation, 5 years after, and 10 years after. It's a very valuable tool. And that works for not only the colleges, but the university as well. And the more data that we put in there, the more effective those tools will be. And it's really designed to address the needs of policymakers like yourselves, as well as the general population of the state. So we're really excited about that. And then the grant. We just wrapped up our phase 1 grant. We received over $3 million from the federal government to move that forward to get where we are now. The proof of concept dashboard that we just completed is one of the concluding activities from that first grant. And now we've received $3.75 million for the second grant, which will allow us to execute on this research agenda and really start to move a lot more projects and research questions through the pipeline. And the little hint that we see with the dashboard, we'll be seeing much more as we go through that second grant. So that's exciting. We've also are happy to welcome the Department of Family Services. They have now joined the WIP team and they're the SLEDs team. Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. We have too many acronyms. It's not my first day on the job yet, so I think I can get those mixed up. January 1st, you can call me on that. And so we're happy to welcome Department of Family Services and Director Schmidt. And there's some exciting opportunities there, including possibly working with them to incorporate eKids. That's one of our exception requests. We'll go into more detail on that later as well. And so with that, I think I'll turn it back to Dr. Caldwell and you can
Yeah,
start it.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to, because there are many requests within our exception requests related to Gillette College in their process of accreditation. If I would be permitted, I would like to bring Dr. Oberlander while I can share. She is the president of that college, and if she could come up, I would appreciate if she could have the mic just for a little bit so that she could give you an update on the status of Gillette, so that you would know exactly where they are. Mr. Chairman, if that be appropriate.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to update you on the progress of your newest community college in the state of Wyoming. Gillette College is underway. We are certainly in the midst of the accreditation process. It is a multi-step and multi-year process. And once we are through to initial accreditation, as my colleagues know, it is an ongoing process. Accreditation work never ceases. So Gillette College has gotten through the first step. We have had our eligibility interview. You do have that letter from the Higher Learning Commission in your packet for review. We were pleased at how that evaluation and interview went with our friends from the Higher Learning Commission. We are now moving forward to the eligibility stage. And so in March of 2024, we will submit our letter of intent to file eligibility. That step leads us forward. Right now, we're on a 2-year timeframe to submit that letter. Of course, for me, I would like to submit it tomorrow, but my colleagues certainly help me make sure we're following process and making sure we have the evidence necessary for these steps. So in 2024, we'll submit our letter of intent to file eligibility. That reduces the timeframe to a year in order to do our eligibility filing. Each step along the way requires more and more evidence. And so right now what we're building is more evidence along the way. We would like to make sure that particularly our third full audit is complete by the time we submit our eligibility. That will be done a year from now, that third full audit. And then we'll move forward. Once we're through the eligibility stage, once we achieve that, we move into candidacy and into initial accreditation. So we're on our way. We had no concerns through the first stage. We're very pleased. Those 900 pieces of evidence that were submitted certainly established our ability to seek accreditation in the state of Wyoming. So we're very pleased with that. The full staffing transition is complete. We early on established that process with the Northern Wyoming Community College District, and we did that transition in stages. And the last group to come across were our faculty. And the faculty are now fully employed and fully engaged with the Gillette Community College District. And so you'll see that information. We fully incur the cost, salary and benefits. And of course, at this stage in our history, we do not receive reimbursement from the state for those health insurance or retirement benefits. And we estimate that cost at this point to be about $2.8 million to the state, which of course can be reallocated to my colleagues at the other community college district to help with other expenses that you may be considering. And I think Dr. Caldwell will speak to that here in just a few minutes. Other pieces, of course, that we continue to work through, the institutional technology infrastructure, the IT systems. We are currently engaged with Elucian, as are our other colleagues. We are the only institution that has the cloud-based system because Elucian no longer does on-site premise. So we received permission from the governor through Dr. Caldwell to go forward with that. It was wonderful news because we thought we were going to be delayed, but we were able to begin standing up our IT system. We're in progress with that. We'll begin standing up the student modules, working on that in January, and anticipate having those systems fully up by fall semester. So we're looking forward to that as well. Again, Gillette Community College District incurs the full cost of those systems. We do not receive reimbursement from the state at this time. In June, the Board of Trustees approved the first strategic plan for the district. Of course, that's an important document. You can see it there on our website. The link is in your report. We are currently working on those tactics and objectives. And of course, as we prepare the fiscal year 25 budget, that budget will tie into our strategic plan, and you'll see that reflected. It's an important piece for accreditation, so we're pleased to be through that. Of course, this fiscal year 25 will be our fourth budget year. Our budget certainly has gone from 1.1 million, which was our first fiscal year, which after the election, we had to have operating budget. That first fiscal year budget came from reserve from the Northern Wyoming Community College District, which was 1% funding from the city of Gillette and Campbell County, as well as BOCHI's funds that were being held in reserve. Those reserves were transferred back to Gillette Community College. And that $1.1 million was our first operating budget for the new district. We moved into our second year, which included costs for some of the staff to come across, and also the operating expenses, which were insurance for buildings, building maintenance, those types of expenses, which was $16 million. And now in our third fiscal year, we're at $26 million, which we anticipated. We anticipated those costs because just as my colleagues behind me, the cost of doing business has increased. The inflationary costs are significant. And so we anticipate our fiscal year 25 budget being very similar to fiscal year 24. Finally, I would just like to commend our Board of Trustees. I am blessed with this phenomenal group of elected officials who care very deeply for not only our state, our community, but for Gillette College. And they are phenomenal. We did, within about the first year, of course, we did lose 2 trustees. Mr. Frank Stevens passed away unexpectedly on September 4th. And unfortunately, Dr. Olden Odekoven passed away on October 4th. And so we had to replace 2 of our founding board members. That's a difficult thing for a board of trustees, especially a new board of trustees, to have to do. But with the loss of Dr. Odekoven and Frank Stevens, Mr. Larry Smith and Ms. Terry Anderson joined our board, and they haven't missed a step at all. So we're very blessed. As a reminder, that entire board has to go up for election in November of 2024, and that will set the staggered terms for our board of trustees. So your newest college in Gillette, in Wyoming, Gillette Community College District, is well underway, and I would be happy to answer questions if you have any. Otherwise, I will certainly yield to Dr. Caldwell.
Questions, Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman, so right now Gillette Community College is receiving no money from the state, which of course we like, right? But my question is sort of longer term, do you think that'll be sustainable, that you just won't need any state aid at all?
Present.
Chairman, Representative, thank you for that question. It's one of the top 3 questions I get asked. You're right, correct. Gillette Community College District does not receive funding from the state. I will tell you, we did receive WIP funding, which is helping us stand up our workforce development program, specifically a CDL program. So we did receive WIP funding, which we're very grateful for. But at this time, no, we don't have any other state funding coming in. I wish I had a magic ball or a crystal ball that could tell me. Our funding, just as everybody else, is based on what state valuation is, what our valuation is within our county for our mill levy. If that goes down, likely our mills will go up. Right now, we don't anticipate. We have a board of trustees and an administration that is very dedicated to ensuring that our budget meets what we need to have a full and stable operation, but we certainly do not want to overburden our stakeholders, our taxpayers, and our industry. Might it in the future? I just don't know. But right now, we're very dedicated to making sure we stand up a budget that absolutely supports what we need, but is not in excess of what we need.
Further questions? Senator Kinski?
And I'm not sure if this is for you. I'm still reeling from finding out about Odekoven and Stevens. I didn't realize that. I knew them both. Frank,
Move them. Thank you.
the loss of both of those folks. I'm sorry to hear that. Frank Stevens was a good friend. I had about an hour plus on the phone driving down with Ms. Caldwell and Aaron Taylor. And there were a couple of items in the budget that it's probably important that we understand them now before we get on the floor, where it did show some money being expended by you on behalf of Gillette College. And you said that was due to something about your invoicing system, but you would be paid back by Gillette College. But and I can't find it in here, but there's some items where it looks like you're spending money for Gillette College. So maybe you should explain that here before we get to the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, yes, that is correct. That is noted in each one of those items, which ones we will be funding or requesting funding from the special revenue. That'll be from Gillette because we already have those contracts. There are specific ones that we still have to write, that we have to get those contracts done, is the cash flow. When we get to each one of those items, Mr. Swank will let you know, because what will happen is those funds will be reverted. Absolutely. So we know that in advance, what those costs are going to be. We will be billing Gillette College. Gillette College already has that either in their budget now or anticipated for their next annual budget, because they budget on an annual basis. So you are correct, and we will absolutely be noting that, and we will list the.
Just want to avoid any confusion out on the floor. Thank you.
Further questions? Dr. Oberlander? Thank you. And congratulations. It's a big step forward.
Thank you, Chairman. And might I just add that the last buildings that will be transferred are county-owned buildings. So the county and the current county commissioners have chosen to hold the ownership of those until we reach accreditation. Now, should that change, we'll come back through the capital construction. They're aware that takes about a year of time. So, but Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an update.
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to really expand on something that you heard from Dr. Oberlander, and that is that Gillette Community College District in that current state has actually helped us on the budget side. And in particular, this has to do with the transition of the faculty from not just faculty and staff, from Sheridan College to Gillette College. When that happened, Gillette had to pick up the full freight, meaning the health insurance premiums and the retirement contributions in that. And along with the very judicious work of the colleges on managing positions, in which you do have a summary of the employees and the health insurance, the number of funded positions, we actually are not going to be in a deficit. We do not anticipate a deficit in our health insurance pool from those very specifics. So between Gillette College and, as I like to say, Northwest College, where President Watson is the vice president, and also her three, she's the president and her three vice presidents, because she's still, all of those positions do not have a permanent person in them. But we do have that expectation. That's unit 0202. Did I get that right, Michael? 0202. Okay. And with that, we have a recommendation for you on the denied exception requests, particularly on the technology side. The amount of that balance, if we were allowed to maintain those funds, it would cover those costs rather than if we had to do the subject to reversion. So it was one of the things that we were asked, is there a way to cover these costs with any other funding? Asking if we had solutions. That was one of the ones we wanted to bring to your attention.
So Michael, when we go through the budget, let's have that conversation.
All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I am going to keep rolling here. I wanted
So
to.
Dr. Caldwell, so I just want to emphasize again, it's really important that we get on the budget. And I'd like to stick with the budget now until you get done. If we've got some extra time, we can hear stuff, but
Yes, sir.
that's the
Yes, sir.
point of this.
Yes, sir. So we are moving to the exception requests. So I want to frame those.
Dr. Caldwell, we want you to start going
Right,
through the
just
units.
go right through them.
I
Okay.
want to hear the exception requests as they come in the units.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chairman, I understand. I want to move on then to Mr. Swank, and he will reference the specific page numbers for you as we go through it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Swank, CFO for the Wyoming Community College Commission. I'll be going through kind of the itemization of our exception requests within our budget. Just for reference, the summary table on all those exception requests are on page 22 and 23. The first exception requests begin on page 28 and 29, and that would be our priority number 1 request for a workforce development and projects coordinator position. One of the things we did want to make clear is that while the commission's top priority is kind of stability and stabilized funding and sustainable funding for the commission or colleges, we are also tasked with a lot of different ways to support the colleges. And the commission recognized that in trying to get us to work with all the different technology and programs. Since 2019, the commission's been required to be responsible for the Wyoming Works program, the Wyoming's Tomorrow scholarship, even though it's not currently fully funded, we're working on the Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow scholarship. Okay. And then we also have we've been working with the University of Wyoming and several state agencies on the WIP initiative out of the governor's office. So those 3 large projects, particularly related to workforce, we come to you with this request. The commission comes to you with this request for 1 additional position. One of the things I did want to note is we did discuss staffing levels with the Joint Transportation Transportation Highways and Military Affairs Committee this interim. They were particularly concerned with some of the coordinating and making sure that veteran services on both the college campuses and University of Wyoming receive some support. We do support them. It's just a matter of it's not in a defined position, a defined role. You will see that we've submitted a letter, or we've copied you on the letter that they submitted to you earlier. It's one of our attachments, to recommend at least a half-time position to focus on veteran services among the institutions. We did let them know that the commission was anticipating this full-time position request. And we believe that we can fold in the workforce development and the veteran services components into a full-time position. So this is kind of meeting the Joint Transportation Committee's recommendation, as well as the commission's request to focus it, some of it on the workforce development side as well.
So, Michael, the governor's denied that. Could you share with us any of the conversation that took place on, or Dr. Caldwell? Just kind of give us a flavor of that conversation.
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat? I didn't quite hear all of that.
So the governor's denied it in his recommendation. I just like, on these that he's denied, if you could just kind of, as you go through, just kind of give us a flavor of the conversation and help us understand maybe the basis for his decision.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding, I don't have any direct knowledge as to why that position was denied. I think it was, I don't speak for the governor. I would expect that it just has to do with the fact that it is a position and trying to keep things lean in the state. And I would just say we're a small agency and we have a lot of work.
Michael,
Mr. Co-Chair,
please.
Michael, I've got quite a few pieces of paper here. Page 28 refers just to the workforce development, but you've kludged it together now with the veterans discussion. I've got a letter on a part-time veterans person. Where is the letter that talks in more greater detail about the workforce development projects coordinator, or is there another letter?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, the letter is only from the Joint Transportation Committee related to the veteran services piece. Anything related to the workforce development side is in our budget in this request.
And follow on, Mr. Chairman, please.
Please.
Sheridan College has a veterans coordinator. I don't know where the funding comes from. I suspect the VA. What is this position going to do that the veterans coordinator at the local community college level is not already doing?
Please, Dr. Caldwell or Dr. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, thank you for that question. Each of the colleges has its own staff that deals with veteran services. What the Joint Transportation Committee was especially interested in is how do we coordinate those efforts, particularly with transitioning from civilian life into the colleges and then transitioning from the colleges to the university for transfer. So working with Marty Martinez, if you know him over at UW, there is a significant amount of collaboration, coordination that needs to take place, as well as marketing and getting information out about opportunities at the colleges. And that's really where the Transportation Committee, to paraphrase my understanding of what they were looking for, is to put more resources to kind of complete the loop there for veterans and active duty.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-on, please,
Please.
Mr. Chairman. So on the workforce development coordinator, are they also going to maintain a bridge to the workforce development services? And then we've got a data genius over there. It's always looking at jobs and trends. I toured a community college in South Dakota, and from their commission or somebody at the state, they were always projecting how many positions are going to be in most short supply 5 and 10 years out. I don't know that we have that kind of data to drive our capital improvement plans or our hiring plans for community colleges. Is this person going to put us on a more robust data-driven track for planning?
And
Dr. Moritz.
thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Kinski. This person will not be a data scientist themselves, but they will have access to that data. We acquire that from various sources right now, and we're looking to do additional research. SLEDS has workforce data, workforce outcomes in it now, and future research questions will be able to address that. Primarily, each college, as you referenced, has workforce coordinators. Those workforce coordinators meet regularly to share information, to identify those needs, and we used to have an additional position at the commission, which gave us additional capacity to help coordinate those efforts. After the cuts in 2020 and 2021, We don't have as much capacity to do so. So this would, again, just like coordinating the efforts and completing that communication loop on veterans affairs, they would also be able to do that. And because of that additional effectiveness, be able to utilize that data more effectively.
Follow on. I'm sorry, going clear back to my last community college president, I have this communication thing because you guys talk in education needs. I just need to see what the outcomes look like. What is this person going to deliver? Because it's, why should all 7 colleges struggle to forecast what demand is going to be? Department of Workforce Services has an initiative where they're trying to do it, but we were lumped in a region for all of Northeast Wyoming, and they showed that we had a shortage of coal truck haul drivers, which doesn't apply in Sheridan County. So Robin is going to try and become more granular in that data. I need to know that you're going to be combining your planning efforts with all the other parts of so that we're getting a more robust, data-driven, so that if we know we're going to be short welders, we know how many, we know how much capacity we've got to add. Right now, we're out of space in Sheridan College for welding, and we still can't generate enough welders. It'd have been nice to know 5 years ago we could have foreseen this coming and worked it into our capital improvement plans. It's that sort of thing.
Right.
And the other one is, are they going to help coordinate the schools and the colleges on Perkins grants?
Yes.
All the schools and all the colleges are doing their own thing on Perkins. It's a complete waste of resource. Will this person coordinate that?
Senator Kinski, yes, and yes, and yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this person there are discrepancies in the access to data, and I think that's what you're getting at. Different workforce development folks at the different colleges, they need data to make those forecasts. And a lot of times they do that locally. There are state initiatives to do though. You mentioned DWS that's doing that. This person would be able to coordinate, connect those dots, also coordinate work on Perkins, and also dual and concurrent enrollment, because that's another key piece, especially in the CTE area. Right now, we do all of these things off the sides of our desk, and this person would be able to unify that and create a more strategic and centralized means of support.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, Representative Zwanitzer, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Moritz, on your list of 17 exceptions that you have here in your budget, where would you rank this particular request?
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Zwanitzer, number 1, we have it as our top priority.
Follow up.
Okay, they appear to me that your priorities are going by units and divisions, but this list is your top priorities from 1 to 17.
Yes, it is.
In clarification, Dr. Moritz, if you refer back to your priority list, they aren't by unit, but they're in list of priority importance to. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, can I defer to Dr. Caldwell? I think she can answer that better.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on your page 22 and 23, it has the list in priority order. So you will see that priority, that one is listed as number 1. As we proceed through the budget book, and the page and the units are not in the order of the priorities,
Right.
correct? And so I think that's important to know. It just happened that our number 1 priority happened to be the first one. I will mention, and Mr. Swank is going to say this, we really have 2 number 1 priorities. And that is because it takes a lot to coordinate across the colleges, which frankly, they're the most important part of, they are the work we do. And so I wanted to throw that out there as Mr. Swank goes on to the next item in the budget book. Did that answer your question?
Hey, Michael?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As just going off of what Dr. Caldwell just said, we can't do 1A and 1B. So we did priority 1 and priority 2. So the priority 2 is actually in the state aid, but we will move forward in this administrative division with the additional priorities. Priority number 3 is our second priority in the administrative division, our administrative unit. And this is the post-secondary education economic analysis. This comes to you as part of the educational attainment, post-secondary educational attainment strategic plan that was implemented at the request of the legislature and the Educational Attainment Executive Council, which sunset last year. We did do some preliminary discussions with the executive director of the WIP initiative to see if there were any remaining funds under that initiative that could be utilized for this purpose. The recommendation was that we continue to submit this in the request, and we were notified that the WIP initiative would not be able to fund this particular request. So we bring this to you. It has been about almost 10 years since the last analysis was provided to the state related to post-secondary education. This would include the colleges and UW within this analysis. And this particular request will hopefully be completed fairly quickly if it is funded. Okay. The next priority within the administrative unit is the priority number 4, College Administrative Computing System Maintenance. So we have 2 requests related to this one. And before I get into the technology, because this is our first technology request, I did want to note that basically almost all the remainder requests within this unit are information technology related. We did provide to you a second handout related to what you might call a higher than average technology cost for an agency of our size. We have a small staff, but the vast majority of our technology is related to the colleges and University of Wyoming and the systems we have to procure and administer and contract for those particular institutions. So about 85 to 90% of all of our technology costs are actually not related to the commission proper, the commission staff and the commission's operations. This particular request is the College Administrative Computing System. It is required that the commission procure and administer this system. The system has been in place for a few decades now, and this is also the first time that we have to look at the addition of another community college and a community college district. So this is where, as Senator Kinski noted, this is the first request we have with the reference to Gillette College and including it within the budget. This particular system, we were able to, we got approval from the Department of Administration and Information, the governor's office, to make a contract extension for this system so that we can prepare for what will be an upcoming RFP process, a competitive bid process next year. So with this particular extension, we brought in Gillette College and we actually already formalized the contract, implemented it, and therefore we know what Gillette College's share of that cost is. So that's why this request is both general fund, which is the community colleges that were already in place, and then Gillette College's portion of that to get their system up and running and functioning. So that's why you'll see other funds or special revenue in that place for the amount that Gillette College will pay us for this particular portion of the information technology. Are there any questions on this particular request?
Please proceed. Go ahead, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, it shows that there's 736,000 of other funds. What are those funds?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, those would be payments or reimbursements from Gillette College to the commission. Because Gillette College will be paying for their entirety of their share of the system.
Please.
Mr. Chair, the next priority, priority number 5, the College Administrative Computing System preparation for competitive bids. So as I prepped just a minute ago, even though we have an extension, and our extension actually goes out through fiscal year 2028, so roughly 4 years from now. However, this is a very large system. It encompasses 8 institutions. We're a small staff, and while we try to maintain our experience and expertise and trying to manage all these, we submitted this request to ETS and the governor's office to allow us to hire a consultant to help us navigate that RFP process for this large system. The request is actually for $520,000. We did work with ETS in the interim since our initial preparations, and we agree with their recommendation of $408,000. Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this 480,000, would that be pretty typical of what it would take to prepare a bid package for a agency, whether it's a community college or one of the 5 elected officials or anybody?
Mr. Chairman, I won't speak directly for ETS, but in preparation for our request, We did our own estimate and then they refined it through their own technology channels to make sure that this would be proper amount for our particular RFP process. In terms of another agency, depending on size and the type of system, I cannot answer that question.
So in clarifying, Michael, this isn't just for the preparation, this is to fund the RFP, so they would to provide to fund that RFP when the bids come in, correct? Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next priority in our administrative unit is another technology request, priority number 6. Now, this is a two-part request. These are two systems. The first one is what is called Academy One, or the WIO transfer system. It was required of the commission with the Common College Transcript. That's the other name it goes by. Legislation that passed in 2018 and 2019. The system is almost fully implemented. This particular request, and I believe in your budget book, it's actually, the amounts are swapped. This particular request should be $120,000, not $200,000. And this would be to maintain the system as well as bring in Gillette College. Again, for Gillette College, we would implement the contract and they would reimburse us for their share of that cost. The second portion of this particular priority is the course sharing platform. This was a project developed under the WIP initiative. We have not actually selected a vendor yet, so this request may be slightly premature, but we're trying to provide a full biennial perspective of what we might need for the next biennium. So this one, it would be, once we find a vendor or select a vendor and contract, we would know what Gillette's portion of that would be as well. And whatever was not used for Gillette's, or what was used for Gillette's portion would revert. Do you want to add?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this would be one if you would prefer it to come back after that contract is completed out of the WIP effort. We could certainly consider that in the supplemental budget if you would prefer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next priority in the administrative unit is priority number 7. And this is related to the state longitudinal education data system. And I believe Dr. Moritz mentioned this particular request upcoming. This is a 2-component request as well. We try to make sure we kept most of the SLED's information or items in one request. So the 2 parts, the first one is to maintain the current data environment and the servers that we employ, and that is $134,352. The second component is what Dr. Moritz mentioned earlier, is the integration of the Early Childhood Integrated Data System, or EKIDS, from the Department of Family Services. This was the Department of Family Services is on the executive board of the SLEDs, and we are also working on integrating other additional data from Department of Family Services, like their juvenile justice and child welfare data. This is a separate set of data, and you will also notice that there is a similar but not the same type of request in the Department of Family Services budget. Well, we were requested to carry this particular request in our budget to provide that look at how it would come into SLEDs. The request is for $800,000, and the difference in between this request and what is in DFS is about $530,000. There are basically 3 issues here. There is a financial concern, the difference in cost. The technology concerns, there are different solutions. There's the SLEDs environment incorporated into the longitudinal network or longitudinal environment. And then there's our policy considerations about whether that particular data should stay separately and be integrated with the other early childhood or education data that that system may employ at a later date. So those are kind of the differences between the requests. The last thing I did want to note is that the commission has applied for a second or a different federal grant. I believe it's about $1.75 million that would actually fund this integration if it is awarded. However, we will not know if we are awarded that grant until April of 2024. So obviously that's after legislative session. So to make sure that we covered this particular item within the SLEDs, we requested this $800,000 in this request. I will also note that this is an initial transition amount. The ongoing expense will not be the same amount. It will be lower.
Clark, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Swank, to go back to the prior item, and you may have already explained this, but on page 32, the any Academy One and course sharing platform, a portion of that request was to just incorporate Gillette College into an existing system about common college transcripts that's actually mandated by 2019 statute. So, but then the governor has recommended denial of the request. And my question is that denial because Gillette doesn't need it yet, or what's Gillette supposed to do? You may have already explained that, but I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, in order for Gillette, so to answer the question first about Gillette, these systems have to be up and running at Gillette in order for them to proceed in their accreditation process. So time really does matter so that they can show their fully functioning college when they get to that candidacy stage. This is a statutory request for us to make. It's a shall make this request. We do not know the reason for the denial portion of this request because it is the WIO transfer. So I would have to defer that to someone who knows the answer to that.
Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not the expert on this, but the reason for the denial is there's a requirement for community colleges to implement certain taxes before we can start using state funds. I think that's what the status of this request is.
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman, so I had thought that your plan of action, since they're not eligible for state aid, was that you pay for it and then Gillette reimburses you for it. Would you expect to follow that procedure with this exception request on page 32 also?
Michael?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, yes, that is the process we would implement. I'm not sure the reference that Mr. Hibbard was making in terms of the taxes. The issue with Gillette College is that by statute, a college district can receive state aid through the commission. I'm not commenting on how they receive state aid under the WIP initiative, but through the commission's budget, unless they levy 4 mills of property tax and are accredited. Gillette College does not meet either of those requirements. So they are paying for all the types of systems and staff and all that sort of stuff that the other colleges receive state support for. When or if they make those meet those requirements, the commission will consider them within the state aid portion proper of our budget. But again, yes, we will be, since these requirements, the statutory requirements are to include all community college districts, regardless of what their funding is, we have to make sure that we are covering them within our budget. Again, they will reimburse us for their portion of the cost until they are eligible for state aid.
So, Michael, I want to, and we might want to have our DFS folks come up, but because I'd like to go to this SLEDS conversation, as I've gone through their budget, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that because to me, it gets a little wonky. So, if I understand it correctly, there was a preschool development grant that was awarded to a private, not to a nonprofit entity, but it required a state agency to administer or at least be the pass-through. So those funds then were directed, your agency, DF Department of Family Services, inherited that responsibility. Funds come in, then you went to the nonprofit, then who engaged a contractor that developed this early childhood integration data system we refer to as eKids. That contract runs out, that grant runs out at the end of 24. Or, it expires in 24, if I read that. So then the issue is do we, the grant's over, how do we integrate the information in a secured, safe space on the preschool data that actually kind of fits with what we do with SLEDS? So I just want some verification when I get done with this. And so then the thought is perhaps that SLED space could host that. hence I think it's in your budget. Then there was some thought that, or some suggestion that, no, we don't want it in the SLED's place. We would put it in DFS budget and I assume go out with an RFP and bid for that. If the same contractor got it, fine, but if not, they didn't. Projected costs are higher than having it hosted on the SLEDs. Am I seeing that right? And so can you help me, walk me through with that? So is there downside to not having it hosted on SLEDs?
Mr. Chairman, Roxanne O'Connor, Support Services Senior Administrator for Department of Family Services. That was a very good recap of where we're at. Just a couple of clarifying points. The preschool development grant actually ends December of 2023. Wyoming has been awarded a no-cost extension as well as carryover supplemental grants that will take the grant dollars through September of 2024. That is when the preschool development funding will run out and eKids will need some sort of funding sustainability option if we're going to continue with that program. But yes, the rest of your recap was spot on. To answer your question about a downside of SLEDs, there are some unique components of eKids, one of those being that there are other states that feed their data into eKids, their early care and education data into eKids. So we're able to leverage that data to do some modeling across Wyoming for different policy questions such as availability or supply and demand of childcare or other early care and education services. So really, there are pros and cons to both options, and it comes down to a policy decision of, do we want to look at trying to integrate into eKids, have all of that data in one place, have that managed outside of DFS, the DFS hosted environment, or do we want to keep the early care and education data at DFS on the DFS hosted environment with some of those positive things that come from eKids.
I'll follow up with a question, because in the conversation then I think that as this information was gathered, there then is the argument that it integrates well with the information that we gather with SLEDs, and having that available to be accessed as a whole in the SLED system has value. So you're saying the downside would be then you wouldn't have access to other states, but the upside would be it would be integrated with our kids within the state. So have the agencies evaluate? Well, let me ask one other question. So if we moved it to SLEDs, do we have the ability under the format that it's been developed thus far to move it to SLEDs?
Mr. Chairman, yes, for the Wyoming specific data that would be a part of eKids, DFS owns that data. And so we would, our data at least, and we would be able to move that over to SLEDs. We would need permission from the other state agencies that contribute to eKids, which is the Wyoming Department of Health for the IDEA programs and the Department of Education for Head Start and TANF pre-K programs. We would need to have some governance structure and agreement to make sure that they agree that that information can transfer into SLEDs or be incorporated into SLEDs.
So I guess where I'm at a loss is I see the argument, but I don't see an agreement on where it should belong. And that makes it difficult. We're just trying to do the right thing. We want to get this in the right place. There's a fair argument. I must confess that it seems like it would have great value of having it available on a statewide basis. So I would just throw that out there as food to chew on before I think next week you guys come in front of us and maybe we could pursue that a little further and look at this. But I'm assuming that the governors denied putting it on sleds in favor of it being hosted at a higher cost with an outside vendor in the Department of Family Services. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Chairman, not wanting to speak for the governor's office,
Why?
that would that's a fair assessment.
Director or Dr.
Mr.
Calder?
Chairman and members of the committee, and just for a little bit further clarification, the SLEDS E-Board includes the Department of Education, Superintendent of Public Instruction is a voting member on that, as is Director Schmidt. I will share that the SLEDS Executive Board, and it has to be everyone has to agree, did formally vote to approve that transition should that policy decision occur, because it does provide the power of the longitudinal data. It lets us know what happens in our state over a long term. I will share we also have the capacity of the census data, and we are participating state in that. I don't know if we would be able to gain that other information, but we could certainly work on it. We do have this grant application pending. It is restricted through the use through the Department of Ed and the Commission for the SLEDS Environment. So that grant, if we were to receive the grant, which I do not know if that's going to happen, and it remains as a standalone in DFS, which is certainly a policy decision for you to make, we would not be able to access that grant. So it is provisional that it be integrated and is for the purpose of adding it to the state SLEDS system. So just some clarification there.
Stay tuned. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Roxanne. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Swink, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next priority in the administrative unit is priority number 8, Tableau licensing and servers. This is, again, a two-part request. The first portion is the expected maintenance increase that we were provided from the vendor Tableau. This particular what am I thinking here? This particular system or software is what we utilize to do a lot of our reporting and dashboarding for the commission and the colleges. The colleges use this as well. The increase is appreciable, and actually that has spurred the commission. Our chief technology officer is already engaging the colleges and related staff about trying to see if there is another option. The only challenge is potentially that we would need to have time to transition from this particular vendor to another one. So this particular request is essential to make sure that we don't, so that we meet our statutory obligations for analysis and reporting. The second piece of this is a request by DFS that we carry this particular system on the servers managed by ETS, and that is the $88,000 that is partial to this request. Mr. Chairman, priority number 9.
Mr.
Yes.
Schwenk, I think with our good chairman's blessing, we'll time for a break.
Okay.
And 15 minutes. 15 minutes and we'll be back. Okay. Okay, if we can circle the wagons and we'll start cooking some bacon again. Okay. Mr. Swank, I think we're on page 35, priority number 9 on your software. If we're right, if you want to just,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are correct. We are on priority number 9, page 35. And one of the things I forgot to mention earlier is that while we have a lot of requests, almost all of them are directly impacting the colleges or UW. There's only 2 requests that actually impact directly the staff of the commission. One is the position request, which we've already discussed, and this priority number 9. In the past few years, due to the amount and the size and the varied nature of all the technology that the commission has to administer, we kind of have a plan in place to keep all the staff updated and maintain some of that expertise and knowledge. This particular request, it meets that purpose in that this helps fund specific training and travel so that we can stay up to date on the college administrative computing system and other various systems that we have to administer. So that, while we're a small staff, we have to make sure that we have a wide breadth of knowledge. And that's what this particular request is for. This would fund those particular trainings over the next biennium. Go ahead.
so Michael, did you guys in the step 2, step 3 cuts, where did you guys take cuts? Was this one of the areas?
Mr. Chairman, the primary areas were in state aid, and we did lose 1 position and some of the technology, correct? This area.
Thank you. So if you have some exception requests where you're putting money back in to replace those, to restore those cuts, would you just make us aware of that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. This particular request is a similar request that was funded in the prior biennium, or I guess in this current biennium. So the last time this was addressed was in the 23-24 budget. Mr. Chairman, the next request is priority number 10. This is a follow-on where these are smaller pieces of our IT network that we need to have, that are essentially needed to be funded so that we can pay for the costs and services, particularly services that we utilize with ETS. We have to get our security certificates. We have some contractual data services, data scientist services. We have the maintenance of our website, those types of things that will keep our commission ongoing.
So there's consecutive denials from the governor's office. And I think it would be useful, helpful if we knew what the thought process was or the concepts of it. So when we do our deliberations, we know what's.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to these collaboratively because you're correct. The issue that we had with the Community College Commission, particularly on the IT, was that the issue that we had with the community colleges related to IT in particular was they did not comply with the expectations of the approval process. We did not have the ETS information in hand and have those reviews completed. We worked diligently at the tail end, but at the time of the budget, we did not have the ETS information that we needed to make these approvals.
We're going to have some
Mr. Chairman.
updates for us.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was a blue book that was handed out that may detail that, but I'm not cognizant of any change in recommendation.
That goes back to the question is, did he deny him because the applications weren't submitted timely or because he just disagrees and has a different agenda? What we want to know what's the thought
Mr.
process.
Chairman, on the ETS, on an enterprise basis, there's an expectation when you submit your budget and that you've worked collaboratively with ETS throughout the summer with those requests. And then ETS has the opportunity to validate those requests. This is an enterprise requirement. The community colleges had not met that expectation when the budget was delivered by the governor. I'm not cognizant of which ones they have addressed since then. And if it's a decision that the governor has in this document, I would need to approach him for a change. The expectation is that his recommendation until such time as I've been cognizantly told it's different.
So I appreciate that. And so hopefully that can happen between now and January to address these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd follow up on that to another question for Kevin then, because I'm confused and maybe I'm just not understanding the process, but on page 38 in their exception request, it gets down to the subsection E, which is one of the expectations. It says ETS approval number, and then there's 4 approval numbers listed there. So, and then this one is denied. So based on the logic just presented, either those numbers aren't sufficient. That's why I say I don't fully understand the process, but apparently they did go through the ETS process.
Mr. Chairman, that could be, and we very well could have got those approval numbers at the tail end, but we did not have the change of the decision by the governor. We have a document that we use to control exactly what the governor's intent is on those. And you have to understand, we're dealing with thousands of these. And the process would be very helpful if they went to the ETS meetings like they do with every other day. You heard me speak yesterday. We have meetings every year with all the agencies on ETS. There's ETS representatives, there's state budget department representatives, and there's agency representatives. That process did not happen. And when you get to the 11th hour, it's impossible for us to move the machine to that extent. So my point would be, not just only on this, my point would be that if you're asked a question, please respond to it. Please give us the information so we can make our decisions. This is not the only area where the state budget department requested for information and we never received it.
Dr. Caldwell?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we did work throughout this summer with ETS. We have a complicated budget with a lot of components. As we'd shared, it was an iterative process. The balance of these have been, we had just had a discussion with the interim director, T.R. Sheehan. I will tell you, ETS has been wonderful to work with. They actually have been quite good. We have a lot of complicated components, but all of these have been through that process. There were a few of those, mostly related to the 400 series that did not need prior, that we have since, did not, in prior budgets did not need that. We have worked through all of those components with ETS. So I do want to acknowledge all of those were worked on. We did work with them iteratively because it is complicated and all of those have been worked through.
So, kind of the conversation we need to have, just need to bring ETS into the conversation. There you are, TR. Where's there? I don't blame you. I'd sit in the corner too. So tell us where we're at, leading up to the budget and where we're at now. We do believe in redemption.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, T.R. Sheehan, Interim Director for ETS. Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, to answer some of the question, there were a couple items on the commission's request that I personally accidentally marked as a not recommend. I did submit a note on those to help correct those. One of them was related to training. I'd have to go back. Yeah, the other was some server storage. There were a couple items that I think on the priority. Can I steal that?
What page is that, Erica?
Yeah, so it's partway through page kind of 123.
I think on priority 8, for example, I did push back on that request because of some of the challenges in licensing increased costs. That particular vendor wasn't able to provide a factual quote. And with that, the commission did submit some emails and back and forth, but without some hard numbers, I wasn't willing to approve that request. We did meet, I think, last week to work through that, and that's where the determination was made. Maybe we need to go find a different vendor, and so we are talking through that. If we move on, which priority were you?
Mr. Chairman.
10.
Mr. Chairman. We're not picking him up. I'm not picking Director Sheehan up on the mic. Sorry.
A little
Yeah,
closer, you
absolutely.
and Senator Guru both.
My apologies, Senator Guru. I think on priority 10, this may have been another one where, let me just double check all of these. I think there was a change in the dollar amount of what may have been submitted to ETS. And so that caused some confusion there. Part of it may have been not everything, some things came in late, and that may have been why. I'd have to research this one just a little bit.
Let me just interrupt because we don't need to walk through them all. It sounds to me like we've progressed since the budget book came out, and we'll get an update on that soon, before January. So we
Mr. Chairman, so in the book that you gave us yesterday to review the technology stuff, would this be fairly current?
It would be current as of 3 weeks ago. So and we have met since the 3 weeks, so there is a change that has taken place.
Could we ask you then to maybe just send us an email that's after review of these, if there's just of the status of each of those, so that we can say they've stayed consistent with what you have in the book, or if you would recommend a change?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Representative Larson, yeah, we'll do a double check.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, reading some of these and in the document you provided us yesterday, you make notes that you accidentally flagged them for denial when you should have flagged them for approval or ETS, not you. And so it would be good in that same document, you're going to provide the ones that were maybe a mistake on ETS's part that were recommended for denial from the ETS when it should have been actually for approval, so that we know which ones of these maybe are misrepresented in the book based on ETS recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I believe that these are the only two, but I will be more than happy to go run through the list and verify.
Mr. Chairman, we
Please.
can work with TR on that, because as of the time that we had done these, we had gone through and verified what our recommendations were with the governor and then reconciled that. TR's team reconciled that with him. So that's where the governor's recommendations were at that time. We have not had conversations with the governor about overturning any of those recommendations, but we can work with TR and see if there's any conversations that the governor would want to entertain there.
Thank you. Okay. Chaos. Here we go. Michael, please.
Mr. Chairman, the priority number 11, there's two more priorities in the administrative unit. This is a correction we were requested to make.
This is at the bottom of page 38, right?
I believe so, yes, correct. So we found out, I believe in May or June, that a server that is under our responsibility for the sleds was being billed to the Enterprise Technology Services Department. We were requested to make this request so that it is no longer under their funding purview, but ours. So that is why this request has been made.
Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd have to ask maybe Kevin, why did we deny this when this is a correction?
Mr. Chairman, I can take this.
TR, please.
Representative Walters, I think there's some confusion on this one. An exceptional request was not submitted to ETS, so it's one of those, I get stuck with the bill on this one if we don't approve it. I know, but because this particular request did not go through the review process, that is why the recommend deny was on it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to get all this sorted out and it's going to be great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the last priority in the administrative unit is the technology replacement. This is on, we were notified in, I believe, April or May that the commission's 5 computers would meet their end of life under the ETS schedule. And this is why this request was made.
Okay. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I see where the governor recommended $5 on that line. Is that adequate?
Mr. Chairman, we anticipated Chairman Nicholas's 5-5-5-5-5 conversation.
Okay.
$5.
Mr. Chairman, this is another one and highlighted in the book where this was one where I accidentally flagged it as a not recommend, and from the ETS, it should have been a recommend.
Thank you. Okay, Michael.
Mr. Chairman, before I go to the next priority or the next division, one of the things that we were requested to provide, and we've supplied a document to you yesterday, should be in your file there, is we were asked about what a strategy to potentially fund these particular denied requests from other sources. One of the things that Dr. Caldwell noted in her opening statements was that we've benefited from the move of faculty from Sheridan College to Gillette. The college health insurance pool is seeing a significant savings from that, meaning we don't have to pay out reimbursements to those staff. So what we project right now, and obviously this is a projection, not a hard dollar figure, is that there will be at least $1 million of potential funding in that pool for reversion. It could be over that, but we're only 5 quarters into the biennium, so we have 3 quarters left. In terms of those requests that are denied, outside of the eKids 800,000, it's $912,237 of those technology denied requests. That particular funding, if we were able to carry over, not revert it directly after the biennium ended, that could cover those particular requests. The only reason why I don't include the eKids piece is, one, is it is a policy decision, obviously, because it's in 2 different budgets, as well as we are not confident, or we're not going to project higher right now than just over $1 million for those reversions.
So my question there, Michael, would be is the savings, 1 million in savings for insurance, that has historically been an ongoing fund, and these costs that you have been denied that we could maybe fund are not one time. They too are ongoing, and you're saying being able to carry that forward, we'd have to shift that by object code, I believe, but
Mr.
that's
Chairman,
what you're suggesting.
that is one of the options that we've come up with. But I believe the technology training would be ongoing. The technology training, I believe it's about $53,000 as a one-time request.
Okay, thank you. Please, Senator Salazar.
Thank you. So, and that is within the power of this committee, correct? To be able to do that. Thank you.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick request, because you are helping problem solve. Could you follow up with this committee, just a summary of what that proposal is? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Representative Sherwood, there is a document in your file. I don't know which number it is, but we submitted it that shows what the conditions are and where we're at.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that is the last priority in the administrative unit. At the committee's pleasure, the next exception request is on page 46 and 47. This is the commission's priority number 2, or as I said earlier, priority 1B.
This is in state aid.
This is in state aid. Absent our position request, this would have been our number 1 priority, the commission's number 1 priority. Their significant goal is to maintain stable and sustainable funding for the colleges. This particular request is based off of the prior biennial fixed cost request that was made in the 2022 session. At that time, the commission has considered the ongoing inflation impacts on the state aid budget line for a number of years. In that particular request, the last biennium, the commission requested all the colleges look at their fixed costs, and this is solid, ordinary fixed costs like water, sewer, electricity, facility insurance, that sort of stuff. From 2010, which was the last time the colleges, prior to last year, received a non-enrollment based adjustment to their state aid. So from 2010 to 2019, which was the year before that budget was submitted. And in that calculation, the raw actual cost difference was $10 million across the enterprise, all the institutions. A biennial amount was I think it came out to $21.2 million. the legislature appropriated $7.5 million of additional state aid, while it was not footnoted that it applied to this particular fixed cost request in last biennium. That is how the commission has interpreted it. So in this particular request this year, we took the 7.5 out of that 21.2. And then because we didn't ask for a redo of that cost analysis, we added the Wyoming Cost of Living Index inflation factor for the last 2 years, from 2020 to 2022. That amounted, obviously, the last few years have been higher than average inflation rates, added a little over $2 million to that request. So that is where you get the $16 million for this particular request.
So Michael, can I just ask a question on the inflation, and maybe that's Kevin, on that inflation piece we done last year, did that include community colleges?
Mr. Chairman, it did, and you increased the recommendation by the governor as well
Okay.
last year.
Okay, thank you. So,
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I will note on the inflation funding for last year was $1.193 million. That was all one-time funding. So that is actually not even included in this request.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Clark.
So, Mr. Swank, it looks like the governor has said that he recommends this be approved at a level of about fourth or $4 million of the 16 you've requested, on the idea that many of the community colleges had higher property tax revenues. So could you comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, as a prior request for this committee, we did submit a document to you last night. It shows both the commissions, or not, the colleges' property taxes, as well as statewide, every county's property taxes for the last 5 years, correct? One of the things that you'll see in that document is not only the actual levels of, and that actually, I should say, that is not collections, that is assessed value. So it would show you roughly what their assessment would be in those years. One of the things that I would point to your attention is the initial chart in there, which really shows the volatility. Obviously, different counties have different levels of volatility. The most stable county is also our smallest county and college with assessed valuation. That's Goshen County and Eastern Wyoming College. Other counties such as Sweetwater County have exceptional volatility. And even with the most recent increases, they are now roughly at the highs they were at in the 2006 to 2009 range. The only other thing I'll add is that for many of the colleges, and I know this is a conversation at the state level many times, is that is a particular volatile revenue source that they may use for one-time costs, but not necessarily ongoing costs. So that is one thing that there's kind of a balance there as to what you think you can maintain if the volatility increases and say your property taxes go down for a year. Now, obviously, part of that is reflective of their share of property taxes from mineral and non-mineral sources. Those that are non-mineral or primarily non-mineral based may have a more stabilized property tax history, and you'll see that for Goshen County and Campbell County, or Goshen County, sorry. I know. So I'm just kind of going through the discussion. So anyway, in terms of your question, Representative Stiff, I believe, I can't speak for the colleges, but I do understand that the colleges are concerned with those ups and downs. And this still, in terms of the state aid portion of their budget, traditionally the system goes on what many people may interpret as a 60-20-20 rule. 60% state aid, 20% local revenue, 20% student share or tuition and fees typically. Right now, even where the state aid budget is at, we're roughly at between 50 and 53%. So the state aid portion hasn't kept up with that particular traditional split of resources to the colleges. Even with this inflation request and the governor's recommendation, it would not meet with that traditional split of revenue at the state level. The last thing I'll add is that even with those, one of the other things that we submitted in that particular packet is the impacts of inflation, either real based on this request, or if you look at two different benchmarks, 2010, when the last non-enrollment based state aid increase was made, or in 2016. And 2016 is used as particular interest is that in statute currently, it says that the standard budget for college state aid begins at $194 million. Obviously, our current state aid is about $20 million below that. So even with this particular inflation request, it has not kept up with inflation, either realized or based on the Wyoming Cost of Living Index. So we wanted to give you that context that while there have been some recent increases in property taxes, the same challenges apply in terms of their cost pressures and how much has to be maintained, local revenue, or in potentially increased costs to the student.
So, Michael, and I'm sure you've said it, but I just looking at the column on the far right on the small 8.5 by 11, where you show the annual change by percentage.
Correct.
And if we had been within the cost of living index, what would that percentage change be on annual percentage increase?
Mr. Chair, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I actually had to run that analysis for our tuition workshop earlier this year. I can get that back to you.
Yeah, just curious. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Art,
Just
or
a fi-
Representative Stiff?
this is a follow-up, Mr. Swain.
Go ahead.
Let's imagine that we approved this item just as it's suggested by the governor. Question I've got is how it would be implemented, because the governor's note seems to say that the inflation cost would be allocated to those districts who did not see an increase in revenues sufficient to cover their increased costs. And that just puzzles me how you would implement it, because although you never touch local revenues, you nonetheless, through your funding allocation model, reduce the amount of aid you give to a community college if it has higher property taxes. So for example, Western Wyoming Community College is probably going to get a lot less money, or somewhat less money, because it's going to have higher property tax revenues. So if you only gave the inflation adjustment to those colleges, those districts that had lower increases in assessed valuation, it would tend to punish Western Wyoming Community College. So what's your recommendation? Let's imagine we only approve the 4 million. Would it make sense to delete that comment by the governor then, so that you could just pursue your funding allocation model as normal?
Mr. Chairman, I think you've, Representative Stiff, you brought up the second portion of what I was going to speak to. That particular recommendation is slightly awkward. So currently the commission is required by statute to distribute the state aid, the unrestricted state aid, through the funding allocation model. And that model already takes into account those fluctuations in taxes. You are correct that in particular, this particular year, the funding allocation model allocated less state aid to Western Wyoming Community College because they saw a larger than average increase. The same thing applies to each college. The college that, proportionally, the college that receives the most state aid is Eastern Wyoming College, is because the assessed valuation and the property taxes they earn are significantly less in proportion to their size and their campus, that sort of thing. So that the funding allocation model would be our recommended way in which we allocate that funding. It doesn't directly attribute it to cost, but it does make sure that we take into account those local resources. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. Oh. The last piece of this is that, Mr. Chairman, on page, Representative Stiff, page 47, in terms of the denied recommendation, in the $4 million recommendation, basically after that, the first reference of colleges, the rest of that sentence could be deleted and it would be comply with our statutory obligation. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we had a prior request that we summarize the funding allocation model, and I didn't know if you would like to have that at this point because it relates to the state aid request, or if you would like to defer that.
If that request came from our chairman, we must.
Okay. My computer went out, so I can't share. My computer went out, so I can't share. Mr. Chairman, I was going to share something with you. However, my computer just died. So, so one of my resources is gone. I forgot to bring my power cord. But what I did want to show you, what I was going to kind of summarize is what the funding model covers and doesn't cover, and then what the regular process is for making that calculation, the formula process it goes through. The first few points I wanted to make in terms of understanding what the funding allocation model is and what it does. It is only used for unrestricted state aid in this budget unit, 0201. So the health insurance, the retirement, libraries, other programmatic funding is all issued or distributed to the colleges by different means. So this only impacts that state aid portion or the unrestricted state aid portion. The other thing is that it doesn't, it's not used for us to utilize in terms of trying to set the standard budget. Our standard budget for state aid follows the same standard budget process as every other state agency. Whatever the legislature has appropriated and not made one time, that usually carries over to the standard. So after the budget cuts, despite what statute says, the standard budget should be at $194 million, the legislature made those budget cuts, so the standard budget was set at what the impact of those budget cuts were. In terms of the operational funding, it is meant for specific operations the general operations of the college. They do have other local mills, specific purpose mills, debt service mills, but that is actually not considered in our funding allocation model in terms of the full resources for the general operations of a college. So we only look at their first 4 mills of every college district. And then obviously Gillette College is not in the model, but if they were to get to 4 mills, they would be included within that in terms of looking at local resources. If they were brought into the funding allocation model, they might be treated similarly to Western, where their high local revenues would indicate they should receive less state aid for their total resources. Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, the addition to that, when we did model that within the needs assessment, when Gillette comes into that model, they would, under the way it works, they actually wouldn't receive any state aid. It would be distributed out to the others because their local mills cover their proportion.
One of the other things is, as Representative Stith mentioned, the commission never actually touches any local revenue. Perhaps differently than you may understand with the K-12 funding model in terms of recapture, that sort of thing. We acknowledge the revenue for operations in our model in terms of the formula and how it works, but the commission actually never receives payment or anything from the colleges for their local revenue. They all stay at their college district. A few other points to make is that because this is a fixed pie, the individual college's circumstances impact their state aid. So as we mentioned, the biggest one usually is their impact of local revenue. If it goes up or goes down, or in this particular case, this last year, all colleges went up, but some went up more than others. So that, again, that proportionality gets taken into account. And the other thing is there 40% of the funding, or what is called variable costs in our model, is allocated based on performance metrics. So there are 3 performance metrics. I call them the 3 Ps, and I want to make sure I get them right. Participation, which is enrolled credit hours. Again, this is all on credit students. So non-credit programs, that sort of stuff does not go into this model. Progress metric, which is how many credit hours students complete in terms of the satisfactory completion. And then the last performance metric is the completed degrees and certificates. So while it doesn't cover the non-credit programs in terms of the enrolled students, it does cover certificates. So both full degrees, associate's degrees, or bachelor's applied sciences, and certificate programs that they complete. There's different weightings and formulas that go into it that are in our rules and are agreed upon by all the college districts as part of our rules. But those are kind of the basic steps in terms of how we utilize the funding in the model. A few things I did want to make sure to note is that it's all relative to the prior biennium. So we start with the last fiscal year of the biennium when we start the next biennium's allocation model. And then we adjust from there based on their local revenues, their performance metrics, that sort of thing. And then the one thing I did want to note, I apologize I didn't get to show you my cool graph, but by statute, there are 2 things that impact state aid that can have an impact on the model eventually. One is every 4 years we are required to define the fixed variable cost split among all the colleges. So the fixed costs are defined in our rules, but they also include cost centers you may not typically think as fixed costs. So like, I believe it's 30% of faculty is a fixed cost because you have to maintain a minimum level of faculty. But the remainder is variable, meaning it can go up or down. So we have some rules that stipulate all these divisions. But we review that every 4 years. It was last reviewed in 2021. And that is the fixed variable split that we utilize in the formula. The other thing is, when I talked about earlier, the non-enrollment based adjustments to the state aid, in 2016, the legislature implemented what is called recalibration. It's not the same as K-12 and that sort of thing, but that's the term that is used. And every 4 years, we go back to the colleges and we analyze their enrollment, full-time credit, full-time equivalent enrollment, not headcount, and see what the progress has been over 3 consecutive years and compare it to the same base period of the prior 3 consecutive years. The only 2 times that particular recalibration has been implemented was in calculated, was in 2017 and 2021. In both cases, those particular years were actually budget cut years by the legislature. So despite what the recalibration provided, the budget cuts that the commission received for that state aid were higher than what the recalibration calculation was. They were both about $4 million that would have been a recommended reduction in state aid. However, we took those budget cuts, so those particular recalibrations were actually never implemented by the legislature. So that's kind of the genesis of the state aid funding allocation model, that sort of thing. And I welcome any questions. It can get more complicated. I can go more wordy, but I'll leave it there.
Question. And part of the question is in the statement that I'm going to ask you. There is no other community college system in the nation that gets funded the way we fund it. And to the point where it's basically almost the equivalent of UW on what we pay and how much you receive versus other funding models and having them self-sustained and that concept. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to Dr. Caldwell. The only thing I will say is that when we do our tuition review every year, we do look at other states that have similar majority state funded systems. There are not many, you are correct, but I don't know that I can reference what the scale is in terms of, what is high and what is low. But we usually show what the tuition levels are in those particular states.
And then when you take that information and you compare it to the number of students and the number of colleges we have in the state of Wyoming, 8, it's actually remarkable when you look at the data. What we do for small communities and for community colleges.
Mr. Chairman, and just for, and yes, I mean, it is quite different. Each structure, as Dr. Moritz likes to say, when you know how one state is funded, you know exactly how one state is funded. And it is a good statement to go by. The other states where because we did study this in depth whenever we did the sustainable funding work group and the recommendations, and as well as the select committee on community college, which I believe you might have been the co-chair on that particular select committee. I believe Mr. Swank was the LSO liaison to that select committee. So thanks for appreciate you showcasing his skills to us at that time. Many other states have capacity where they have less state appropriation. Many times it's on weighted credit hours, it's on contact hour funding and that kind of thing on the credit side. They generally have a higher level of local mill assessment that they're able to do. So they have a much higher level and capacity to do that depending on the assessed valuation in those local areas. It is just a different mechanism in all of them. Our colleges for general operations are restricted to the 4 with 1 optional. They can go out for other mills to the body, but they have to be specific and they are for a short time. So that doesn't help them on their general operational funding. So for any of the joint appropriations members who would like, one of my gifts to you is I'm sure Michael would be happy to sit down and go over in detail with you. But we do have the finance report from the SHIO organization as well as the community college funding study that was done by Witchy, we can provide to you.
Mr. Coacher?
Please. Senator Kinsky.
Representative Nicholas, you say funding them at almost the level that UW is, you said it almost like, sounded like it was a bad thing. You know, we have a hybrid system. In South Dakota, you have technical colleges. If you're going to university, you go straight to university. So our community colleges have a dual mission, which I think confuses the CTE part a little bit personally. And they're the feeder for UW. I think 61% of UW's grads come out of the community college system. So they have to be up to that UW academic standard. So I don't know where the data is that you're referring to, but I just don't know that we can necessarily take a raw comparison to other states and draw any real conclusions. And that's, with all due respect, and I know you're an advocate for community colleges and certainly LCCC, but I just was a little bit perplexed by the observation. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair, yeah.
Chairman, any other call?
I'm gonna pile on with the good Senator Kinsky and infer what the leading question was really intending, which is community colleges, aren't you fortunate that the state pays so much and you are the unique in all 50 states in how much the state provides you funding? That really was the inference, I fear, and I'll allow the co-chairman to further refine his thoughts or comments. But that certainly isn't your fault here today, right? And having to defend our historical decisions regarding those appropriations isn't what you're coming here being asked to do. You are surviving and operating and fulfilling a mission which you are statutorily obligated to fulfill in order to educate our populace and create a workforce. So thank you for doing that. But kind of similarly in that same vein, to ask kind of that line of leading questions, I mean, isn't it true, Mr. Swank? I mean, that's what my co-chairman was doing, perhaps less obviously, but isn't it true that Wyoming is unique in the country in how much it funds K through 12 education per pupil, and we are the top of the line for that as well. In addition to have only one state university, isn't that true? And echoing the words of my good co-chairman, isn't it true that Wyoming has one of the lowest tax rates for its population than any other state, particularly in relationship to the benefits that people receive? So
I can
you
answer
are
that.
consistent
The answer is
with
yes.
every
Well,
other entity and person within our great state, and we are all so fortunate to benefit.
Chairman Nicholas.
The answer to those questions is yes. And the reason that I mentioned that, though, I'm looking at page 46. And your argument is we're not paying enough under the statutory guidelines. And you're inferring that somehow we're not complying with our statutory obligations to fund the colleges. And that I take a little bit of offense to. And so that's why I came up with that. So I probably should have referenced that in my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Yes, please, Chairman.
getting help from the audience, co-chairman is as well, getting help from the audience. But fun fact, Connecticut, Wisconsin, Nebraska, New Mexico, and Illinois all receive more educational appropriations per student FTE than Wyoming. So we're the 6th highest in the nation. So still something to be proud of. And UW is actually number 3 in the nation for universities. So thank you for the phone a friend.
Mr. Co-Chair? I'm reading on page 46 and I see what it says, and
Senator Kinsky.
the idea that it offends you, it's because I've said worse stuff to you and you didn't seem offended.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, I'd want to thank Mr. Swank in particular because he has indulged me over the years with going through the numbers. So I'll have my own series of isn't it true questions, which isn't it true that the state aid per FTE, full-time equivalent student for the community colleges, is around $8,000 or a little over $8,000 per year, whereas our state aid for the University of Wyoming is about $20,000 per full-time student equivalent per year.
Michael.
Mr. Chairman, I believe, Madam Chairman, Representative Stith, I believe Representative Stith is referencing some calculations I made last year in terms of instead of head count versus FTE, and I believe that was the numbers that we came up with, correct?
So, committee members, those of you who may be somewhat new, this conversation, this debate that we're having here today is not a new thing. We have it every year for the last 6 years and every year that Dr. Dale's been here. So it's a healthy conversation. Yes, Michael,
Mr. Chairman, can I make two quick comments?
please.
The other things that I wanted to note is that the commission sets tuition for all the colleges, and that is a significant part of the overall operational funding of the colleges. One of the things that the commission is required to do is by statute, it was brought into statute, even though it applies constitutionally to the University of Wyoming, it has to keep tuition as nearly free as possible. We review tuition every year. The commission just adopted its new tuition policy for the next 5 years at its October meeting. So that is one of the other components in which the commission has purview over a particular side of the cost of operations. But again, we are kind of balancing what is necessary versus what is a statutory requirement. The only other thing I wanted to note is, and I apologize if I provided offense, one of the things in the document I did provide is an inflation analysis based on those two benchmarks. One is 2010. That has been a traditional benchmark the colleges and the commission have used in terms of the last time of a non-enrollment adjustment. The other benchmark is that 2016 statutory level, which is that 194 million. Now, obviously, the legislature has discretion on what to fund, but that is a level that was set in statute that the commission, I think, believes it is appropriate to compare to in terms of what the legislature has stated should be that particular level of funding. Thank you. Our second priority in the state aid division, it's on page 53. This is for the college libraries, and this is similar to some of our IT requests in its structure. The first one is during the 21-22 budget cuts, this particular unit, I believe, took a $300,000 or $400,000 cut. The commission or the colleges did reassess what resources they needed to have for those for their college libraries, and that cut was sustained for several years. Those subscriptions, those resources have seen increased costs, as with a lot of other state services. And that is the first part of this request, which is to maintain those licenses and subscriptions resources at the libraries, which are an accreditation standard for the colleges. And then the second portion is like our IT request, it's bringing a new college into our system. So this would include Gillette College. They would fund their side of it by reimbursing the commission for those resources. Mr. Chairman, if there are no questions, the next exception request is, sorry, go ahead.
Chairman Nicholas.
Do we have any representatives from Gillette College?
Yeah, Dr.
So what I'm curious about is their comments on the amounts of dollars that are assigned to them, and if there's an agreement with those numbers, or if we have comments on those numbers, just so we.
Again, Dr. Oberlander.
Chairman, Representative, thank you for that question. I believe if I understand your question correctly, is if our budget and Dr. Caldwell's budget, the commission's budget are lining up. Yeah, yes, we work very closely with Dr. Caldwell and her staff as we prepare our budget to make sure that our numbers cover the equipment and the software that we need as we go forward. So yes, we're in close communication. Chairman, Representative, it is the cost of doing business, and we are very determined to make sure that our students have what they need to complete their education. We need to provide that equipment for them and that software.
I'm not sure that answers the question, but I appreciate your response.
Mr. Chairman, the next priority is on page 59 as priority 17, Wyoming Works. This program was provided to the commission to be responsible for its administration in 2019. There are two parts to it. One is student grant funding and one is programmatic funding. The student grant funding I think, or we believe is sustainable through the next biennium. I believe there's about $2 million left in that funding. And then the programmatic funding was exhausted spring of 2022. It's been about a year and a half. The caveat to this is that there's been significant strides made under the WIP initiative for colleges to implement some of the similar requirements and programs that would be envisioned under Wyoming Works. But the commission believes this is a prudent request to keep this particular programmatic side working for CTE development and that sort of thing. If WIP is funded, or a portion of that is funded, this particular request may not be needed.
So just refresh my memory. It sticks in my mind as we had this Wyoming Works there that we anticipated this for coming forward again.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe so. In lieu of other questions, our next priority is on page 6970. That begins the request under the Wyoming Investment in Nursing Program. We have two requests. One is for faculty. This would be for 2 additional faculty positions at Laramie County Community College. They currently have 1 position that is being funded under the WIP initiative. And the second position would be to focus on nursing students who are already employed in the healthcare system. The second request is for student funding. One of the things I did want to note, actually, before I get into the student funding, is that we were requested to provide guidance to the State Budget Department and the Governor's Office on leftover ARP fundings, American Rescue Plan Act fundings. That this particular program was funded by ARP funding for this current biennium. We did, because of the transfer of staffing to Gillette College, this particular faculty side did receive a savings slightly for that, I believe about $200,000 or $300,000. So we had leftover WIP fundings on the faculty side because of that transition, or not WIP funding, ARP fundings, apologies. And, but on the student, or what we advised the governor and the State Budget Department of is that the faculty funding could be used or could be funded through the ARP Act through the December 31st expenditure deadline for those funds. It is currently funded on there. It's been found eligible, so that could be maintained. On the student grant side, for which we also have a request, we received significant uptick in requests for this particular incentive. It is a student loan that can become a forgivable grant. So that incentivizes students to, one, obtain their degree as well as work in the state. It'll be forgiven if they work, I believe, for 3 years in the state. Or if they are a graduate student, they become a nursing educator in the state for the colleges. But on the student loan side, this particular side is not a great place to place ARP funds. We are utilizing it now, but one of the issues is with the repayment period. If a student does not complete the work repayment side, it goes into financial repayment. There is it would be an exceptional task to try to track and process all the payments that go to either general fund or ARP or wherever when they go into a financial repayment. So our recommendation to the State Budget Department, the governor, was that the student loan side would not be a recommended place for ARP funds for the next biennium.
So if you had a student that didn't comply with the conditions of the tuition and that tuition had been funded with ARPA funds, how then do you pay that back? It would go back to the treasury. Somehow you guys would, I mean, right, Kevin?
Correct, and I do think if you haven't already received it, you should be receiving the ARPA.
Can you get a little closer to Mike, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you may have, if you have not received it yet, there is an ARPA redeployment conversation taking place, and those would be examples. how we can best facilitate what we think that is actually going to be accomplished. And then look at the funding that's available and streamline the remaining amounts.
Okay, but if in the scenario that I tried to illustrate, the deadline for the use of ARPA may be gone and they don't comply, and then we start, after the fact, start getting this repayment of funds that was funded with ARPA funds. So what do we do with those?
Mr. Chairman, I hope I understand your request. So in detail, by December 31st of 2024, we have to have that under obligation. If we don't, then we're exposed to have to return those funds.
So in this example, it's obligated, paid a tuition for a nursing student with the caveat that they have to stay in the state for 3 years. So in 2026,
That's when the expenditure has to happen.
it's been, and then in 2027, they don't stay in the state. So then they have to repay that, the obligation and the repayment or the consumption of the funds has expired, but they're going to be getting funds in repayment because they didn't fill that obligation. Those are technically ARPA dollars.
Yes, and I think that Mr. Swank discussed that in detail and why we believe that we want to limit our future ARPA allocations to that program.
So you would concur with that?
I would concur with that. And then in 27, after we go through the whole process of warehousing all the audit information, we get audited upon that, and that took place, then we would be having a conversation about how we want to proceed. Do we want to just give in to the what the finite language is, or do we want to defend ourselves? I certainly believe the first thing we would do is defend ourselves, but that's going to take place after the 27. Well, it'll take place after the 26 deadline for expenditure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair,
Michael, we're back to you when you're done.
Mr. Chair,
Please, Senator Kinski.
can I break this down a little bit, Michael? Let's go back to the nurses. You asked for 2. LCCC needs 2, but 1 is supported by WIN. So you're okay with the governor cutting this in half?
Mr. Chairman, our request is for the 2 nursing faculty because those are absolutely needed at LCCC. We did not get we do not have insight exactly as to why only 1 was approved or recommended by the governor. We are hoping and assuming based on the information that we provided that might come forward as an ARPA recommendation. We're working on potentially that understanding, but I would have to defer to.
Thank you. Follow up. So that's incorrect to say that one position is currently funded through WIP.
Mr. Chairman, this is for, of course, the next biennium. One of those positions has already started and was funded through WIP. When that occurred, it would be then brought forward in our standing budget. So that request is for the position that has already occurred in the additional position at LCCC. So that both of those, one is already in existence and one is proposed. It's going to start next year.
So Mr. Chair, I'd just ask if staff could make a note when this comes up. I think what I'd want to do is amend it so that it says if it's 1/2 if other funding for the position comes through. Otherwise, we need to fund both positions and it needs to be part of their standard budget going forward. That's just, I don't know that I'd get approval for that, but I'd like to make that notation. And then follow on, Mr. Chair.
Please.
On the additional student loans, there's a lot of things written here, but I think what I heard you say, Michael, is there's a question about whether or not ARP is an appropriate use for student loans.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski. So the current biennium, the entirety of the program is funded through ARP, student loan and faculty. We have to work with that because that's how the program was functioned. We would not recommend utilizing ARP funds for continuing the student loan side. We will already have to deal with, that's probably not their best choice of term, but we'll already have to work with tracking and separating all repayments for students with ARP as opposed to the traditional program. And as Mr. Hibbard mentioned, or I guess even Vice Chair Larson mentioned, after December 31st, 2026, we can actually expend all the funds. But when those repayments come back, we'll have to separate them out into federal versus state repayments and then issue those. My understanding is issue those repayments back to the U.S. Treasury because it was funded through ARP funds. So we just want to limit our exposure to that by not continuing to utilize ARP funds in this loan side.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, carry on.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Co-Chair, we respectfully request that we can go slightly out of order in the budget book. And the reason why is it puts, the way the budget book reads, it puts Wyoming Public TV between the commission request and then yet another commission program request, which would be the higher education scholarship. So if it would be appropriate, we would like to proceed with that first. I would love, Mr. Chairman, that would be fantastic if we could hash that conversation. But otherwise, if we could proceed with the higher ed
We
scholarship.
were scared. but-
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman,
Michael.
the last request of the commission on the commission side is priority number 16, the higher education scholarship. This was brought about by section 335 in the supplemental budget bill last year. We had already started the Wyoming's Tomorrow rules, which this program is required to follow. So that we've nicknamed it the Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow. I guess we've marketed it as the Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow. And we've already issued scholarships. The first scholarships were issued in the fall of this year. We exhausted almost all the funding. We have about $200,000 or $250,000 left of that appropriation, which was $1.25 million. We will be continuing those students that meet the Wyoming's Tomorrow scholarship requirements in the spring. And then we will have a little bit of funding to potentially offer new students that particular option for financial aid. This particular request is to biennialize the appropriation from the supplemental budget bill. So it increases it to $2.5 million. The one caveat to this really is the Wyoming's Tomorrow endowment. The current endowment is $20 million short of funding based on the original law that requested or required it to be $50 million to start issuing scholarships. The second portion of that is that the investment earnings from that endowment would go into what is called the Wyoming's Tomorrow expenditure account. That is the account that would fund scholarships. If the endowment is fulfilled with $20 million, this particular budget request would be recommended to go to the expenditure account so that the regular Wyoming's Tomorrow program can kind of take over, so to speak. The only challenge we have really is trying to make sure that those that are in the current Kickstart can transition to that particular scholarship. So that's the essence of this request and what are the kind of the context of where it is within that Wyoming's Tomorrow.
Go ahead,
And-
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, this was one that came from this committee. And you do have a report on this, on how the scholarship went. I want to tell you it was wildly successful. And I want to give a shout out to the University of Wyoming. They did not anticipate that they would have the kind of use that they did. And we actually, once we did kind of projected out an initial distribution, we didn't think it was enough for the university. And they were like, well, we think that that's going to be okay. And we sort of insisted we're going to make that larger. And I am very pleased to share that they tripled their anticipated numbers that they were going to have in this Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow scholarship. There's a high need in our adult learners, our 24 and older, and it is at the community colleges and the university. And I think that's an important point to make about this particular scholarship, because marketing was done together. We did that in a combined group, and we came up with the logo and started that marketing actually not until May, and they still really outdid themselves in getting this out there. So we do expect the balance of those funds will end up distributed. So I just wanted you to know that it was across the colleges and the university where that 24 and older population of people who live and work already in our communities are seeking that post-secondary credential from our higher ed institutions.
So Michael, remind me, we, as you noted, we set the cap for the account, the endowment at 50 million, we funded 30. We put a restriction on the expenditure count until it's fully funded. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the restrictions on the endowment, but obviously the expenditure account has to receive the investment earnings. So once the endowment is full, we would have to wait at least 1 year until that distributed income.
So until it's full, so the 30 million is the investment earnings put back into the corpus to help it grow before it goes to the, does that have to reach capacity before the expenditure account receives anything?
Mr. Chairman, the base endowment has to be full. Then all the investment earnings tip to the expenditure account until they meet, I can't remember the specified level. And then obviously those excessive earnings above that
Okay.
cap go back into the corpus.
Very good. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman and co-chair, members of the committee, we are at the end of the Community College Commission specific request. We do have our new CEO, Joanna Kale, here for the Wyoming Public TV. We also have Dr. Brad Tyndall to talk about if you would like for him to speak on behalf of the colleges. He has gathered information. Of course, we have other presidents here. We have a couple that have some data to share if you want to hear that. So this is really your pleasure in the order you would like. The Wyoming Public TV, I really wanted you to meet. Ms. Kale, if you had not had the chance, the exception request for them is a unit code cleanup.
No, but we're still going through the budget and we need to hear her budget.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, then I would like to defer it to
And then,
Ms. Kale.
then we'll have a hard stop at 12 o'clock.
We have cake, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
So we want to make that at 12:33 or 12:34? No, we'll have a hard stop at 12. Okay. Ms. Kell? Good
Chairman
morning.
and members of the committee, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for listening to I've only been in this position for about 3.5 months. And so this is my first time ever testifying. So I'm very excited, and Wyoming PBS is on a new road. So I wanted to share just a few things with you. We are working, and I want to make sure I'm respecting the brevity that Chairman Larson just emphasized. We actually received 8 Emmys this year, and we're very proud of receiving. It's a first time, it's a record breaker for us. And so instead of going through all the details of that, I would just like to explain some of the documentaries that we're going to be working on. And it's taxpayer dollars that provide this for us. So it's important that we're telling Wyoming stories and we're preserving it. The first documentary we're going to be focusing on this year is going to be about trona mining. It's the forgotten mineral. Trona is just as much part of our educational benefits in the state as any other mineral, but it seems to get forgotten. So we are doing a documentary in the southwest part of the state about trona mining and generations of trona miners that have had an impact on not just Sweetwater County, but the state of Wyoming. We're also working on a documentary on the mountaineering, guided mountaineering starting in the state of Wyoming. We suspect that will probably go national, which we're very excited about. We have a second season of A State of Mind, which won 3 Emmys and 1 nationwide Public Media Award. And that is about the mental health crisis in the state of Wyoming. We have a fully funded second season. And we are also going to Vietnam. We're taking Lieutenant Lee Alley from Wheatland, Wyoming, the most decorated veteran in the state of Wyoming. And we are going to do a documentary about his experience in Vietnam. So all of those are because of your support
And with that, if you have any questions, I do not have any more, I don't have any changes to my budget. So Chairman Larson, if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
So just for the education of this committee, in Chairman Nethercott's Capital Finance Committee, we talked about moving some investment funds from out of the Pool A and being able to invest them more. And we've had a conversation. You call it your matching fund endowment, and along with the state fair endowment fund, we've talked about getting them up to the level that they could be invested at a higher rate of return. But the name of that fund, the matching fund endowment, maybe is a little misleading. That's the endowment fund that you use to help fund the operations and projects. So if you could just help us what you do with that account.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. That is, as we say at Wyoming PBS, it's the Wyoming Public Television Production Endowment. We have traditionally only used those funds on local Wyoming productions. And if that is a requirement that we should go back to and maybe redefine how that endowment is defined, I would be completely open to that.
It's more the name, the name that we see when it's doing. I don't know what the official name on the checkbook is, but we see it as the Wyoming Public Television Matching Fund Endowment. And I think that matching fund would suggest that we fund it so that you can then generate matching funds. So just wanted to clarify that up.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You do actually have a couple of exception requests. Are you going to get to those?
Yes. And
Okay.
I'm going to allow.
You'd said you were done, and so I wanted to make sure we would discuss these. It's quite simple.
Oh,
These are your exceptions.
take a deep breath.
Mr. Chair, there are two exception requests there that basically the same priority one. It is a unit change for the income based off the endowment. It was in the unit 3001. In my experience at the commission in the past, it has been confused with state general fund. So we're just putting it in its own unit so that it can be separated fairly explicitly. The amounts are the same. It's just a net to zero transfer between units.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
with that, I believe there's about 3 million in that account. And this is a request, it's spending authority. It's not guaranteed funding, obviously, and you're requesting 110,000 in that account for the biennium. But if we assume a 5% rate of return, that should be closer to 300,000 for the biennium. So I think your number is a little low, but I'm not very good at math, so I'd love to understand how you got to the 110.
Mr. Chairman, this has been the traditional state or standard budget. I believe it was based when it first started, and to my knowledge, the commission has never upped it. Obviously, it can go above that, as you noted, but there have been times when it has barely hit that for a biennium. So since it is spending authority, what we do is if we get additional income, we can BLM that.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
just for the committee's note, part of the reason they're doing this is to eliminate or reduce the number of B11. So it may be something we want to consider is increasing the amount so that we don't make a positive to reduce number of B11s and then not have enough to where the same number of B11s are issued or similar numbers.
Thank you.
Would you agree?
Okay. Thanks, Joanne.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
President Tyndall. Brad, you're up.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'm just going to interject here for a minute on the Wyoming Public Television, and I'm excited to hear about the documentary on Wyoming's Vietnam veterans. It should be noted that we have one here on this committee.
Yes, we do.
And if the documentary isn't completed, I think Senator Anderson could contribute greatly to it. So thank you to Senator Anderson and to the work of Wyoming PBS.
Thank you, Chairman Nethercott.
I am Brad Tyndall, President of the President and President of Central Wyoming College, and I'm asking Dr. Dale to join me because she's going to provide an anecdote. I'm going to be pretty darn brief. So, so I just want to, after talking to my colleagues, we just want to provide kind of a perspective because I know you're looking at hard choices and where to fund and cut and things like that. So, and what I'll be saying represents what our trustees say. They're organized, as you know, around WACT. So these are kind of WACT kind of perspectives too. But I also want to point out that we are all speaking with one voice. I'm very happy to say that under Dr. Calderell's good leadership, we have regular meetings with Aaron Taylor, herself, myself, and trustees. And so we're very much in sync. And so I would just like to kind of provide that kind of joint perspective on this a little bit. And so I would say there's some angst out there, and it's for the state. It's not so much about ourselves. There's a lot of people worried. We're worried, our trustees are worried, and it's safe to say across the state, people are worried about the future of Wyoming. You know, we're all taking things very, very seriously, and we're trying to watch our dollars very carefully. So the million-dollar question is, what's our plan? Right? And hopefully there's a plan, and it's not just minutia of budgets, but I think from us, we're hungry for that, to be part of that solution, and we believe we are part of that solution. And so, and I've told this before, maybe I mentioned this last year, but I very much believe that what happened after World War II is similar-ish to where Wyoming is now, where we have to take smart strategic action. And after World War II, it was the GI Bill. And you got industry and workers going. You got adult learners going to pump up the economy. And so what we're really talking about is targeted economic growth that's kind of holistic, and this is what community colleges do, and we can do more with the right targeted support. So when I look at Wyoming, we have 578,000 people, almost 600,000 people, and that's manageable in a way. And if we think, okay, what's the lever, the handle that can really move us into a higher gear and make the transitions for the future economy, you say, wow, let's look at the community college sector. We have 25,000. Okay, so the whole state only has around 600,000. We have 25,000 students. And then in addition, those are for credit. We have 10,000 non-credit, and a piece of that is non-credit business and industry and training, for which we don't have much coordination support. So we truly believe that this is the answer. We're the Marshall Plan, and we're called and we're ready. And I know there's a lot of requests out there, and other people may say highfalutin things, but we truly believe that we are part of the solution to all this. So, so one of the things that can help us, and it's one of the budget requests that's priority number 3, was trying to do this post-secondary economic impact analysis. It's not a whole lot of money, but when we have done these in the times past, we've identified areas where we can focus in on, and that data is important. So that seems like kind of a minor thing, but given the fact that we're trying to make an economic impact, we need that information and data. And so that's a minor request, but more substantially, for us to truly mobilize and do what we're thinking, kind of like a Marshall Plan, is we need 3 things. And the first thing is to shore up our base and basically stop the hemorrhage. So in that regard, Mr. Swank mentioned a lot of financial numbers, but the financial numbers I kind of live by is that since 2010, we are down 90 million. And part of that was from budget cuts, but a lot of it is just that we don't have the inflation adjusted. And so things are really, really tight. So what does that really look like? In terms of business and industry training, at Central Wyoming College, we had 3 positions: a dean over workforce development, that's its non-credit business and industry training. We had a dean and 2 staff members. And now we have 1 staff member, no leadership. Thus, the state needs this position, that this one position, which I think is the priority position, let me get my numbers right. Is that number 1? That's our number 1 position. All right. I'm really focused on number 1 and number 2 here, but that's our number 1 request. And this is like, why is that? I know my college needs the coordination. I try to act in the coordination role for that, and I don't do a very good job. But when you think of the opportunity to reach out to workforce services, the Wyoming Business Council, Department of Education, search for grants and more than pay for that position in fold, we need that position. We just do. So the other big part that we need, substantially is this fixed cost adjustment. You know, we're down, in my mind, $90 million since 2010. And so when we ask for that $60 million in fixed cost inflation, we need it. We are hemorrhaging. It's not just in workforce development where I'm one person and they don't have a leadership role trying to do things in coordination with people, but it's other things as well with all our fixed costs. And so lastly, kind of in the same spirit of this of shoring up our base, we ask that you please support the governor's compensation increase that he's bringing forward. That is so important. And I like to remind people that my wife, who teaches elementary school with a master's degree, gets paid more than what my salary schedule pays. We are not competitive and we hemorrhage people regularly. So shoring up the base is one. The second of three things I would say is get our adult population trained. This whole Marshall Plan thing. And this is this Wyoming Tomorrow or this Kickstart. I mean, this is what we do. We have this situation where we have this attainment problem because we have so many adults who don't have higher education. The markets are changing, the economies are changing, and this has been wonderful. As you've heard, we've used all that scholarships. This Wyoming's Tomorrow is, I believe, part of this Marshall Plan that we need to do. We need to support those students in those scholarships. And third and lastly, for us to achieve these things, we have to stand up new programs. And so there's kind of two parts to this. One, targeted program startup funds are critical. And how you do it, Mr. Chairman and committee, I think there's some flexibility here, but we need program startup funds. Whether that's through WIP or Wyoming's work, I think we need a serious hunk of money. If nothing goes towards WIP and there's only 1 million and that's all we requested with Wyoming Works, that ain't enough. It takes a couple of $1 million to start up some of these, you know, more high tech and even a welding program with all the equipment you need, for example, let alone things in construction trades, manufacturing, et cetera. It takes several $1 million for just one school. So I would suggest that something like $10 million is kind of a reasonable number, but whether that's Wyoming Works or WIP, you can decide, obviously.
Mr. Brad, with that comment, that's what always scares hell out of us. Okay, is we fund this project because we heard from you, we need scholarships for adult educators. Now either you want to take that and do something else with it.
Mr. Chairman, I see this as kind of in three tiers. We need money to support students to go to school, but they need programs to go into.
No, I understand, but we said Wyoming's Tomorrow is to provide scholarships to adult education. I just heard you say, but we could take money from Wyoming's Tomorrow.
No.
That's what I heard you say.
Then I must have.
And that
misspoke.
just always sends chills down our back when
No,
you do.
I said that wrong. So in terms of program money, there's WIP and Wyoming Works. I think I said Wyoming's Tomorrow erroneously. No, don't attest that money. That's for that second tier.
Or maybe I heard you wrong, and if I did, I apologize.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tyndall, on your inflation analysis, it seems like you haven't discussed the increased local revenues, right? Because the chart that provided to us by the commission showed that assessed valuation in 2006 across these 7 counties was about $21 billion, and that this year it's $42 billion. So the assessed valuation has gone up 100% in those intervening 17 years. And so 4 mills on that, it's like the difference is about $85 million that you've gotten more in local revenue. So it seems like to make the picture complete, it seems to me what's really happened is that the state share of your funding has gone down, but your revenue itself hasn't been hit. Total revenue hasn't been hit as hard as might be indicated. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I think I'm going to call a friend and let me just make one comment before Mr. Swank answers, is that when I'm managing the college, the revenue that's going up and down and it's kind of trending downward overall with that's the projection for minerals. So if there's a particularly good year, It's not something that you invest with new faculty for a new program. It's really one-time money and you have to take it as such. But the commitment for a new program's ongoing, and so we don't feel that's wise to take one-time money from a bump in assessment and invest it in something long-term. But I think.
No,
Mr.
so
Frank can
I
do
would,
so
what
much
I'd like
better.
you to do, President Tyndall, because we're encroaching upon time, and if you truly want Dr. Dell to say something, then that's 2 minutes,
2-minute warning.
2 minutes. Representative, or Senator Salazar.
Really quick comment. I just want to commend President Tyndall for what happened this summer with regard to the Rustler Ag and Equine Center at CWC. I was fortunate enough to be there at the opening, and it's dealing with livestock production, and that's because of your leadership and the board's leadership. And I have taken your words to heart today about the scholarship issue, and but I so appreciate what your leadership has done this summer.
Thank you, Chairman and Senator Salazar. So I'll, lastly, to close up, to really put a fine point on the need for this program development money, I want to ask Dr. Dale to give some examples of how impactful this can be.
Dr. Dell. Thank you for your time at Western Wyoming College.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kim Dale, and I'm the president at Western Wyoming Community College. And I just wanted to share very quickly some of the benefits and the needs surrounding funding for new programs at the colleges. And I think most of you are aware that we were successful in standing up the first ever Powerline Technology program here in the state. That was a $2 million grant, if you will, funding opportunity through WIP. And we received that funding in 2021, and we were able to successfully have graduates this last May. And we have 4 graduates in a certificate program. We also have a 2-year program as well, but 3 out of 4 of those graduates are working here in Wyoming. And I think that's important for us all to hear and celebrate and recognize that these are CTE programs that are costly and take some time to really get that, that additional funding necessary for sustainability. So we were blessed with having that $2 million. And we currently have a full cohort of 15 students now. We did receive scholarships from business and industry. We have tremendous business and industry support with curriculum and equipment donations, manpower donations. The scholarships themselves, particularly one from Lower Valley REA, they provide 2 scholarships for students, and we already have a student who's graduated in the certificate program and is working for them. So, and then moving forward, just real quickly, what's next for Western and Southwest Wyoming? We also received 1 year of seed money to start a substation technology program, which I believe is relevant to an earlier conversation you might have had with our friends from the Energy Authority. So that's 1 year of seed money, and with the vision that we would be asking for additional funding to continue that through one of the mechanisms, whether it's WIP or Wyoming Works. But those will be trained technicians, and we will be able to have folks start that program in 2024. It's currently going through the approval process for curriculum development. And then lastly, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention nuclear power and that little project that will be happening in Kemmerer. And so we are working very closely with TerraPower right now to identify what those jobs are and what those skills will be needed for those jobs. That will come more quickly than we think. So this is an example of where Western would not be in a position to add new programs. This would be an opportunity for Western to expand existing programs, and that would be in plant operations, industrial maintenance, and electrical instrumentation, which we were able to, through WIP funding, expand and will this year in Evanston. So looking at getting access to more students in that part of the state and even drawing some folks to the state. And then one other piece that that President Tyndall mentioned is the importance of non-credit training, because there's going to be a variety of folks that really just need the skills training to get into these career pathways. And when it comes to the Naughton plant in particular, we're thinking about those folks who might want to make that transition to that nuclear plant and how we could utilize non-credit programming and other opportunities to weave into the fabric of the curriculum those nuclear outcomes. And part of our plan also is to work with the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources to implement that as well, and partner with them. So I just wanted to give you a snapshot of the benefit of having that seed money to help with new program development and expansion of existing programs, because we just don't have it in our regular general fund budgets. And lastly, I just will put in another plug for Kickstart Wyoming. Thank you so much, because gaining access to adult workers is going to be critical in filling all of these many, many jobs that are coming to our state, especially in the southwest corner. So happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. How'd I do? I did okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. And this was been a great experience. And I want to let you all know there's cake down in the corridor.
So we'd remind the committee that we're going to grab a lunch, come back up here. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want, maybe that's when we go through a bill, or we've got the other people coming in.
Mr. Co-Chairman, if I can, I'm not sure if you already acknowledged Director Caldwell's last day is today before she retires.
We did,
Do we do that?
we did.
So a round of applause before they go off for cake.
Well done.
Mr. Swank?
And just for, you're invited to come down to room W03 or 53, W054. That's where she will be.
Thank you. 15 minutes. Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman, there was some discussion of taking up 24 LSO 03388.
Hold on just a second, folks. We're still trying to. Okay, try again, Don.
Mr. Chairman, right after lunch, when you return here, there was some discussion of taking 24 LSO 0388 up first, Information Technology Authorization Committee. Is that still the plan? And then we will proceed with the Department of Revenue right after that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back at 12:15.
Mr. Richards, do we have Department of State Board of
12:15.
Equalization? Okay.
12:15. Yeah, let's start. We ready? All right, Joint Appropriations Committee, we are coming back together after our quick lunch break. The time is 12:28 as indicated prior to our break. We're gonna go ahead and start with 24 LSO 388, Working Draft .4, which is Information Technology Authorization Committee. So we have LSO here to walk us through the bill, so go ahead and please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Tamara Revley with LSO here. This is the bill draft. I'll provide you a little bit of background on before I jump into it. I know you've had a lot that's happened between October and now. So last session, the JAC sponsored a bill to consolidate ETS under the Department of Administration and Information. This bill wasn't passed, and the topic was added to the JAC's interim topics number 5 to continue to look at that. In the meantime, the executive branch convened a task force to conduct listening sessions and to make recommendations on ETS reorganization. They did come back to you with recommendations in late October that included leaving ETS as a standalone agency, some statutory changes, some budgetary practice changes, and then the creation of a body to oversee and approve state government standards and policies for technology and cybersecurity, and to resolve conflicts of interpretation and application of policies and standards. So this is that bill draft that's in front of you. The JAC liked this recommendation and wanted to see it drafted. At that time, you did not include some of the other statutory kind of cleanup that was recommended by the task force and just chose to focus on this Information Technology Authorization Committee. So that's what this bill draft does. It creates a new executive branch committee within the ETS statutes. And just from a broad overview, this would be a 5 voting member committee with 4 appointed by the governor and 1 elected statewide or their designee. Members would serve 2-year terms. They'd be subject to removal. You would have 3 non-voting members. That would include the CIO from ETS and then a representative and a senator. It would be staffed by ETS. And I've included some of just the standard language we use for legislators and executive branch task forces concerning payment of per diem, mileage, and salary, that the non-state employees, the private sector appointees would receive expenses, lodging, and meal allowance. The state employees who serve would just be paid as if they were on their official duties when they're serving as members of the task force. So that's kind of a high-level overview of what this bill draft does and how it came before you. The real meat of the bill begins after kind of all of the standard provisions into the committee's duties. And this is on page 4. This is where we direct the committee and give them authority for what they are to do. And there's 11 duties enumerated beginning on page 4. The main duty would be to review the biennial information technology plan for the executive branch that's prepared by ETS and the CIO, as well as statewide information technology standards. And these standards that are established, I'm sure could be described better by the agency, but as I understand them, existing standards touch on things like human resources, and communication and research and development, budget and finance, information management, and then of course, security and privacy. These are standards that are adopted by ETS under existing law, and they're for the executive branch, but they may be adhered to by the University of Wyoming, the community colleges, the judiciary, and the legislature. So that's within existing law that they are clear standards for the state, but they may have a broader approach where it's appropriate and those entities decide that they want to borrow those standards. The committee would also be charged to review minimum qualifications for ETS personnel. Then moving on to page 5, which I think is one of the biggest changes that would be contemplated with this bill, would be to approve or disapprove all proposed information technology projects that are over a specified threshold, an amount. And That amount wasn't decided by the task force's recommendations. It was left blank. And I currently don't have an amount there, so that would be a policy decision for this committee to come to. Then moving on, they would,
Who's in charge today, or this afternoon? Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize. Back on that page 5, Romanet 3, the approve or disapprove, would that, and maybe the language needs to be added, following legislative appropriation for the project? Because say it's a new, the new RIS system for YDOT, it has been a bone of contention for many years here in the legislature, or a sticking point. And to give this task force the ability to approve that item with no appropriation might be a little bit outside of the lines of a task force. So does language need added that says they would approve it following that appropriation, or how does that all function in your mind?
In your mind?
Madam Chairman, Representative Walters, I think that the way this was drafted and proposed as a recommendation was based on existing language in law, where currently the department is directed to review proposed information technology projects. And if they're approved, and then subject to legislative funding, that's just another layer of approval that's required. So I might I might leave this to the agency to talk about the order of when a project is requested and the approval that's required, and whether that money has already been appropriated or whether this is going through a budget request and will become part of a budget request. But certainly areas of statute have, and this could also have, subject to legislative appropriation, because of course this branch is the appropriator. So then moving on to the other duties of this committee would be.
Representative Larson?
Still a little bit on that subject, as the staff drafted this and went through review, was there any concern that you've got non-elected officials or non-state employees that then now are evaluating projects that could potentially be in competition with their industry, or be either on the receiving end or on the product vendor side? Was there any concern expressed in that regard?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Larson, that particular concern was not raised during any of the drafting process. This would be a commission that would be subject to all existing ethical rules related to procurement and interest in a contract and making decisions related to contracts where a party might be interested. And so there certainly could be a conflict that a member of the committee that's appointed from the private sector would have to
Recuse.
would have to be careful whether they were implicating any of those provisions in their actions.
Thank you.
Please continue.
So those are probably the biggest duties. We continue on with duty number 4, which includes developing a report format that incorporates a life cycle analysis for submitting those proposed technology projects. And then on to page 6, got requiring expenditure and activity reports on these kind of technology projects, conducting periodic reviews on progress of projects, monitoring critical projects, suspending project expenditures if a project is at risk of failure or is non-compliant as determined by this commission, hearing and deciding appeals by budget units on related projects. For example, if the projects are not approved, there would be the ability of the committee to hear those appeals and make a final determination. And then reporting to the governor and the legislative leadership and adopting any rules that are necessary.
Representative Larson?
So is the intent apologize. So Tamara, then is the intent, as you understand it, to there on Roman at 7, that this commission could, well, in all of those, that they can conduct periodic reviews, monitor information projects, and temporarily suspend them. Does that, we have that anyplace else for this type of commission? Isn't that generally a function of a state agency or?
Representative Larson, I think I'll have to get back to you on whether that exists anywhere else. Do some research on that.
Okay, please.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Stitt?
in a similar vein, Ms. Ravalli, if you know, what's the problem that this bill is trying to fix?
Why are we doing this, Ms. Ravalli?
Representative Stiff and Madam Chairman, what the findings of the task force was that there was lacking a governing body that could arbitrate some questions of interpretation and make final decisions and provide oversight and review. And so they made that recommendation by the task force and prepared this draft language that I've pretty well incorporated as it was written with some LSO drafting conventions. But generally, it was their recommendation that they needed a governance board or an oversight body to go to.
Ms. Ravalli, I admit I do not recall who created the task force and who was on it.
Sure. Madam Chairwoman, that was created by the governor. It was chaired, well, on the task force was Chief of Staff Drew Perkins, Tricia Bach, Timothy Sheehan, and Robin Cooley, I believe, and I might leave that to the agency to talk about who else that they involved.
Okay, great. Director Sheehan, why don't you come up and we'll let Ms. Ravalli finish explaining the bill. And then we'll kind of go into why you actually believe this is a good idea.
Thank you.
Because I'm pretty doubtful. Ms. Ravalli, if you could continue with the bill explanation.
Sure. So moving on to page 7, there were some areas of existing law that really probably need to be addressed that I put in a staff comment, and perhaps I should have taken some liberties and decided how to resolve them, but I've included them as a staff comment for you. There's just some existing references to the current review of proposed IT projects that's done by ETS that would need to be updated to conform them to reference the review that would be completed by this new committee. And so that language is copied in the staff comment. I would envision you might want an update on page 8 to existing law, and then related to page 8, bottom of page 8, 9-2906, subsection D, you would probably just want to repeal all of this language that relates to the department's existing process for approving IT projects, because that would be taken over by the committee. Finally, section 2 contains an appropriation. It was hard for me to kind of estimate how often this committee would need to meet and how long the work would take. So I have had the fiscal office and our fiscal officer estimate if we had 4 meeting days this biennium, this first fiscal year of the biennium, and the next fiscal year, we would need about $14,000 for the legislative members and $14,000 for the executive members.
All right, any final questions for LSO? Representative Larson?
So in your staff comments, you talk about funds not reverting. Projects, let's see, at the bottom of page 7 and going on over. So if I read, so that would mean all funds aren't reverted. So if all the funds were not expended and they can only be expended for the projects for which they is appropriated, you could have an accumulation of funds that cannot be expended or reverted. Right?
Representative Larson, Madam Chairman, that's existing. law, yes. Under 94207D2, appropriations that are for information technology projects that are certified currently by the state CIO as having a defined scope and meeting this criteria, do not revert. Those ones that are identified as having a need for continuing the expenditure beyond the applicable fiscal period.
But, well, and so maybe I jumped the gun, but if there's remaining funds at the completion, those remaining funds would revert? Is that how that works?
Go ahead.
Representative Larson, I think that depends on how the appropriations are made in the bills. Whether when the JAC appropriates funds and the legislature passes the budget, whether it says project funds shall revert at the end of the
I
project.
was just trying to understand if it's in statute, how we historically do it, I guess, more than anything. Kevin?
Any other questions for LSO, Mr. Hibbard?
Madam Chairman, real quick. The provision is that if you encumber funding and you carry it across because you had that encumbrance stays in place, but you cannot change the intent of that encumbrance when it's being extended.
What about the leftover?
Leftover
He
funds
asked-
that are not encumbered.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Everybody has to move closer to their mics. The question was, what about unencumbered funds?
Mr. Chairman, at the end of the biennium, if you do not have those funds encumbered, they revert. It's only encumbered funds that we want to make sure that it meets the requirement of the contract.
Okay, final questions for LSO. Before the director tells us why he wants a committee taking away some of his power. Director Sheehan, welcome.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. Again, TR Sheehan, the interim CIO and director for ETS. So for me, IT governance is important, and it should not be a single person or entity that gets to make a decision on behalf of the rest of the agencies. It should be a thought out decision and allow us on how we move forward in our strategy. And so the thought process.
Closer to the mic.
Apologize. So this is an industry best practice, is to have a committee put together of a few folks with a few different backgrounds to actually review the projects, make sure they're sound, make sure that they follow the strategy and the business objectives that we have set out, and to help identify and mitigate risk in those projects. And so that is one reason why we have recommended this committee to come to fruition. We used to do that. A previous director stopped doing it. And I believe, as much as we don't always want the legislative branch to direct the executive branch, I think this is one instance where IT governance is important because it can reduce our costs going forward in projects.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. So, TR, you could do this anyway. The governor could just set this up informally. And so why put it in statute? That's the question.
Director.
Madam Chairwoman, Co-Chairman Nicholas, again, for me, it goes to the importance. When you look at what other states are doing, this is fairly common in other states to actually have this codified as a requirement for certain projects over a certain amount. The important piece here is the smaller projects, let that run through the normal process, right? We don't need to burden those projects. But when we're talking high dollar projects into the millions of dollars, we want to scrutinize those a little bit further. And to your points, maybe we don't need this in statute. That's always a possibility, but because a director in the past was able to make that decision, this is why I feel that's important.
Director, when did we have this last? About
2019?
2018?
2018, 2019?
So it's only recently gone away, correct?
Correct.
And you believe, and the governor's directors all believe it should come back.
I can't say if all directors believe it should come back. Nobody likes a little bit additional burden on, the bureaucracy piece. But again, when we talk about risk mitigation and to our projects and ensuring that if multiple agencies are doing multiple projects, that we have that board to come together to say, these three agencies are doing something together. Let's get folks talking. So that, again, that's a big reason behind that.
Chairman.
So it's interesting, DR, because from my standpoint, the issue is not having the agencies review and whether or not they like your proposals. What we need is some type of independent review from the computer science world, or the computer world, tech world, to tell us that what you're doing is the right thing and that you go through the right hoops, that we're paying the right dollars, we're not over and under. But that's not what this task force is set up to do. So to me, if we create a task force or some type of entity or commission, it's kind of like, essentially it's the fox guarding the hen house. What we need is something, a deeper dive into, look at the budget you presented to us yesterday. That's a lot of money, and none of us have the expertise to know whether or not it's the right thing or not. We're relying on you to do it. This commission won't have that ability to do that either. So I'm not sure that this is what we need. You can create this commission yourself with the governor and just do it. And to help you with those agencies. But to me, the bigger issue is how do we know what we're doing, that we're getting the right programs, we're spending the right amount of dollars, on like cybersecurity. That's going to turn in all combined to a $75 million annual price tag. And that's a lot of money. And so we don't know if that's the right dollar. We have to rely on you to do it. So Madam Co-Chair, I'm not really in favor of the bill, but at some point we need to have you and your decisions help us make sure you're making the right decisions. I mean, that's more important than this commission. Thank you.
Yeah, Director, briefly, and then we'll go to our Senator Guru and then Representative Walters. Kind of step us back, big picture. These other states that are doing this, when did this concept start and really why?
Madam Chairwoman, the concept of IT governance has been around for decades.
What is IT governance?
So IT governance, right, it's just the review and of the projects that we have going on. It is, in my opinion, this would add some of that independent lens, right? We are bringing in private industry folks to sit on this and review what we're doing. And the other piece is to also include in a non-voting capacity, but in an informal informational process, the legislature in the decision process that's going on with our IT projects. So it's to review these projects, it's to understand the details of the projects, and it's to ensure that we're going forward in a sound manner and that aligns with the strategy that we have set forth.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I'm listening to my learned colleagues and their apprehension here. I'm going to ask you, when I was going over your budget, and it's a big departure given this whole cybersecurity thing, and you and I talked at length about this when we met on your budget, since I'm your liaison. This made sense to me in that respect, the fact that we're moving into a whole new realm with this cybersecurity. We don't want 100 different agencies with 100 different security programs, all of which working in silos, that we need to have some sort of uniform plan for the security purpose. That's what the industry is saying. Is that kind of at the heart of where this is coming from?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Guru, in part, yes. So the other piece of this is looking at those policies and the standards that we set across the state. And again, have a subset of folks review that and concur with that. So it's just not arbitrarily, I don't believe the CIO should just arbitrarily put a rule or standard out there. So this is putting some checks and balances on myself as well.
Or diluting where the buck stops. Senator Guru?
Follow up, Madam Chair. In addition, a couple of years ago, you're our home committee. We are your home committee. And we issued or commissioned a study to try to give you a template to work with within the avalanche of computer requests we got, and they're still coming. Do you think this will help you with this governance piece? Then this will help you on that side as well?
Will it help you make decisions, Director?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Groot, yes, it does help tie in together the recommendations that I put forward in a more cohesive plan.
One
Follow
last.
up?
Yeah, and when it comes up, and it will, other questions, I would just like you to give us some guidance as far as what you'd like to see in like page 5, where all those X's are possible numbers, but you don't have to give it right now. You can think about it while Representative Walters asks questions.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Moving back to the bill on page 3, we have some blanks in there for the dollar values. And Director Sheehan, you mentioned that other states do this. Off the top of your head, what would you anticipate being those dollar figures we should insert in this bill if we were to move forward? Is it a
Director?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Walters, I think this is a such subjective number. So I would go with more of our large projects over $1 million would be my recommendation. Currently, ETS does require, I think, projects over about $200,000 to go through a more extensive review. Again, I don't want to be too burdensome on the agencies, but when we are talking high value projects, it's just ensuring we have that proper review and moving forward in a standardized model for that project.
Thank you.
Co-Chairman?
So, Madam Co-Chair, before we kind of dive into this anymore, would it be okay if we got an informal hands up and down on whether or not we continue to pursue this bill or move it forward?
Yeah, I think the co-chairman and I briefly mentioned that we don't feel it's ready for prime time. And of course, the governor didn't choose to place our members on the task force. And so we're seeing this for the first time and don't feel it's probably ready for prime time. But certainly if the committee would like to continue to work it or see it come back in January, we can evaluate that idea. So just a straw poll, how many of those are in favor of continuing to work this bill? Please raise your hand. Well, that killed it. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All right. So a great conversation. I'm hopeful that all of the state agencies and department heads who pay such close attention to JAC this time of year are paying attention to this bill draft, and will continue to work with the chief executive on understanding how this committee may be a reliable and useful tool both to ETS, to the legislature, and to the executive branch. So we look forward to seeing it in the interim.
And Madam Co-Chair, we would like to hear from the chief executive. They can create this entity informally and just do it. And my guess is anytime you spend a lot of money that impacts any agency, you speak with that agency and you speak with the governor's office. And so in essence, this is probably already happening already. And if it isn't, it should, but that's because that's part of your job. But so we're not being judgmental or anything. We're just going, go ahead and do it. So.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. We can, if you don't feel like you have the ability or not empowered to create rules, and I know all of the other state agencies are just cringing right now, that would apply to them, then we'll provide that authority. They certainly believe that they are subject to ETS rules and regulations. That's certainly been the basis for all of their technology requests thus far this week. So you do certainly have that authority, just like any other agency has the authority to create rules that affects all citizens in this state. So we can consider that carefully as we move forward. Any final comments from any of the committee? All right, seeing none. Director, final comments from you.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. One comment I would add, and this goes to, I believe, Representative Larson's comment earlier. There was a recommendation, and I haven't fully vetted this out with the good director at budget, but potentially putting forward an IT modernization fund using the leftover funding appropriated for IT projects. So instead of reverting it back to the general fund, could a fund potentially be created? So that would be my final comment of, if there is appetite for that, on how we fund some of our legacy applications that need upgraded, if IT monies are already appropriated, could we consider that in the future?
I think that's a smart idea myself. Any comments from the committee about that or anything you'd like to see in that regard? Kind of similar to major maintenance, I think. All right, we look forward to having that discussion with you again.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right. Committee, we will move on to Agency 211 in your budget books. That would be the State Board of Equalization. We have the board chairman, Mr. Martin Hartzog, with us today. It'll turn green. You just press the button and it'll be green when it's ready to go.
Good afternoon, everybody, chairman, co-chairman, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. My name is Marty Hartzog. I'm chairman of the board for this year and next, I think. It's kind of a rotating title within the board. The Board of Equalization is 3 board members, all appointed by the governor, and we have 2 staff members. We have a statistician and we have an executive assistant. That's a substantial decrease over the last 15 years. It used to be 8 in our agency. And over time, through various combinations of responsibilities and cuts in our budget, the duties of the job have been meshed into fewer and fewer staff. And like I said, we just have the 2 staff members. For those of you who are not familiar with the Board of Equalization, and I find that probably greater than 50% of the public don't know what we do, even though we've been here as an agency longer than the states existed. We were a territorial entity consisting of the governor, the treasurer, and I believe the Secretary of State as far back as 1869. And so it used to be a major part of the government of Wyoming, but over the decades, it's been whittled down to 2 basically very specialized functions. We're Wyoming's tax court. We hear appeals for every Wyoming tax dispute. And that's whether it's state assessed from the Department of Revenue, between Department of Revenue or Department of Transportation and a taxpayer. And then we're the second body or reviewing court for county boards of equalization. That's a statutory function. The other function we have is constitutional. And what we do is regulate, in effect, all of the state assessors. We monitor their values to make sure they're uniform and at market value, fair market value. And we do that through our statistician, who basically we jump on his back and we follow his lead in terms of what the valuations are doing. And I know that's a hot topic over the last few years, valuations of property. And with that, I will certainly answer any questions about what we do, just so you understand, but it's a very specialized body, very narrow in function. The budget is extremely, I guess, perfunctory in a sense. It's our standard budget, and we have just one division within our budget. All of it basically is our personnel expenses and our IT or ETS function with some mail. We have a budget that supports our mailing, which there's a substantial amount of mail. And then we have ETS, but we really are fairly basic when it comes to information technology. And then we have the 5 persons in our agency. And with this budget, you're going to find that what we did is asked for 2 things. 2 exceptions. We have 2 priorities, and if you go through, one of them is something we ask for every so many years. It's an upgrade of our computers, or a refurbishing or a replacement of our computers on a schedule. So it's not we're voluntold we need to do this every 4 or 5 years, and so the budget item, and that's B. If you go to the pages aren't numbered, but if you go to the page 8, which has got a table in the middle, and it's got 4 line items. Number two, the item two is the new computers and software for the board. And that would include a couple of printers being replaced. And that consists of $9,800. And so that's the one priority that's in addition to our standard budget. The
Chairman?
first priority,
Chairman, how many computers and copiers will you be purchasing? It's not in your budget book that I can find.
that would consist of 4 laptops with docking stations, 1 desktop with a monitor and updated software. And then we have a couple of old printers that are starting to lose their integrity, and we would replace those too.
And are you voluntold that by ETS?
We're voluntold that we need to replace our computers. That part of it, yes, and the software, it's a matter of, we certainly are in communication with them, and we're, the software upgrade would be to, what is it, 11? We're perfect 11. And so it's just simply trying to keep up with the current iteration of the software.
Fully support your efforts. Thank you.
The first priority, and this is something that you can read about in more detail in the narrative, but what's happening, folks, is the board is quickly approaching turnover. We're going to lose a board member here in the next year and a half. The next board member will be gone in about 2.5 years, and then all of us will be gone in about, I would say, no less than 4. And then the staff have become incredibly specialized in their expertise. Our statistician, for example, is basically riding herd on 23 assessors, and he's doing so through the programming required to keep them informed and to track their work, all of their valuations. And he puts together programs that enable the board to do that, as well as the assessors themselves. And so his job, in addition to being a statistician, where he runs all of the calculations that the board uses to measure conformance with Wyoming law, he's also doing a lot of the programming. He's also our webmaster. He does all of our technological stuff. For instance, keeping up our website. All of our decisions are posted, all of our rules posted, our facts, FAQs are posted, and that's done fairly, at least once a week. It's all updated. So he does quite a bit. Our executive assistant, who's here with us, and I'm sorry, I failed to identify Ms. Mockler, who's the board member this year. And with us is our executive assistant, Jennifer Fujinami. And because we have lost persons over the years, and because we have lost our staff attorney, we've had to really restructure how things are done, because we get tons and tons of calls from the public about, angry questions about something that happened at a county level or something that's happening at the state level. But because we're the court, we're not permitted to directly interact with taxpayers who are likely or could possibly be litigants in front of us. So what we have to do is have everything worked through our staff. And so Jenny is having to field these questions and then talk to us, and then we relay answers to the extent we can through her. She's becoming, or has become, a paralegal. And a legal secretary as well, because we do a lot of editing and legal citation that we check. So she's taken on a lot of the responsibilities of our staff attorney, who we lost 3 years ago. If you remember, back in the late 90s, we had a massive backlog. And because of the massive backlog, the legislature allowed us to hire a staff attorney. And he had been with us for about 20 years, and then he left, but we lost that position a few years ago due to the budget cuts. So anyway, all of those responsibilities have been kind of sucked in.
I'm curious, that statistician that you were talking about, is he able to do that job by himself?
Madam Co-Chairman, Senator Salazar, absolutely. It's funny. I asked him one day, I said, so mathematically, Are you, is this work challenging for you? So while it's well above Jane and mine, and Dave Delicath is our third board member, it's well above our heads in terms of the math. He's not as challenged by the math. He's very, very good. It's the other things that he's had to take on and all of the programming that is required to keep the systems going. 23 assessors plug into his programs and they have to be interactive so that he can monitor them remotely. And so all of that's taken quite a bit of education and instruction as to how to actually write programs. So he's, not only is he a statistician, he's actually becoming a computer programmer. It's actually quite impressive. We would hate to lose him because I'm not sure how we would manage, but. Yeah,
So thank you. So Marty, a couple different questions. Number one, I think you should refer all those phone calls to the governor's office. Take care of that problem right away. And then, so how much, what is your salaries on the 5 members?
The salaries, I guess, roundabout, I think we're all at about 145, 144. Just salary, not all in. And that's the part that I'm tumbling through. We're trying to gear up so that when we have to hire a new board member, that we're competitive, as well as our executive assistant and our statistician. We submitted the budget to do that after reclassifying. The governor approved only one of those, our executive assistant. So the entire budget item exception was $144,000 for salary adjustment. And the governor's office recommended that we do one of those, and that was the executive assistant at about $35,000.
So my next question then is, since you no longer have your own attorney, I presume the AG's is covering for that, or not? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, no, Dave Delicath and I are attorneys, and so we do a lot of the in-house stuff ourselves. What does happen though is when we have to go into court, and we have a few times, we do consult our assigned attorney general, and that's happened maybe 2-3 times a year. Other than that, we do all of the work from the legal expertise on the board.
Yeah, I just remember a long time ago, I was assigned to the board, but that was a long time ago.
So a couple of questions. One, when you refer to losing your attorney, did they leave, or was it did we do a staff reduction? I'm just trying to understand what took place that stimulated that. And then, Madam Chairman, maybe I could ask a follow-up.
Madam Chairman, he did retire, he left, and we opened the position. And before we filled it, we lost the funding.
Okay.
So he wasn't riffed in a sense, but we did lose the position after he left within, I think it happened in a few months.
So when was that?
Yeah, 2019.
So it was part of the budget cuts at the time.
Yes.
So can I follow up on that? Do you want one back?
Or
would you rather have a pay raise?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I think at times we would love it. It is, it's frustrating and sometimes awkward to have these questions come in and not be able to just take the phone and talk to these folks, because that would be an ex parte. And so there are many times, and Gail Stewart was his name. He was fantastic at really holding the hand of some of the pro se taxpayers that really needed, somebody to just listen to him. And right now that's Jenny. But Jenny's not an attorney. And so she oftentimes has to say, look, I can relate some of this to the board, but they probably can't communicate with you directly, but I'm here to listen and try to help you out.
Representative Larson has a follow-up.
So, yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And then my next question was, as I look at your budget, are all those hearings held here in Cheyenne? Where do you hold those all here?
Madam Chairman, Representative Larson, all of them are in Cheyenne. We do have the ability to travel, but we have no budget for it. I can tell you, we lost an important part of our budget years ago, because if we ever have to do an equalization is basically our nuclear option. If an assessor hasn't done their job and we've given them warnings and tried to help them, I had the Department of Revenue work with them, and we would have to go in and revalue ourselves, and that would require quite a resource. And we had approximately 50,000 in an account for years, and that went too. So that's the concern, that, you know, that one, we don't have money to travel, and we've gotten a little bit of it back for CLE and training. But for the most part, no, we do everything in Cheyenne, and then we do a lot of things remotely through Zoom or even just phone call. You know, we'll do just a conference call hearing. And just incidentally, everything is done through contested case hearings. So there's always a.
So, Madam Chairman, I guess I posed that question because I just seen you had no budget for travel, and I find that interesting. Zero.
And I have Senator Salazar, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So, of those people who are appealing to you, do a large part of them come to Cheyenne themselves, or are there a majority of people who cannot come to Cheyenne on their appeal?
Madam Chairman, Senator Salazar, if they feel strongly enough to have a hearing and go through the appeal process, most of them come to Cheyenne. We do a fair number of hearings, though, remotely, just on a phone. And everybody is sworn in. We have an audio machine that takes care of that. And really, for the pro se folks, you know, that are fighting over a couple of thousand in value, or, you know, they don't hire an attorney. Everything, we will do phone call or just have a conference call and do it all over the phone. But I would say the majority, I would say 75% of all of our hearings are in person here in Cheyenne.
And then last question, ma'am. Does the fact that an appealer does not have an attorney, that wouldn't affect your judgment in any way, would it?
What are your ethical obligations, Mr. Chairman?
Madam Chairman, Senator Salazar, it does and it doesn't. We hold them to the same burden of proof. However, they are given quite a bit of leeway in terms of working with them to help them understand. Just as any of the hearing officers you have over at OAH or even a district court judge, county court judge, there are a lot of accommodations and so forth given to pro se folks, just so that the system, because they are overwhelmed and intimidated, especially if they go up against the Department of Revenue or the county attorney who are trained. So sure, yeah, they're handled a little differently.
How many contested cases are you doing annually?
Madam Chairman, I would say we've been consistently doing, I would say between 5 and 10 a year. Sometimes there's a lot more. We had a couple years back, especially during the pandemic, we had, well, and when I say contested case hearings, that we hold, a lot of our hearings are reviews of county board decisions, and those are just arguments.
Mm-hmm.
So hearings that we actually conduct, I would say 4 to 10 a year.
And then how many direct appeals?
There's quite a few of those. I think that, and the numbers are in there, I think we have between 30 and 40 all-in appeals a year, but we've had up as many as 50 and 60. And then we've had as low in the mid-20s. I mean, it really fluctuates.
Sometimes it's helpful for me to ask the question so you can verbalize it for the record and the people watching but aren't reading. Yeah. Representative Larson.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I was just going to agree, and we understand is we're all intimidated when we go up against the Department of Revenue.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Stiff.
Director, I did have a question about the Series 100 and your exception request on payroll. It looks like that the agency got a little bit bigger bump than the average. Your payroll Series 100 cost went up by $230,000 from the base budget to the standard budget, which is about a 16% cost increase. I guess my first question is, that's split among 5 employees. I get 5 people. Qualitatively speaking, I mean, if you just averaged it, that'd be $20,000 per person per year. But I take it that probably wasn't evenly divided amongst all the 5. Was it weighted more in favor of the board members or more in favor of the staff?
Madam Chairman, Representative Stith, it was more the staff. They were, and that happened before. We did get some reclassifications done through the last adjustment, and the staff benefited to a greater degree than the board members.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, follow up. So if you just took the average, that's a, 23,000 per employee cost. That would translate to about 17,000 that would actually show up on the paycheck. Then the ask to bump that up by another 17,000 per year, it seems like a lot, right? Because that would be another 12 grand that would show up on the employee's paycheck. So that's like a $30,000 pay raise over 2 years, which seems like a lot. And so the question is, you believe that's a good idea because?
Mr. Hartzog?
Madam Chairman, Representative Stith, I guess I'm not as comfortable with the numbers, and I don't know that they saw that, but I think that what we have found is that when we did open positions, as we did, hired Ms. Fujinami, 5 years ago, it was tough to get the type of talent and people willing to, switch from their job. And now with the additional, that was all before we lost, position. So now her responsibilities have become far more robust. And just so that we can be competitive when the positions do turn over, and we know they will, we just want to be ahead of the curve on that. And to hold them when we get them.
Mr. Hartzog, we heard testimony on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday from the Supreme Court. And one of their proposals is for a new position for a court navigator. And the purpose of that position and that concept is to provide volunteers, some paid positions across the state to help with pro se litigants coming into the courthouse and just kind of navigate those individuals through the process in a way that's allowable without providing representation, right? But providing that facilitation. Because you are a judicial board, have you had conversations with the judicial branch about how potentially that position and service that may be provided to the courts could also be utilized by your office?
Madam Chairman, no, I can't say that we have. I think there's always been a tension there. For instance, when I used to work with the Attorney General's office, it was interesting. We would negotiate, when I came here, I was responsibility for negotiating our Westlaw contract. And I wanted to glom on to the Attorney General's office's Westlaw contract because they had such a huge, and because of their the scale and what they got a wonderful price. But at the time, they didn't want us to do that because of the ethical concerns. If we were all underneath the same umbrella of legal research services, there might be some hint of a conflict. If I draw a parallel between that and what you just asked, I can't say that we've ever considered using the court's resources for our needs. We've always had, of course, the staff attorney who was really the person, and so that might be something to look into. Actually, I hadn't even understood that there was such a thing.
It's a new concept. I strongly encourage you to do so. I think any of those concerns would not be paralleled or similar. Obviously, the Supreme Court is coming on behalf of the judicial branch, asking on behalf of all the district courts and circuit courts.
Right.
So those same concerns would be present.
Sure.
And there'd be enough separation there to obviate that concern. So I do think that it's worthy, in the event that that's funded in some fashion, either through this body or not, to continue those conversations.
Well, and thank you, Madam Chairman, for that. I just to put um, a summary together on it. If you go to the last page, or 14, it's really the entire budget. It's our standard budget from last year with the addition of the 9,000 and change for the computer rotation, and then the approximate 35,000 for the one position that we were permitted, that the governor agreed we should adjust the salary for. So the two items, that's what the governor's office approved. And the entire budget then comes out to about 1.753 million, which is fairly close to what it's been in the past for the biennium. And really, there's nothing else that would be worth, unless you have anything else in mind to discuss.
Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With all the whatever related to property tax interest in our state, has your board seen any trend upward in the number of appeals from the counties?
Mr. Hartzog?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, I would say absolutely. And so we've seen fewer appeals at the state level, state assessed for,
Yes.
or maybe close to the same for sales tax and mineral tax. Mineral tax being the most demanding and complex, but we've seen quite a few more appeals from county boards of equalization, as well as some of the industrial equipment appeals. We get a fair number of those on the personal property side that come through the county boards. But yes, especially during the pandemic, we saw a definite increase in appeals for property tax disputes at the county board level.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So with that in mind, and having heard that you're down at least one key member or, staff team member, would you project that over the next couple of years at least, you'd want to maybe beef up a little bit in your budget?
You want to beef up, Mr. Hartzog?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, we sure did miss the person when they left, and we've added on to the responsibilities of our statistician, and especially Ms. Fujinami, our executive assistant. But we never felt like we had that as an option. I don't know that we've seriously considered it, only because it was just something we wouldn't be able to get. And one other factor that plays into it, and not necessarily relevant to what you folks are wanting to hear, but quite honestly, the types of applicants, because we had the position open for some time and we weren't getting great applicants. And I think that's clear across the board with law firms and employers, just not seeing the same numbers. And so there's something going on there. I'm not sure what it is, but I was not ever under the impression that we had that as an option.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And forgive my ignorance on this, Mr. Chairman. I don't have to say that to Senator Monclar because she knows my ignorance very well. But what are the statutory responsibilities, statutory requirements to be on the Board of Equalization?
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Senator Guru, there aren't any. In the past, during Governor Geringer's term, they had three appraisers, and they didn't have any attorneys. And there were some issues because we do get a fair number of very complex tax cases, mineral tax cases especially, value of natural gas, oil, coal, you name it, requiring a lot of statutory interpretation and so forth. But But the statutes themselves have no requirement in terms of education or experience.
Thank you.
Madam Co-Chair.
Co-Chairman?
So could you tell us what your executive assistant, what her current salary is?
Madam Chairman?
Feel free to phone a friend.
Um, Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, just a little bit under 50.
And so it looks like the Gov's rec is to increase that salary, but not yours, is that right?
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, it was reclassified last year, so that's after the increase that she got, and it was significant.
Okay.
So yes.
And so with this reclassification you're asking for, that's equivalent to roughly, it's 35, so 15 a year roughly, and change. By the way, I keep saying, every time I drive through Du Bois, I always honk when I go by the Mockler house on the.
Madam,
Yeah.
Madam
I wonder what the
Chairman.
value of that is now. I wonder what the value of that house is. Yeah.
Mr. Hartzog?
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, I believe it's closer to 8 or 9 in terms of salary, and then the rest is,
And then, yeah, benefits.
yeah, so yeah.
All right, final questions from the committee. I think we've worked this agency pretty well. Thank you for all that you do. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
All right, committee, we're on time, 1:29, approaching our 1:30 agenda item. Committee, we have up next the Department of Revenue, Agency 11. No. Committee, we'll take just a quick 5-minute break. Like everybody's taking one anyway. Come back at 1:36.
We can be.
All right, members, we are coming back together for our last agenda item of the day. As a reminder, we heard from ETS last night. And so we are rounding out our first week of budget hearings with the wonderful Department of Revenue. This is Agency 11 committee members, and we have with us today Director Brenda Henson. Welcome, Director. It's good to see you.
Good afternoon. Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue, and I am honored to sit here before you today to present our 2025-26 budget. Today, as I present the budget, I'm aware of the responsibilities that each of you have. You must be accountable to the citizens of Wyoming, and they trust you to ensure those tax dollars are spent directly tied to the services that they receive. Considering the needs of the past, considering the needs of the present, and then obviously the future. So as we proceed today, I will approach this as a joint effort that hopefully at the end of the day provides the Department of Revenue with the revenue that's necessary for us to accomplish our statutory duties. I believe that we've got a PowerPoint. My intent of this PowerPoint is to provide you with the information so that this does go fairly quickly as we walk through our budget today. I'm definitely going to focus on the exception requests, which of course we don't have a significant number. Okay. With me today, I am very thankful to have Chrissy Urich up here with me. She has been the fiscal officer. She is the manager of the Administrative Services Division, and she's been doing that for over 30 years, so absolutely my right hand. Also with me behind you will find Thomas Montoya, Administrator of the Liquor Division, also Brett Fanning, the Excise Tax Division Administrator. Craig Grinvik is unable to be here today, but he did not have any exception requests. So with that, let it slide. We also have Mr. Ken Gill joining us for the first time on the Wyoming Department of Revenue team to present budget, and he is the administrator of the Property Tax Division. With that, I've just shared our mission statement. You can read that on your own, but just a general overview of our 25-26 budget request. The standard budget is $351,926.11. Of that, $275 million is spending authority so that we can purchase liquor. We also have $42 million budgeted for general fund transfers. We have 100 series funds of $23,293,000 plus, operating expenses of about $11 million, and we have exception requests totaling a little over $3 million. Our total budget request is to add 1 FTE position and then that $355 million. And please do not hesitate to stop me if you have questions.
Director, that summary is very helpful. I just want you to know I appreciate that page greatly.
Oh, you bet. We also, I went through and took all of our exception requests and divided it out by a total dollar amount per division. And that's what this summary sheet goes through. But I will present this following the process within the budget, the pages, so we can go through. The first thing, if it's agreeable to the committee, that I'd like to do, though, is jump to what would be our exception request priorities number 13, 14, and 15. And the reason I'm doing that is because these are position transfers. And this slide that's within your packet really explains, and I believe Director Sheehan touched on this yesterday, we had a opportunity. So we had a billable position out at the Wyoming Liquor Division that we were paying for with our 400 series money. As we move towards the new enterprise resource planner, the new system that we've got out there, we felt that there was not a need for that full-time position. And so we took the funding out of our budget that was going to 400 series out at the Liquor Division, and we utilized that money to fund a position in the admin services area. Now, keeping in mind, the Liquor Division is an enterprise fund, So we first had to transfer 400 series to the enterprise fund, and we left it there for the current biennium. But for the next biennium, we want to move that to admin services. That's actually where that position exists today. We hired and filled that IT position in May 2023. And so this basically is, we're not adding any positions. The ETS agency gave us a position, and we're now using that. The other position is just simply a transfer. I had a Class 10 position in the Mineral Tax Division and a Class 8 position in Admin Services, and we switched those. But we did have to make some budget adjustments because you may recall that all of the positions within the Mineral Tax Division are shared by funding with the Department of Transportation. I believe that percentage is 27.6% that the Department of Transportation, we bill them each fiscal year, and they give us X amount of dollars. It's within their budget. So it looks a little wonky in the budget request. There's, if you look to pages 24 and 43, it'll explain that a little better, but this slide just helps you to see this particular piece did not really add any positions. We just took 400 series money from the liquor division, used that money in the admin services division. It did not add a position to the state government. Any questions related to those positions?
Madam Chairman,
Representative Walters?
just for clarification, if I may, Madam Chairman, if we're on page 24, you end up what I believe to be a $19,000 pay increase to the, or pay cost to the general fund in all of this swapping. Not complaining, just trying to better understand how that increase has occurred, or is it an increase overall?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to defer that to Christy Urick.
And we're referring to the liquor division transfer or to the mineral admin services transfer?
Page
Matt-
24.
Madam Chair, it's on page 24 and the governor's request or recommendation is actually at the very top of page 25 in the number of 19,494. And again, not concerned about the dollar figure, just trying to be able to trace and track how we got to that dollar figure after all the swips and swaps.
Yes, and Madam Chairman, Representative Walters, that 19,000 is just the increase in general fund because the mineral position is shared with special revenue.
All right.
The next division that we'll cover is the administration division. There's only one full-time employee in that division. That would be myself. I do have one exception request. This is priority number 12. And basically what I have, and you'll see the narrative on page 15, I've got an area within the third floor in the Hirschler building that is an open area. Some of you have had an opportunity to visit our office, but it's not being used for anything. It's just open space. And I have put in a proposal to add 2 additional offices, a gathering area for my staff. Basically, I have a break room that suffices, but there are 2 tables within the break room with 8 chairs, and I have approximately 60 employees. And so I'm asking, and there's no windows in that break room. So I'm asking in that bottom right-hand corner, we're going to take some walls that are on the other side and build an area that has a door where they can take a break and have a window and read a book, or we can use it for a meeting room if possible. And then the other piece of this remodel request is an office. If you were to walk into the Department of Revenue, we have a lobby area. And that's where people come in and have property tax refund applications and they complete them, or they are coming in and getting set up as a vendor for sales tax. But this is an open area where it's not very private. So I'm asking to put up some walls so that we can have some privacy with those customers. And the entire piece is a $60,000 ask.
Representative Larson?
It's a little unusual to see a capital construction request come through your standard budget. Is there a reason, either through A&I or Department of Construction, that didn't get put into the CapCom bill?
Director. Madam Chairman, Representative Larson, we've been working with capital construction with Jackie Knighton since about the first of the year, trying to get estimated costs. And quite honestly, we were told to put it within our budget. So we did.
Okay.
Co-chairman?
Are we sure?
So the issue, I think, Brenna, is the long-term use of that space for another agency or some other entity that's going to go there. If you start occupying it, it's going to be part of your space. So is this a temporary thing, or, I mean, that's the real question. At some point, you know, we want all of the agencies to be as close to the Capitol as we can, and we want to kind of move folks into that vacant spaces versus just pure expansion just because it happens to be empty. So I'm curious about that.
Pure expansion, Director Hansen.
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas. So the picture that you see, there's a Christmas tree there right now. It's right outside of our conference room area, and to the left of that is the Property Tax Division. And you may recall the entire agency is behind locked doors on the third
Hard to get
floor.
in there.
And really, all I'm doing is I'm building an enclosed HR office in that area, and I'm building an additional office that's enclosed for our IT person, the employee that's already in place, because they're in a cubicle with walls that are half. So we're not expanding, we're just trying to make better use of the square footage that we already have.
Madam Chair?
And what, I'm looking at the picture. What is the square footage of the office space that you're going to, open space you're going to encapsulate?
So the picture, Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, the picture on the right is that upper left-hand area that shows two offices in yellow. The green below it is the Property Tax Division. The other side of that, so we've got our conference room that is right by the stairwell, my office directly to the south of that, another IT conference room in green, and then the other area that's a gathering area, if you will, that is shown in yellow. That's right by the Mineral Tax Division. And then below that, I didn't include it in the page, is just where we have a cubicle that is not being utilized at this time, that we're basically going to put walls in that spot so that it can be a confidential place where they can share confidential information. So it's just existing space that is being used as hall.
And then in terms of the type of materials and construction, how did you design, how did you come up with that in the dollar amounts?
Director, how many walls are you proposing to put up?
6. We're actually erecting 6 walls, and we're moving that glass that you see in the picture from that side, putting it on the other side and adding a door.
Those actually aren't walls, those glass.
That's correct. That's
Barriers.
glass. But the offices, it's cheaper to do drywall than it is those walls. And we do have detailed price quotes that we received from Jackie Knighton on that.
From who?
Jackie?
We could over-engineer your $60,000 request, which we are about to do. Buckle up. Representative Larson, Co-Chairman Nicholas.
So, I mean, what I'd like to do or envision is calling Dell and say, come look at this and at least approve the design and the process. And my guess is he can do that in a day if we kind of get everyone on the same page. Is that?
However
feasible?
you would like us to proceed on this, I'd be happy to. Like I said, we've been working on this for about almost a year,
Well, and
trying to see what was the best approach. So
I
thank you.
apologize for that,
No, that's okay.
Figure out
Representatives Wanitzer?
Yeah, it's just a little wonky. You would normally see this, it's not your building, it's Department of A&I's. And then any type of construction of this would require, you know, some, in, and maybe you got all, it just,
We don't like the abnormal way this is being presented.
yeah. we
So
just-
Madam Chairman, perhaps I should have made the statement, Representative Larson, that Jackie that we've been working with is with A&I. So we have gone through A&I throughout this entire process.
We're gonna need a minute to experience this change for just
Thank
a
you.
second. We're gonna take a moment.
I'm gonna sit on my hands.
There's a lot of change happening right now. All right, Representatives Wanitzer?
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. I was just curious, when she say she's gonna build the walls and change the design, I'm available. I have a hammer. But to Representative Larson's point, I just want to make sure it goes through the proper channels of who comes in and does the remodeling. So,
So to
Wouldn't you
follow up on
agree?
that, Don, would you contact Dell and ask him? Yeah, interest. Yeah.
To see page 7 of the Department of Revenue's PowerPoint presentation. So Director, what I see is that those are glass barriers similar to a cubicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They were placed there when we moved in 2018.
Do you know if there's asbestos in the ceiling?
The answer is we do know that there's not.
Madam
We just rebuilt the
Chairman,
whole thing.
I can honestly say I sketched out on a piece of paper what my request was, and then I went directly to A&I and said, what is the process should we want to remodel? I was told that this happens quite frequently, and I just needed to tell them what I need, you know, what we anticipated, and they would take it from there. And
That was a
then
yes.
I was told to put it in my budget, and I did. But
the
I am willing to
That's
pursue this
transparency.
however you wish.
You should have hidden this in your budget more thoughtfully. Too transparent, like those walls.
We're here to help.
All right.
So that was the only exception request that I had within my area. Let's move on to administrative services. And we do have 3 exception requests in administrative services. The standard budget is that $1.8 million. Exception request priority number 6, $25,995. That is for a bulk mailing meter unit. Well, it saves us approximately $50,000 per year. It's important to note that the United States Postal Service is changing from bulk stamps to QR codes in 2027. Our current machine is 7 years old, and this is to replace that. Exception priority number 7, $11,492. This is, we have scanners that we use to scan all of our returns, our payments, our documents for both excise and mineral tax system. But currently, that particular scanning system only works with Windows 7. I was able to get an exception request from ETS temporarily, but we need to purchase software and update that to a Windows 10 environment, and that's $11,492. Priority number 8, $15,000. That's for specialty equipment maintenance. We have numerous mailing machines that we use within the division, and I encourage you to stop by and visit. And this is to ensure the maintenance contracts on all of those machines continue. With that, I did want to mention in admin services, it is Christie's division that administers the property tax refund program, although you will see the funding in the property tax, the valuation unit. But I did want to mention, first and foremost, my appreciation last year. You did give us an additional staff member within admin services. Historically, that one position had been able to handle the workload, but as you all know, the program qualifications expanded significantly last session, and it did take the entire division staff and then also some assistance from the other divisions to meet the statutory deadlines. But I will cover the property tax refund program when I get to the valuation division, if that's acceptable. With that, I also have an information technologies division. There are 0 employees in this division. It used to have employees when we had in-house IT staff, but where the money in this division focuses is the contract for our excise and mineral tax division applications. That is the majority of that $3.6 million. That technology, that software provides admin services, excise tax, mineral tax. It also includes our YF's customer portal that all of our vendors use to report. There are 2 exception requests for this particular division. The $594,095, we had originally included this for wind solar reporting system. We do the wind generation tax. We do not have the ability for our companies to report that online like we do our other taxes. So we had done a fiscal note when last year there was a bill to expand that to include solar. That bill failed. And quite honestly, there's been a significant number of approaches that have been put out there on how we tax electricity. So the governor denied this request, and I am in concurrence with that. It's just too early. And so while it was in the book, because we had asked for it, we're fine with not funding that. It's a significant dollar amount, and I would hate to see us go in a different direction with electricity and have this funded. So I'm okay with that not being funded. The exception priority number 17, $80,216. This, you may recall, under statute 94217, the legislature requires all state agencies to use the same credit card processor. And we have had a credit card processor for several years. That particular, it's integrated in our system. It provides credit card ability to be used for mineral tax, excise tax, property tax in the form of our public service assessments that we, in our private rail car that are paid directly to us. That particular vendor charges us $0. And this is what our vendor has indicated would be an estimated cost for just that excise tax piece, the programming that we would need to do, and that would be the $80,216. I also will have another exception request in the liquor division and when we get there. But this is just to, if the legislature continues to wish that we're all the agencies use this one vendor, there will just be some additional costs to incorporate that. And as of this point, I'm not sure if there will be then ongoing costs every year to continue to use the I3B's credit credit card software, that tool, but this is just to implement it in the first place.
So let's slow down there for a second. Did we screw up? So I think, so going back to that exception priority number 17, that request is in response to that legislation that was passed just this past session. Is that right?
Madam Chairman, I believe it was 2 sessions ago, but Director Sheehan could speak to that. Our contract and the way our current credit card provider works is all of the fees are paid by the person making the charge. We are charged nothing. And we've got an ongoing contract with them that basically is in place until we tell them, we have to give them 90 days notice if we're going to stop that. So from my perspective, I do always have concern paying for something that I am currently paying $0 for.
How do we go back to that?
Again, Madam Chairman, I think Director Sheehan could share, but 9-4-217 is where the statute under H states that the Department of Enterprise Technology Services shall contract with a payment processor for uniform statewide payment processing services that each agency shall utilize.
I think this bill came out of Sweetwater County.
I deny that, Madam Chair.
But you're responsible, Representative Stitt. Director Sheehan? Those Landon's?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. I think the principle behind the bill is solid for the state to use a single entity to handle all of our credit card processing to ensure the fees that we pass on to our constituents for the use of this service is consistent. There were probably some missed items here or unanticipated cost in making that switch. But there is a ROI consideration to make as well. In order for the state to accept credit cards, if any of you have your own business, we have to follow what is called the PCI compliance, payment card industry standards. And that is a pretty heavy lift for an enterprise such as us. So to have multiple vendors in the mix means we have multiple reportings and audits that we have to perform. So there's an ROI component here.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then you stated that there were a few items that were missed. Should this 80,000 be an ongoing, or is it a one-time expense? Because we needed to catch up and get the program up and running. And if it is to be ongoing, can we not just increase what we're charging our consumers that are using the processing to cover that, and it would not then need to be ongoing?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Walters, this should be a one-time expense. There's programming API changes in the back end for the system to send the payment here to then send it over here now. We have seen some vendors, I'm not saying this one in particular, but we have seen some vendors come back and charge a very high rate to make this change, because at the end of the day, they are losing money because they're no longer processing our cards, so somebody else is. Again, I'm not saying it's this case, but
Madam Chairman,
some-
if I may follow up on that. So this $80,000 is what our vendor for our excise tax, mineral tax, we've already got that payment process integrated into that software. This is the cost, the one-time cost for changing how that flows for a different company. And we have worked with i3Biz to get that information. And then, like I said, we're hoping to start providing the ability for our retailers, licensee holders at the liquor division to also be able to use credit cards. And the fee for that is a little in excess of $151,000. So our total ask to be able to use i3Biz will be $232,116 in exception requests.
And this is for the best, Director Sheehan. You want that committee?
Madam Chairwoman. Again, in principle, I believe standardizing how we process payments is a good move. I think we just, when the bill came forward, this was one of the unanticipated expenses none of us thought of.
Madam Chair,
Representative?
just triple checking, this should be a one-time, not ongoing expense.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Walters, correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chairman, these costs are one-time to make them compatible. I don't know if there is a ongoing charge with i3Biz to process our credit card payments.
Madam Chairwoman, to the best of my knowledge, I'd have to refer back to the contract. There may be a nominal fee for the agency as a whole, not per system. But I believe we are working with the vendor to work through that. So our agencies aren't paying for that. When I say nominal, it may be $500, but again, this is going off of memory.
Senator Guru?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like to, the purpose, as the director said, the purpose of the bill was, to get a uniform deal going. And those of us in small business know that there are wild variations in credit card processing and fees. And it's really, sometimes when you get into it, it's kind of an apples and oranges thing. And so I guess it would be helpful for me between now and next month when we start, finalizing this, is to get some answers to those questions, because we want to uphold, we all do, the letter of the law, but if there's an unintended consequence that we need to deal with, let's deal with it. Maybe we just picked the wrong horse. I don't know.
Madam Chairman, Senator Guru, perhaps if we focused on what that fee is, if that is truly the focus, if we look at what that fee is that our users, our constituents are paying, and perhaps set a benchmark as long as it's less than X, perhaps rather than paying to have I3 Biz, maybe there would be something where we could still have that consistency, but also have various vendors and no additional cost. But I think it's definitely something that Director Sheehan and I can research more.
Great. Any final questions on this topic? We feel better that we didn't do anything permanently wrong. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And if I may, then I'd like to move to the Excise Tax Division. We have 34 full-time employees at the Excise Tax Division. The only exception budget request is for one additional position, and I've provided you with some historical information. You can see back in 2015, we had 35 Excise Tax Division employees, and the number of active licenses, 16,451. There have been a lot of changes in sales and use tax statutes throughout the years, but at the time that this slide was put together, we were at 47,338 active licenses, and we're at 34 employees. And the reason for that was we lost an employee when we were trying to cut expenses. I showed you on the first slide the significant portion of our budget that is payroll. So when we were asked to cut during the COVID cuts, we really had no choice, but we had a vacant position in excise tax and we gave it up. So we are asking to get that position back. And I will say that that focus is going to be on out-of-state accounts. That is a new anomaly ever since the Wayfair decision, ever since Marketplace Facilitator. And if you can imagine these companies that are having to educate themselves to the tax structure of multiple states, I can tell you that it takes a significant amount of time for our staff to help these folks. And so I humbly ask for one additional staff member in the Excise Tax Division. I do have, let you know, right now I've got 3 vacancies in that area. We're hoping that we may have filled our position in Jackson. We had a gentleman retire, and that's a hard position to fill. I've got one other position in vendor ops and a position in taxability, and we're pleased because we had significant turnover a couple of years ago, so that's fairly slow. With that, I'll move to the Mineral Tax Division. I did say they didn't have any exception requests. That was wrong. I do have exception priority number 10, 17,355. That's simply the routine replacement of their hardware, 15 PCs.
She's been watching.
You know, that is a smart thing to do, to not go first. Thank you, Madam Chairman. With that, we're going to move to the Property Tax Division. Standard budget of $7.2 million. We do have 2 exception requests. But the one thing I wanted to note is for the Property Tax Division, when you look at that $7.2 million, 69% of that budget is passed on to our 23 local county assessors offices across the state in the form of CAMA hardware, software maintenance, education, imagery, things like decals for mobile homes, various components for appraisal manuals. There are 171 employees in our county assessors offices currently across the state, and that is a significant contribution that this legislature has made to ensure that all 23 county assessors have the same tools available to them, and that property owners, their property values are based on the same criteria. With that, the 2 exception requests, the first one, exception priority number 2. We're really excited about this exception request, $627,000, But what this will be is our taking our current Oracle-based database. Right now, we've got 23 what we call, locations, where we basically have put servers in each of the 23 counties. It's Oracle-based. We're going to work with our vendor to convert that Oracle-based database to a MS SQL database, and then we're going to move the entire enterprise to the cloud. And this has some significant benefits. We've been using RealWare, our current CAMA vendor, since 2005. The last major install that we did was in 2014. But it's important to know that with this system as it is today, we're requiring 23 different county IT departments to do backups, a lot of security type things. As we move to a cloud-based environment, we look at the conversion process. We'll start in July of 2024, start that beta testing in our revenue environment. We've got a timeline. By December of 2024, we're going to begin those data conversions. We're going to convert in 8 different groups. We're really going to focus first on the counties that have had significant security breaches, risks. Many of you may have heard we have had counties that had ransomware. We had one particular county that was hit twice. And so this is an important item for both their IT departments and the state's IT departments. We have administrative duties to ensure that all of the 23 servers have the same information, that it's not changed, that it's secure. We will have that responsibility for 2 systems as we migrate. But I'm very confident in the staff at the Department of Revenue. We've been maintaining this CAMA system for, well, honestly, the legislature in the late 80s provided funding to the Department of Revenue to maintain the CAMA system. We just went from a mainframe application to a PC-based application in 2005. We anticipate this entire conversion process to be 298 business days. I'm not going to go through the benefits of going to a cloud. You'll see some of the major components, and we have been working. We recently met with Director Sheehan to talk about this process more, but as you know, a project of this major importance, we've been working with ETS for a couple years talking about moving to a cloud environment. Our vendor wasn't ready for this biennium, but we're ready to go for the next biennium. The other piece of our exception request is, back here, $60,000, and that simply is a 3% increase for our CAMA vendor, just on the maintenance contract itself. With that, I did want to take just a quick opportunity to recognize one of our employees, David Chapman. He's been with the Department of Revenue for 33 years. He really is the backbone of the Wyoming CAMA system and making sure that the focus is there to ensure that all taxpayers, the properties are being valued using the same tools. He works with staff both at the state and the county to ensure that that CAMA system is stable, secure, reliable, and provides every tool that a county assessor needs to complete their statutory duties. So my appreciation as a prior assessor and as the administrator of the Property Tax Division and as the director, it is amazing the staff that we have working for the state of Wyoming that are truly dedicated.
Well, we thank Mr. Chapman and his 33 years of service. We hope he continues.
With that, unless there are further questions, yes.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Stiff?
Madam Chairman, Director Henson, a property tax related question. If state law were to change to say that if your residential property tax increased by more than 5% in a year, that the amount above that were deemed to be covered by a homestead exemption, if that were to happen, how difficult would that be for your department to implement?
Director?
Madam Chairman, Representative Stiff, As you know, there've been a plethora of property tax relief measures out there. Whenever we approach it as an exemption, the current CAMA system has that functionality. We administer the veterans exemption currently. We administer pollution control exemptions. Ken Gill, the administrator, has been working with our vendor, and regardless of how an exemption may roll out this session, we're confident that the tools will be in place in the CAMA system to implement for 2024, as long as that legislation passes rather quickly. Our biggest hurdle right now with property tax is statute requires county assessors to have those assessment schedules out to property owners no later than the fourth Monday in April. Many assessors mail those out in March to ensure that there's plenty of time for that 30-day window before County Board of Equalization hearings are held. So we have assessors that anticipate mailing out that third week of March. So we will be meeting with all 23 county assessors on January 3rd to demonstrate how an exemption could be administered within the current CAMA system, and providing them with some tools related to querying their data to ensure we knew we had to use technology in order to implement any property tax relief in 2024, and we believe that there would be zero cost. There's going to be some time. There will be some queries. There will be some hand-wringing from county assessors just because it would take, it's such a short turnaround. But we stand ready to assist those county assessors in that process.
Impressive.
Again, thanks to people like David Chapman and Kenneth Gill and his staff. With that, let's talk about property tax relief. Let's talk about the property tax refund program. So on slide 16 and 17, I'm going to give you just a quick overview of the total program cost in 2023-24. Now, when I look at that number of 10,144,000, keep in mind this timeline. So you're talking July 1 of 2021, and then June 30th of 2023. So during this time period, we have to have refunds out, and we start taking those applications in April for the prior year taxes, and then we have to have refunds out by September. Well, that means that we're going across a couple of years on that biennium. And so just tax year 2021 refunds, we saw 1,856,000 in refunds. Tax year 2022, based on the significant changes that we had, increasing that household income amount to 125% of median household income from the 75% that we had previously, and then also increasing the amount of those refunds from 50% of the tax bill up to 1/2 of the median residential property tax bill in each county. That changed last year to 75% of your tax bill up to 1/2 of the median. That resulted in refunds for the 2022 tax year of $8,263,783. We had approximately $24,000 in printing of applications and mailing. So what we did, the governor requested that we put together some information for his budget. And the next slide, what we did is we know the 2023 median residential property tax amount. So in that first column, you'll see the 2023 median residential tax amount for each county, and then 1/2 of the median. Then you'll see it compared to what that 2022 amount was and 1/2 of the median. See what the difference is in that middle of that column, and then the percent increase 2022 to 2023. So we still saw some significant increases. If you look at Teton County, for example, 31.10% from the prior year to 2023. It's still a significant increase in Lincoln County, 26.77. So what we did is we took that $8,263,783 thousand dollars, and we adjusted it by that percentage increase to get an estimate of if we just had the same applicants apply for 2023 refunds, we anticipate that would cost an additional almost $1.4 million. And so that's why we suggested to the governor under the current statute that it's going to take approximately $10 million to fund the 2023 tax year refunds in the next biennium.
Co-chairman?
So my question is, how many of the percentage-wise, the applicants who are qualified but did not submit a claim? So in other words, what would be the potential be if every household that qualified under the statute applied for it? Do we have any idea what that number would be?
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, I don't. If they didn't apply, there is no way for us to know what their income is, let alone what their property tax bill was. It really does take them applying for us to make that determination.
So somewhere, I think someone has made estimates that it's only like 30% or 35% of the actual qualified candidates. But I don't know where I got that number. But
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, we did put together some numbers related to how many applicants that we had that their income exceeded the amount of the income and they did not qualify. And that information is available. Do you recall that? I'm going to defer to Christy Urick.
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, every year at the end of the program, I do to give those stats to the county of the percentages of people that didn't qualify. We did have, in the 2022 tax year program, we had 902 rejected applicants. Of those, about approximately 57% of those were over the income limit. Another 25% were due to lack of information, and the remainder was over the asset limit. Those were the major disqualifications.
so Kevin, I don't think it would be too difficult because we know what median incomes are and we kind of, I think the data is probably out there to come up with an estimate of if everyone applied, how much it would be. 'Cause my thinking is that as the more popular it becomes, or the more people know about it, and now you can do it online, you may get, instead of 8,000 applicants, you might have 30 that qualify, just because all of a sudden it becomes real and their property taxes are going up. So it's, I don't know. Your thoughts on that?
Director Hibbard?
Mr. Chairman, we could consider having Dr. Liu in economic analysis take a look at what data he has to develop a model on that. That would where I would suggest we start.
Senator Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I know the answer to this, but, and I know that the program is obviously income level, but do you have any statistics demographically of those who applied and were accepted for the refund? Do you have any demographics, whether these are seniors or are they anything like that? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Demographics, Director?
Madam Chairman, Senator Salazar, we don't ask for their age. Now, we do know that some of our applicants, their proof of income is Social Security. So, that's a possibility, looking through our data and seeing on each document, whether it was an income tax return or if it was Social Security. We could look at some of that. I think that there are better sources for demographics across the state. Now, I will tell you, but page 54 in our budget, you'll see that there's no budget request. I did not do an exception request for this program. That is within the governor's budget request. And the Revenue Committee has sponsored a bill that will be considered that is outside of the numbers that I've provided today. It is a stair-stepped expansion of the income criteria. It steps up and it's starts at the 125,000, or excuse me, 125% of median household income for each county and moves it up 135, 145, 155, 65, 75. But then there's also a decreasing piece to that piece of legislation that once you get up to 175% of the household income for the county where the property is located, you only get 5% of what you would have received. It will be a significant challenge to program and even more significant challenge to explain to the taxpayer, because until we get their information, there'll be no way for us to explain it. But that fiscal note will be outside of the $20 million that the governor's
And
asking for.
Madam Chair, and the reason I asked that question is because I'm curious as to who we're helping and who we need to help. But thank you for your.
Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So two questions. One, have we any applicants who qualified who didn't receive a refund? And two, how many people who have qualified, applied, and received the refund in both years? Do we know that?
Director?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, I've not done that analysis. My logic would tell us that if they qualified at 75% of the median household income, that they would continue to qualify for at the 125,000 or 125% and apply again that future year. So I would anticipate if they still own the property that they did apply again. But I will say that the intent of this program was if you just need help 1 year, let's say you were laid off, you didn't have an income that year and you just needed it that 1 year, you could get that help and there was no age criteria. And so we could have people that perhaps during the pandemic, perhaps that 2021, they just did not have sufficient revenue and they needed a little help and they no longer needed help after that. So, but I have not done that analysis.
So final question, thank you, have we run out of money in the years that we provided the refund?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, we did run out of money this year. You may recall that we had $8 million that was appropriated for both refunds for 21 and refunds for 22. We spent 1.8 million of that for 2021 tax year refunds. And then the amount of applications that we received were significantly higher than the amount of funds that we had. So thank you to the governor's office. We were able to find additional funding so that we did not have to reduce those refunds. But as you see, we spent 8.263 for 2022 refunds and $1.8 million. So we were in excess of $10 million and we only had 8 appropriated.
Senator Grew?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. In an attempt to answer Co-Chair Nicholas's, or try to anyway, with some anecdotal information. Director Henson, Teton County, we had, I know at the halfway point, we had 160 some applications. At the end of the day, we had 320, somewhere in that ballpark. I can't remember the number.
Director?
Senator Grew, Madam Chairman. So Teton County, we had 490, let me get, I have to get my lines here. Make sure I'm following this across here. 495 applications.
And
of that, 443 qualified.
Right. Thank you. And so in our local program, we just got the numbers yesterday from the local program. We had 320 applications, 16 were denied. So
Say that again.
340 applications, I believe, and 16 were denied in the local program. And I only say that because in Teton County, I would say with the hypersensitivity on this issue, I think that's a pretty accurate number. I think we got everybody that could apply and even some that didn't qualify, but it was fairly well known.
Representative Larson?
Director Hanson, just in my county, as I've attended property tax conversations with our assessor and with citizens. The biggest challenge that I faced is just helping them understand who collects and where those tax dollars go to. And I would say the 90+% of people in my county feel that property taxes come here to the state and are used as general funds and you know, rape, pillage, and plunder on part of the state, and that's in part of that. And so my question is I can see where they would sense that because we have this state property tax refund. We're refunding this tax that the state has collected. Is there a way, if you, or do you already, when you provide the tax refund, have some kind of information there that can help them understand that this is where your property tax dollars go, those locals to schools and yada, yada, in a very simple form? As we have this broad conversation on property tax, it's just really important to be able to educate the people. So your thoughts on that, please.
Director?
Yes, Chairman, Representative Larson, you're right. Providing some information and educating our taxpayers to where their dollars go. We all know that they receive a tax bill, and the tax bill, our county treasurers across the state do an excellent job breaking it out and saying, you know, this much went to school district number 1, this much went to the county, this much went to Riverton. But many times, not only do they think that because of a statewide program that there are tax dollars that go to the state general fund, which we all know 0 property tax dollars go to the state general fund. But then we also have those that believe, since they get the tax bill from the county treasurer, that all of the tax dollars go to the county, and not recognizing that there's only a portion of that. And so to your point, Representative, if there's a mechanism there other than, you know, we continue to provide, speak to any organizations, do webinars. We could put together something. We do a pamphlet every year for the property tax refund program, and certainly we could put a comment of sorts that just states, you know, that this is funded through the legislature via funding from the state general fund. And then just a follow-up that states none of your property tax dollars went to the state general fund initially. We'd be happy to do that if you think that that would be a benefit.
Representative Larson?
I just think any opportunity we have to help educate them, because it's, as you well know, it's a very emotional subject, and we don't oftentimes do our best work with that kind of emotion.
Madam Chairman, I share your passion on educating the public so that they can speak. And really, the reason that I think it's important to educate the public is their tax bill. Every one of the entities on that tax bill has a public budget hearing. And if they're concerned about where their tax dollars are being spent, that's your opportunity to visit with those folks that serve on those boards.
Further questions?
If I may, just a quick follow-up. Thank you, Senator Guru, for bringing up the fact that there's the county option property tax refund. We did have 5 counties that funded that to provide refunds for 2022. And that would be Albany County, Converse County, Teton County, Sublette County, and Sweetwater County. If there are no further questions, I will move to the Wyoming Liquor Division.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. All right. The Wyoming Liquor Division, we do have several exception requests. We do have 52 employees at the Liquor Division. As of today, we have 4 vacancies, but I believe we've offered those positions to at least 3 applicants. And the reason I mentioned the 4 vacancies is that is significant. We have been able to maintain staffing, and I believe that that's significantly portioned to the compensation adjustments We start our employees in the warehouse at $17.90 an hour, and that is significantly higher than the 15.25 that we were paying just a couple years ago. So thank you for your support there. Our standard budget out at the liquor division, $10,663 plus. We also have the funding for the TIPS program, the training for intervention procedures, $298,000. And then that adds up to the $10,961,000. Our the exception requests that we've got total $1,283,000. Now, the most significant request that we have is our exception priority number one, $1,011,811. And that is a exception request that is discussed on page 61 of your budget. It goes into more details, but that is the ongoing cost for the next biennium, in addition to the $556,000 that we have in our base budget for our computer system out at the liquor division. We are adding $1 million. As you know, we just implemented a new system. I'll speak to that a little after we get through the exception requests. We implemented that new program on Labor Day weekend, but that $1 million, which is approximately $500,000 a year. So it will be a total cost for that enterprise resource planner program of about $750,000 a year to maintain that program. And it does incorporate every aspect of the Wyoming Liquor Division to include the compliance area, which we've never had on the same system. So that's the first priority, but it's a significant one. So if there are any questions before I go to the other items. The next priority is number 4, $35,000, and that's for warehouse hardware. Includes ring scanners, handheld devices, tablets, charging cradles, and also includes tablets for our 4 compliance agents. Priority number 5 is our security system. We have a camera system out at the liquor division that is very, very outdated. We no longer have support for it. The cameras can't be replaced. $72,200 is actually less than it would take to try and keep piecing our security system together. Priority number 11, that's $12,727. That's 11 PCs out at the liquor division. We have a rotation there, as I stated. Not all of our warehouse employees have PCs, but all of the accounting, purchasing, compliance all have PCs. Priority number 18, we've already discussed in depth, $151,900, and that's for the credit card. We currently don't have the ability for those licensees and retailers to pay for product with a credit card, but we hope to get that functionality, whether it be with the credit card provider we use over at the Herschel building or with the I3 Biz.
Chairman.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, on this credit card processing, it's showing as $151,900 ongoing. Is that a one-time setup fee? And then the consumer will pay a surcharge?
Madam Chairman, Representative Walters, that's the one-time fee to incorporate that software with our ERP.
Representative Larson.
Director Henson, on your maintenance contracts, the exception request for that is an increase. So then what is the total amount that we're paying?
So the total amount would be the $566,000 that's in our base budget plus the $1,011,811. And that's for the biennium.
Right, but that's an exception request, that's my question. So is that in addition to what you currently have in your standard budget? This is in addition to that, is it not?
Yes, Madam Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. That is in addition to that, and that would be an ongoing expense.
And you're saying the base budget now for that is the 500
$556,000, and we need an additional $1 million
per
to
annual,
continue that program.
biennially, so
Correct.
it doubles. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just want to talk a little bit about liquor and where we're at. We did pull some numbers, and from July through November of fiscal year '23, we had total case sales of 507,117. Now, fiscal year '24, currently, July through November, we're down 492,715. That's a percent change of about 2.8%. However, when we look at contributions to the state general fund and we compare those same fiscal years, fiscal year '23 was $8 million. We're going to be at about $8.5 million. That's an increase of 6.25%. That's what inflation does. The cost of alcohol has continued to increase. We still apply our percentage on the markup, and we still revert those funds, obviously, to the state general fund. But consumption is down. And I will tell you that the higher priced alcohol consumption is down. We also have significant information related to the buying habits. You know, we saw a lot of folks that had a lot of extra money during the pandemic. They couldn't use it in a restaurant. They weren't tipping, so they were spending a little more at the retail alcohol outlets. But I thought I would be remiss if I didn't explain that while consumption is down, we're still remitting significant amount to the general fund. Just a quick overview.
Senator Guru?
Just a quick question. Get to the overview, and I know you're going to talk about I can see you're going to talk about it right now. So you're going to talk about the liquor rollout and how that's going.
Real
And I'll
quickly.
hold my question.
Chairman, Senator Guru. Yes, we went live on Labor Day weekend, on that Friday before Labor Day weekend, all hands on deck, and we did a complete physical inventory of the warehouse. And then the next 3 days was a matter of going live with our new system. And then we did what I call a soft rollout on Labor Day itself, that Monday, where we allowed our Cheyenne retailers to go ahead and place orders. So we had 1 day of a little smaller hit to the system. And then, of course, everyone across the state had the ability to place orders on that Tuesday. I'm very proud that that project was 11 months from the time that we did a project kickoff with that vendor to go live. Now, I will tell you, the contract process was a significant process. That took almost a year for us to just get to project kickoff. But once we did, we had over 200 individuals across 17 teams. Now that includes the vendor, ETS, the Wyoming Liquor Division, a lot of different folks that pulled this off. But I really am appreciative to the retailers and the sales representatives across the state. We had town hall meetings every month during this process, asking them as different pieces were completed and programmed, we would demonstrate that, get their ideas. And I think that you will find that many of the retailers were pleased to see that some of their suggestions that they made 1 month, the next month we would show some of those items implemented. So it seemed to work. The other thing we did is on the online ordering system, we've got training videos out there. So if they just want a couple minute, how do I place an order for specials? They can watch the training video. The other piece of that is just the fact that along with all of this, we had other successes at the Wyoming Liquor Division. We were able to implement the next day delivery almost a year before this rolled out, where as long as the orders came in before 9 a.m., we could go ahead and get those orders picked, processed, and get them out the door so that they could have next day delivery. Now, if they didn't get their orders in by 9 a.m., it was the same delivery system that we had during the pandemic. But I know that that was of great importance to those retailers. With that, I think I've covered everything related to all of the divisions. I did have some closing comments, if you don't mind.
Please do.
I know that you're ready to get out of town. So with that, within our budget packet, you'll see on pages 5 through 8, you'll see the state of the agency. And starting on page 7, you'll note our successes and our efficiencies. There are nine major accomplishments covering every division in that area. And I would love, because I love nothing more than to talk about the successes that the staff at the Department of Revenue have had over the last couple of years, but I'll let you read those. I want to thank the members of this committee because there were some challenging times. And if it had not been for the members of this committee, the governor's office, we would still be struggling in some of those areas. But we had successes with the monthly ad valorem implementation. We didn't talk about mineral taxation much in this budget presentation, but for 2022 production, we collected $985 million on 2022 production that was sent to county treasurers across the state. And that was in excess of a year ahead of when those taxes would have been collected historically. And so we would be remiss if we didn't say thank you to the producers of the state of Wyoming because they had to change their cash flow in order to accommodate that. Now we had the tax deferral, you may recall, for mineral taxes where they could defer second half of 2021 and all of 2022 production. Interestingly enough, the last information I have is that almost 55% of those taxes have already been paid. Not all of the companies took advantage of a 13-year deferral. So I believe that that was a true success. Now, talking about some of the partnerships that we have within the state, I want to thank Director Hibbert and his team for the assistance, because as we navigated the appropriate tracking of those position transfers, it was quite a challenge when you're going from enterprise funds to general funds to different agencies. And he was he and his staff were very helpful with that. The other thing I would encourage this committee is to support the governor's enterprise inflation adjustment on line 21 of the governor's budget. Due to the director's efforts, Director Hibbert's efforts, you will not hear about exception requests for travel, assigned vehicles, office supplies for every single division, because obviously inflation has hit us all, postage, all of those things. So I do appreciate Director Hibbert and his staff with that regard. I want to thank Director Sheehan and his staff. Without his support and that of his team, the liquor staff and retailers would still be struggling. I specifically want to recognize the project manager, ETS employee, Kendra Reitzma. Her leadership, her organizational skills, her communication skills were key to that project's success. And she and Tom Montoya kept every single one of us focused on that bouncing ball and the end result and what we wanted to accomplish for our retailers and our sales representatives, because they don't have any options. It is the Wyoming Liquor Division is the one place that they can get their product, and we didn't want to let them down. My sincere thank you again for your support, the governor's support, and I've got 123 really dedicated employees at the Department of Revenue. And every single day, they're trying to figure out how can we be more efficient? How can we get the word out? How can we educate all those vendors that we trust? We as a legislature, we trust when that consumer goes to the counter and pays for an item, that transaction, they pay a tax. And they trust that vendor to take that tax and remit it to the state of Wyoming. And then the state of Wyoming, those vendors trust that we're going to get it to those entities that rely on those dollars to provide those services. Back to your point, Representative Larson, and where tax dollars go. All in all, I really look forward to fine-tuning our 2025-26 budget with this committee and would stand for any questions that you may have.
Great budget presentation, Director. Final questions for the Director? Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How is your snow pad and equipment maintenance shed project coming along? Is it done? Is it underway? I know we approved it a couple years ago, so just curious.
Director?
I apologize. I did not catch what your first words. Oh.
There's storage shed or the
Whole barn.
whole barn.
No pole barn? Is there a storage shed or a?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Montoya? That has not been a topic of discussion, so I will check into that.
So I think that might be a great callback conversation for either Department of Construction or A&I, who it was. And so you had requested to have a pole barn or something put up so you could store equipment in, and then an extension of your parking lot to put snow on a couple of 3 years ago. And we approved that.
It appears there's no recollection.
Maybe,
Still waiting.
Literally.
Still waiting.
maybe we can transfer that money to move your walls.
Thank you for that suggestion. Or perhaps that's another monkey wrench. I'm not sure.
Senator Guru?
Yeah, just thanks, Madam Chair. And just a quick comment. I do want to thank Director Henson and the whole team. Through a strange set of circumstances, I got deeply involved with the liquor division. Not just because I'm a customer, but just through a set of other things. I'm doing my best to keep their purchases up. But really, when you think about this whole department in the past couple of years, what we've thrown at them, monthly ad valorem change in tax collections, a tax deferral or tax refund program that went from 0 to $10 million in 3 years. And now a whole new liquor division picking system that went from literally meltdown to, what is really truly a success story. And Tom and everybody at the liquor division, deserves a great deal of credit. $17 an hour is what they pay for folks picking there, and everybody that drives west of town knows there's a big truck sitting out there. I think we should use Denver CPI and the Walmart truck to do our wage scale thing, because right now they're paying a lot more than that, but yet we're still really close because it's a great place to work and it's a great environment. And we talk about, and the co-chair and I work on a committee that works on this, and we talk about culture in departments. And this is one of the folks that I think, this is one of the departments that I think a lot of departments are in the state government and local government can look to as a consumer-friendly organization who deals with tough subjects, taxes and whatever. And so even right down to, the director trying to do a little back of the math cowboy redo on her office to make it better for her employees is still, testament to the type of attitude that they have there that I think is exemplary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any final, Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my apologies for these comments late on a Friday. Unfortunately, I have 4 clarifying points on this agency. Number 1, the easiest, Representative Nicholas, you had seen that number. LSO had prepared an estimate of the qualifying participants for the property tax property tax refund program. You're probably reading ahead, and it appears on the fiscal note for House Bill 4 for this session. Our best estimate is statewide, only 9.4% of qualified participants take advantage of that program, and we have indeed broken that out by county. The State Budget Department has requested a similar analysis from Economic Analysis, and we welcome their thoughts on that as well. Secondly, unfortunately, I think LSO misunderstood the timing of postings, and it appears that those of you who are working on the electronic version of the budget, and we will fix this if you want to show your hands, but the pagination on this one is about 2 pages off throughout. So if any of you are working on the PDF version, we will put out a revised. It was revised once in November. It is now a second revision, and we can work with you to move your notes. Those housekeeping amendments aside, the transfer of positions, which is priority number 15, and we can work with Ms. Urich if necessary, appears on the original version on pages 25 and 28, and I believe, or excuse me, 25 and 45. This is priority number 15. And in the new version, it appears on page 24 and 43 of the copy that you're working from. We believe that the governor's rec is missing the general fund portion. We believe that the table is correct, but the gov's rec is missing the GF portion associated with those position transfers. We can visit with you to determine if that's correct. Last point, and appreciate your patience, is on page 29 of the original version, page 28 of the updated version of the budget. And it also relates to slide number 6 of Director Henson's presentation today. We believe that you need one more FTE in the admin division. Our calculation on this is you are receiving 1 from the liquor division, 1 from the minerals tax division, and then you are moving 1 out of admin to minerals tax. The net of that is a +1. So you're gaining 1, you're gaining 2, losing 1, ending up with +1. The table indicates that it's a net to 0 all the way around. And we are just concerned that you're missing an FTE and all of that. Apologies.
Thank you, Don. Any questions for Mr. Richards?
So the question is that, would you agree with his, because we need to get it in our records, right? So.
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, while it is in the mineral tax division and admin services, we simply moved the class 8 employee to minerals and the class 10 employee to admin. So there was no additional employee there of the 2 divisions. For the liquor division transfer, it was an ETS position that we were paying for with 400 series. That position moved to the liquor division, and then the actual what happened is we moved it to admin services, which is a general fund position. So it's 1 less in ETS, 1 more in admin services, and then we are asking for 1 additional position in excise tax.
Is that understood?
Madam Chairman, and we're happy to visit with the director. I think the concern is, we agree, net to 0 on the minerals. Your admin division is showing no increase in FTE. We believe it should show 1 increase in FTE.
Yeah, just work it out. No worries.
All right, anything final for the Director of Revenue, Representative Larson?
Apologies, Madam Chairman. So on the conversation on the pole barn, that was in the Senate file 67 and 22, and it was to A&I, to the liquor division for a pole barn of 70,000 and a snow pad for 24,000. So maybe we can follow up with.
Mr.
Director?
Chairman, Madam Chairman, I believe that that's for A&I's equipment, not ours.
Right,
Okay.
right. But it was for you guys. We're just trying to figure out, so did they ever do it?
Mr. Montoya?
That pole barn was for A&I equipment. They just asked if they could put it on our lot, being empty space. We said we didn't have a problem with that, but it was their equipment. It wasn't anything that we were gonna use.
So it's there. That's our point.
Is the pole
It's
barn
Not
built?
there yet.
Yes.
They came out and looked at the lot.
Change their
That's
mind.
that we've seen them.
But it has nothing to do with you, other than being on your lot.
We need our money.
Barns didn't store their equipment.
Well, we know where $90,000 is at, so.
All right.
Thank you.
So
Thank
any
you.
additional questions for the Department of Revenue? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. All right, anything for Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, we will be sharing a follow-up email with you either this weekend or later this afternoon, looking towards Monday, just to keep your focus on 3 bills. You will have 3 bills presented to you on Monday. First, a bill on public health nursing after the Department of Health's presentation, and then the investment of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. That's a carryover from the October meeting. as well as the Federal Unemployment Compensation Trust Fund adjustment, also a carryover from October. I believe you have three agencies before you on Monday: Workforce Services, Department of Health, and the Military Department.
All right, any final comments from the committee or Mr. Co-Chair? Questions?
Happy weekend.
Anybody? All right, so we'll start again Monday, 8 a.m. with the Wyoming Military Department. Everyone drive safely. Thanks for your hard work this week. The Senate still has a quorum.